Hiss, the 10 people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. This was also the first time Xianxia had fought against an otherworldly martial cultivator. He wanted to test their strength. With this grab, Xianxia's heart relaxed a little. These 10 people were indeed powerful, but they weren't so powerful that they couldn't be dealt with. The moment the alien realm martial artists arrived, they were massacred on a large scale, giving people the illusion that they were invincible. However, in reality, their average strength was higher, and they didn't have any obvious weaknesses. You. The martial artist looked at Xianxia in horror and said, "How did you do it?" "Me?" Xianxia looked at his hand holding the sharp sword and said, "This is called a 3-part dragon body. The talent of our world's martial artists is indeed uneven. Those who are low can be low to the mortal level, but that doesn't mean that we don't have people with extremely high talent." The martial artist desperately wanted to withdraw his sword, but no matter how much he dragged it, he was unable to free it from Xianxia's hands. Xianxia waved his hand and directly grabbed the edge of the sword, throwing the martial artist away. Then, he threw out a long sword and the sword turned into a streak of light, nailing the martial artist to the ground. Oh, Xianxia nodded thoughtfully. "That's all. I thought all the martial artists in the other world were as powerful as Bai Wudao. It seems like I took it for granted. Be careful." The 9 of them retreated one after another. This brat's hidden realm. He definitely has the strength of the 9th level of good fortune. Xiaojun, quickly activate the Black Tower. The 8 of us will entangle him. One of them quickly returned to the Black Tower, while the other 8 surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to test just how much advantage he had under the Black Tower's attack. Sure enough, with a buzz from the Black Tower, a layer of air waves blew over, instantly enveloping a total of 9 people, including Xianxia. The momentum of the 8 of them had clearly fallen along with the Black Tower's attack. They had 3 heavenly grade meridians, one of which had been neutralized into a spirit grade meridian. Xianxia carefully sensed his own changes and discovered that the energy waves blown by him belonged to the water attribute, allowing the water veins in his 5 heavenly spiritual meridians to be neutralized into spirit items, but the other meridians did not move. Everyone looked at Xianxia in surprise. One of them asked curiously, "You're actually not dead? Little army. Release the 2-meridian shockwave." "You're crazy." Another person said angrily, "The 2-meridian shockwave has a great impact on us." The man shouted, "What are you afraid of? This kid doesn't have any companions. As long as he dies, the battle will be over." Sure enough, the Black Tower hummed twice, and 2 layers of air waves blew over. This time, the energy waves were actually stateless. They should have been blown over from ordinary grade talented martial artists. A martial artist's innate talent can be divided into different grades, but not all of them carry attributes. Those with attributes are usually more powerful. As for the non-attributed chi wave, it would randomly neutralize one of the enemy's innate abilities. This kind of chi wave was even more useful. Due to the short duration of the impact of the airwaves, Xianxia's water vein talent, which had been neutralized earlier, had completely recovered during this period of time. After the 2 layers of energy engulfed everyone, the expressions of the 8 otherworldly martial cultivators changed. They were instantly neutralized by the 2 heavenly grade innates. The remaining last bloodline was almost unable to sustain the cultivation technique and martial skill they had learned. The 8 of them were panting like oxen, their faces pale, their legs trembling, clearly suppressing the restlessness of their spiritual energy. On the other hand, Xianxia's expression did not change. It was as if he had not been affected in the slightest. His talent was too much and too strong. This degree of neutrality was not worth mentioning at all. What happened? When the 8 of them saw Xianxia's reaction, their eyes widened in fright. Is it ineffective? No way. We're obviously weakened. But why is he so relaxed and at ease? Xianxia nodded his head and muttered to himself, "Feng Xian, what a brilliant plan." Not only did he guess the function of the Black Tower, but even the different layers of airwaves produced different effects, and his guess was so accurate. He really is a monster. Xianxia had already used his own body to verify the Black Tower's exact situation. There was no need for him to continue talking to these people stupidly. Die! Xianxia pulled out his saber and said, "Our world is not heaven to you." With that, Xianxia suddenly turned into a shadow. A foreign world martial artist's head suddenly flew up without warning. Immediately after, a light flashed and a second alien martial artist was beheaded. Damn it! What kind of speed is this? The other 6 martial artists hurriedly condensed their dipper chi shields to defend themselves. Xianxia was also shocked. Even he did not expect that his speed would rise to a whole new level. That lightning bolt could actually increase his speed gain even when he didn't use the power of divine lightning. A tandem! The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly. His body turned into a ray of light and instantly drew a Z shape among the 6 people. The heads of the 3 of them split up. The dipper chi shield they had condensed did not have the slightest bit of defensive power in Xianxia's hands. Xianxia became more and more confident. Otherworldly martial artists were not gods. They could be killed. Run! This kid is a divine martial realm expert. The remaining 3 fled madly towards the Black Tower. Divine martial realm? Xianxia chuckled. Looks like an otherworld martial artist doesn't know everything. Xianxia's figure flashed and 3 sabers descended, beheading the 3 of them one after another. Afterwards, his figure flashed again and directly arrived at the Black Tower. In the end, the small army's face had already turned pale from fear. He panicked and said, "Impossible! This is impossible! That bunch of bastards from the Bai clan actually lied to me. They clearly said that there are no experts in this subplane, and they can kill without restraint. Bastard! Die! Die together!" Xianxia had just landed on the top of the tower and was searching for the whereabouts of the small army. When he looked inside, he saw that the small army was standing inside the Black Tower. Inside the Black Tower, there was only a large furnace. Xiao Jun smiled sinisterly, grabbed a large handful of origin pills, and threw them into the furnace. "He wants to die with you," the 8-eyed snake said. 5 meridians neutralization. The small army smiled sinisterly, only to see a sudden burst of light within the furnace. And this light was immediately absorbed by the entire Black Tower. Then, a 5-level spherical air wave suddenly appeared from inside the Black Tower, spreading out at the speed of sound from inside to outside. The small army didn't even last for a second and directly self-destructed with a loud boom. As for the 5th layer of chi waves blowing on Xianxia's body, it instantly neutralized 5 of Xianxia's talents. However, this state had no effect on Xianxia at all, because he had an even more powerful divine-grade lightning meridian talent. Before Xiao Jun died, seeing that Xianxia hadn't self-detonated, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He was completely unable to understand this phenomenon. The energy waves of the 5 talents were blown out at the same time, yet there was actually someone who could continue to survive under such conditions. However, everything happened so quickly that the small army exploded into a bloody mist before they could even shout out in alarm. "They're all used up." Xianxia frowned and discovered that the last origin pills had been thrown into the furnace by the small army. Without origin pills, this Black Tower would be crippled. "I have to search their storage rings first," the big snake hurriedly said. "See if there are any treasures from another world inside." "Impossible." Xianxia shook his head, but he still flew out and searched the storage rings of the 9 people outside. It was exactly as he had expected. Otherworldly martial artists had a strong sense of precaution. They would never bring treasures to this world to avoid being taken advantage of by the martial artists of this world. Moreover, they had come here for the sake of looting treasures. Who would bring a large number of treasures to search for other treasures? After that, Xianxia went to the Black Tower to inspect it again, but he didn't find anything. These 10 people definitely don't have high status in the other world, Xianxia said thoughtfully. In Xianxia's own world, the good fortune 8th layer martial artists were already very impressive. They could be considered old monsters, but in the other world, there should still be a large number of them. The higher the grade of talent, the greater the potential. There were no martial artists below the heaven rank in the other world. Therefore, the average realm of martial artists in their world should be several levels higher than that in Xiangnan's world. The number of Fortune Realm martial artists they had was probably equivalent to the number of Heaven Origin Realm martial artists in their own world. Thinking of this, Xiangnan felt a heavy heart. What about this black tower? The big snake asked. Xiangnan said, I thought that this black tower could shrink, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. Let's abandon it. The 300 zhang black tower was very inconvenient. Couldn't be lifted above his head every day and flew everywhere. Without the origin pill, the black tower would no longer be effective. Xiangnan definitely wouldn't kill people to refine pills. He couldn't do such a heresy and evil thing, let alone he didn't know how to refine origin pills. The enemy has cleared up. Let's go to Mine 8. Xiangnan flew out of the black tower, ascended into the sky, and glanced at the ground. After confirming the location of Mine 8, he transformed into an afterimage and drilled into it. Sure enough, at the end of Mine 8, he used his dipper chi to dig more than 300 meters before a large sparkling stone appeared in front of him. Just as the demon general had said, this place really contained spirit ores. So much! Xiangnan looked at the star-like spirit stones in front of him, and his heartbeat began to accelerate. In a world without a sun, spirit stones were the only way for martial artists to ascend. Dig it out! Quick! Dig it out! The big snake urged greedily. Xiangnan placed his palm on the stone wall covered in spirit veins. Don't! The serpent roared. Are you crazy? You want to blow them up with astral chi? Why do you think the human thunder army is so slow in extracting spiritual veins? Are they idiots who don't know how to dig with yuan chi and astral chi? But doing so will destroy spirit stones. Could it be that you used your hands to dig? Xiangnan frowned and said, How long will we have to dig? It seems that there is no other way. Big Snake was also in a dilemma. The spirit stones he usually saw were all found in shops. Those spirit stones had already been processed and placed in brocade boxes. However, Xiangnan really didn't know how to deal with these raw ores. Right at this moment, Xiangnan suddenly turned around and placed a huge saber in front of him, shouting, Who is it? However, Xiangnan was stunned when he saw this. In the air behind him floated a little boy with a naked butt. The little boy had an incomparably strange proportion of his body, half of his head and half of his body. At this moment, he was staring at his adorable big eyes, greedily looking at his spirit veins. He left saliva in his mouth. The saliva fell down like a river, landing on the ground to form a small pool of water. He didn't know where this little fellow got so much saliva from. Especially odd was that this child looked like he was about 2 or 3 years old, but his body was very small, and he was only 30 centimeters tall when he stood up straight. Behind the child, there was a pair of white wings flapping. What monster! Xiangnan felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He felt an extremely restrained aura from the naked child. It was very strong. The child sighed and scratched his head. Little sparrow I am. Little sparrow. Xiangnan's eyes almost flew out. He hurriedly reached into his arms and touched it. Indeed, the little bird had disappeared. You. Xiangnan took 2 steps back and said in shock, Are you really a little bird? The little brat scratched a few soft hairs on his head and said, Of course I am, little bird. Xiangnan was both shocked and delighted. He carefully sensed the fluctuations on that little brat's body. As expected, it was exactly the same as the little bird's. Only it had an additional talent for thunder and lightning. Lightning talent? Xiangnan grabbed little sparrow's arm and said, You finally woke up? You little bastard. When can you transform? The bird said, Wake up and transform into me. Is this the gale sparrow you've been carrying? The big snake also felt extremely strange, saying, The gale sparrow also has a high level of existence, but this species does not possess the ability to transform. Their own spirituality is not high enough. It must be because I swallowed that little divine lightning. Xiangnan laughed and hugged the little bird in his arms as he muttered to himself, Divine lightning? The serpent sensed it and said, I can't feel any divine lightning in his body. Ah! Xianxia was puzzled. He could absorb the divine lightning, but the divine lightning was only floating in the spiritual sea. The big snake could easily sense it. But the little bird had obviously swallowed a small divine lightning bolt in Jade Lake. But why did it disappear? Could it be that it was digested by him? There was such a thing? The little bird escaped from Xianxia's embrace. It swung its hand on Xianxia's face and pointed at the spirit stones. It salivated and said, Dig! Baby! Dig, hurry! Don't let others preempt you. Like the orcs, this fellow was unable to distinguish between priority and priority. Fortunately, Xianxia could understand him. When Xianxia saw the little bird wake up, he was in a good mood and said, It's not easy to dig. There are too many spirit stones here. Leave it to me. Little Sparrow patted his chest and said, Baby, I know how to dig. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. All right, baby, poach you. Let's see how capable you are. The little bird twisted its butt and suddenly turned into a strong wind that blew on the stone wall. In the next instant, countless pieces of gravel and mud sprayed towards Xianxia like a flood tide, burying Xianxia's entire body. It was unknown what method the little bird had used to completely separate the spirit stones from the soil and rock strata. Large amounts of dirt flew out and were swept away by the strong winds. They flew along the tunnel and finally rushed out of the entrance of the mine, shooting towards the sky like a blowout. This efficiency was too terrifying. The little bird was advancing and digging at a speed of 100 meters per second. Countless sparkling spirit stones flew out of the mine and separated from the soil, forming a small hill at the edge of the mine. Xianxia was shocked. Good fortune, fifth layer? Damn it, this little bastard's realm is actually as high as mine. This is unreasonable. I've already absorbed 3 world-devastating divine lightning bolts to reach this realm. Did he only eat 1 to reach the 5th level of fortune? The 8-eyed snake said, What's so strange about him? He's already a thunder demon now. You only absorbed the world-exterminating divine lightning, but he really ate it and digested it. He already possessed the full strength of the world-exterminating divine lightning. The serpent said, As for me, I can be considered to be a divine lightning demon. It should be said to be a demonic lightning, but he is a divine demonic lightning, so he is a thunder demon. However, when I first transformed, I was at the 1st level of the heavenly tribulation. He was only at the fortune realm, and he was more than 100,000 times weaker than me. Xianxia rolled his eyes. This 8-eyed snake was really strong. He even wanted to compete for it. Are you ranked 3rd on the divine lightning rankings? What he ate was only a divine lightning from the top 100. Is this comparable? Immediately after, the little bird's digging speed stopped, but it saw him turn into a shadow and suddenly rush out. Xianxia hurriedly followed and flew out of the mine. The little bird was rolling in the sea of spirit stones, giggling. It was called joy. They've all transformed. They haven't changed the habits of the miser yet. Xianxia smiled and pointed at the spirit stone mountain. I'm afraid there are 100,000 of these spirit stones, he said. The serpent said, 300,000. The little bird's body was certain, and it said in a milk voice, 350,000 thirsty. It's not thirst, it's a pill. Xianxia corrected his pronunciation and said, There are 350,000 spirit stones in mine 8 alone. The entire mine must be worth several million. And there are at least tens of thousands of such mines in the demonic beast continent. It is indeed a big project. Furthermore, the grade is very good. The serpent said, Most of these spirit stones are high grade, only a small amount are mid-grade. As for low-grade spirit stones, there are none. The quality is exceptionally good. Is it enough? Xianxia asked the 8-eyed snake. Enough. The big snake said, It's enough. Even if you and I absorb it together with the bird, it won't be a problem even if we use it for a full year. Xianxia smiled and said, Little Sparrow, there are still more than a dozen mines here. Some of them have been hollowed out and a few others. However, they haven't been discovered yet. with your ability to search for treasures. Can you find them? Dig them all out for me. That's great. The little bird happily clapped its hands and shouted, "Live with us! Don't leave the capital for the rest of your life. Dig out all the gemstones. You want to hollow out the entire continent? Bullshit." Xianxia scolded. "Hurry up and dig. After digging this mine, we'll leave." The little sparrow dived into the soil and quickly ran about under the soil like a small fish rampaging about in the water. Xianxia put all of the 350,000 spirit stones into the storage ring and kept the storage ring open, allowing the spiritual energy inside to continuously flow out. He was in a very good mood. First, when he fought against the martial artists of the other world, he discovered that they were not invincible. Second, the little bird had successfully awakened, which had completely cleared the haze in Xianxia's heart. "Suck, you're welcome." Xianxia waved his hand and said heroically to the eight-eyed snake. The eight-eyed snake didn't waste any words at all and had already started to absorb it crazily. Xianxia also sat cross-legged, releasing the Mingyue mirror. As he absorbed spiritual energy, he sat in the acceleration array, continuously sending light speed slashes into the mirror. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the distance, meteor-like spirit stones shot out from the ground. "I really did find it." Xianxia smiled. Little Sparrow's greatest ability was to find treasures. The eight-eyed serpent was also absorbing spiritual energy and slowly recovering its strength. Xianxia had once stood above its head and used the phaseless tribulation finger to evacuate too many of its realms and strengths. The heavy damage caused to it by the dense rain of the phaseless tribulation finger was terrifying. 100. Xianxia was excited. The number of secondary light slashes in Mingyue mirror had already accumulated to over 100. In fact, Xianxia's consumption of spirit stones was more than 10 times more terrifying than the eight-eyed snake. This was because both martial artists and serpents only used spiritual energy as a kind of medicinal effect. Only when the spiritual energy entered their bodies without interruption could they circulate their martial skills. Therefore, it was actually a martial skill that was helping human martial artists and snakes increase their cultivation. However, Xianxia was different. He didn't use spiritual energy to cultivate, but directly used it to turn into blade light and send it into the mirror. The serpent had just absorbed 10 spirit stones, but Xianxia had already consumed 100. The big snake absorbed another 10 yuan, while Xianxia consumed as much as 200 yuan. You. The eight-eyed snake was immediately dissatisfied. Even if you were to consume an infinite amount like this, 350,000 spirit stones wouldn't be able to withstand it. In 10 days, 8 days, you would have squandered all of it. "So what?" Xianxia said. "I'm looking for spirit stones to do this. Besides, isn't Little Sparrow digging all the time?" As they spoke, the two of them looked at the little bird, and when they looked down, they were all dumbfounded. Holy shit! The spirit stones that the little bird had dug had already piled up into a huge mountain. Damn it! The eight-eyed snake was shocked. This little thing is so powerful. Even the eight-eyed snake was amazed by the little bird's treasure-hunting ability. Moreover, the tone of his voice was actually a bit doting on the little bird. The serpent loves the world, but it hates people who destroy it. But now, Little Sparrow was also considered a divine lightning monster. The attributes of Little Sparrow and Big Snake were almost the same. In the eyes of the Big Snake, Little Sparrow was like another divine lightning that had transformed into a demon. He believed that he and Little Sparrow were of the same race. When Xianxia looked at the Spirit Stone Mountain, he was stunned. Too many. This mountain was even larger than the small mountain just now. What was even more terrifying was that the grade of the Spirit Stones was even higher. It actually reached over 70% of the production rate of high-grade Spirit Stones. Treasure mine. Xianxia's eyes widened. Who? The little sparrow finally stopped and flew out of the ground with a whoosh. It drilled into the Spirit Stone Mountain and tossed large amounts of Spirit Stones into the sky. 1.2 million. The little sparrow cheerfully shouted. There are 1.2 million gemstones in total. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. Yeah. Suddenly, The little bird pointed at Xiang Nan's left arm and said, "Bug! You're eating my gem. Shut up." The eight-eyed snake was stunned and said resentfully, "Eat something to be afraid of. Anyway, you have so much." "No." The little bird raised its eyebrows and said in a milky voice, "My spirit stones. I'll slap you and eat them." Long Xiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. Amazing. In this world, the only one who dares to call him the eight-eyed heaven-swallowing python is probably Little Sparrow. Moreover, the eight-eyed snake actually cared about the little bird's appearance. The little bird told him to stop, but he actually stopped. "Little friend." The eight-eyed snake smiled at the little bird and said, "Your master has ruined my strength. Let me eat more and I will protect you in the future." "No. Xiang Nan and I only have 2 people to eat. No one else can touch us." The eight-eyed serpent was helpless as well and said to Xiang Nan, "Persuade him not to be so stingy." Xiang Nan's mouth was already in the shape of an O. Yet the big snake actually listened to the little bird's words. The little bird flew over and slapped Xiang Nan's arm, saying, "I'll make you disobey." Xiang Nan covered his arm and his face turned green with pain. "Little bastard, you dare to hit me. You are now at the 5th level of fortune." "This slap," he said. "See if I don't kill you." The little bird twisted its butt and fled. "Ayaya. I don't want to be hit. I don't want to be hit." In the endless sea, Xiang Nan was flying to the west of the southern domain. During his trip to the demonic beast continent, Xiang Nan had excavated a total of 5 million spirit stones. Among them, there were 1.5 million high-grade spirit stones, 2.5 million mid-grade spirit stones, and only 1 million low-grade spirit stones. It was indeed a high-yield and extremely high-quality spirit vein. If it weren't for the sudden invasion of an alien martial artist, these spirit stones would have fallen into the hands of the 3 clans. The eight-eyed serpent's strength had recovered extremely quickly, and it had already reached the fortune realm. After recovering from his cultivation, he immediately guided Xiang Nan in the direction of a world exterminating divine lightning. Unexpectedly, that world exterminating divine lightning was actually in the southern domain. Xiang Nan only felt that good fortune was a joke. He went all over the world to find the whereabouts of the world devastating divine lightning, but he didn't expect that there would actually be one at the door of his home in the end. In the entire Blue Tide continent, there were more than 1,000 continental plates that Xiang Nan had visited, and the only ones that he had really visited were those 3 or 4. Thus, although the southern domain was Xiang Nan's hometown, he was not familiar with many places. On the boundless sea surface, Xiang Nan had always maintained his flight above the clouds. Although the probability of an alien martial artist appearing in the southern domain's sea region had decreased by too much, it was still safer to hide in the clouds in case of any accidents. Little Bird sat on Xiang Nan's shoulder. He held a gem in his left hand and occasionally shone on the starlight. He grabbed a big white insect thicker than his arm with his right hand and bit it down with a mouthful of green water. This little fellow's entire height was equivalent to the height of a watermelon being erected. He held his beloved jewel, ate the fleshy bugs, and happily swayed his 2 short legs. Xiang Nan felt extremely disgusted and tried not to look at the little bird. He had also advised the little bird not to eat insects raw, but it was basically useless. With Little Sparrow's strong stomach, even if he ate steel raw, he could still chew it and digest it. However, he was originally a bird, and his natural habit was to like to eat these things, so there was nothing he could do about it. Fortunately, the eight-eyed snake was an immortal body, and there was no need to eat. Otherwise, it would be enough for Xiang Nan to perform 2 live rat-devouring performances for him when he was free. This snake and bird whispered and whispered to each other whenever they were free. They didn't know what they were chatting about. Occasionally, they would emit a shameless and sinister laugh, which made Xiang Nan's hair stand on end. The night sky was incomparably clear, or rather, it could be said to be the sky, because it had been almost 4 months since Xiang Nan had seen the sun again. After losing the sun's rays, the first thing to do was to stop raining. The water vapor on the ground was no longer evaporated, and the clouds in the air were getting fewer and fewer, becoming thinner every day. The amount of vegetation had increased greatly, and large amounts of unknown nocturnal plants had appeared in almost every corner. Without the sun, Before normal plants could completely die from losing their photosynthesis, more nocturnal plants would be able to develop and occupy the world together with daytime plants. The entire world had entered a small period of prosperity, just like the return of light before the death of humans. On the surface of the sea under the night sky, Xianxia passed by many small islands. He could always see the entire island shining. That was because night plants that could shine on themselves were playing a role, creating a strange scene that was like a dream. When Xianxia was temporarily resting, he once landed on an island and picked several beautiful fruits that were translucent and sparkling. A single bite was juicy, but it was sour and painful. He was glad that he had foresight. He had filled the giant superstorage ring with all kinds of fruits in advance. If he was the only one eating it, there shouldn't be any problem eating it for 3 to 5 years. Kacha. A large watermelon was cut in half. Xianxia ate half of it himself and threw the other half to Little Sparrow. Sweet watermelons had become a luxury. Probably only Xianxia had time to store fruits when everyone else was focused on fleeing for their lives. Even if others had enough time, they would still use it to store food and meat. Fruits like Xianxia were really rare. Big Snake, haven't you arrived yet? Xianxia threw down the melon peel and licked his lips with satisfaction. It has been more than half a month since we flew. Where is the world exterminating divine lightning? He said. The entire southern domain stretched for tens of millions of li vertically and 30 million li horizontally. It was an incomparably large area. We should be arriving soon, the eight-eyed snake said. What do you mean? Xianxia said. Didn't you sense the existence of the divine lightning? The eight-eyed serpent said. Because I'm too high, the other world exterminating divine lightning will subconsciously conceal themselves when they sense me, causing me to lose my ability to accurately locate myself. Fortunately, I'm farther away than they are. Before they were discovered by me, I was able to determine their exact direction in advance. Xianxia rested for a while, then took time to put another 100 light speed slashes into the bright moon Haotian mirror before heading on his way. The speed of light in the mirror had already accumulated to over 500. This was a very large number. With a blade light hacking out at the full speed of light, enemies below the divine martial realm would undoubtedly die. After a short rest, he continued on his way. Perhaps the next night, or perhaps the early morning of the third day, Xianxia finally arrived at a brand new continent. Nothing, the eight-eyed serpent said. My sense of the world exterminating divine lightning has completely disappeared. It means that the divine lightning is likely to be hidden on this continental plate. How vast is the entire continent? How should I look for it? Xianxia frowned. Trying to find a world exterminating divine lightning on a continent was akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. Let Little Sparrow go, the snake said. He is born with a sixth sense for treasures that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Now that his flying speed is as fast as lightning, he should be much more efficient than you in searching. That's right. Xianxia nodded and ordered the little bird to hurry up. The little bird yawned and stood up. It shook its body and turned into a lightning eagle. With a whoosh, it disappeared into the sky. Let's find a place to wait for him. Xianxia looked down. Below was a deathly silent city. No one could be seen anymore. On the contrary, there were a large number of wild and demonic beasts walking around the wide street openly. The sequelae of losing the sun are getting more and more. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Without sunlight, the vegetation began to deplete. In the dense jungle, there was no space for plants to grow at night. They grew outside the forest in large numbers, which was actually a human-inhabited area. The chaotic development of plants at night caused large numbers of herbivores to leave the jungle, and the ferocious beasts that devoured the herbivores also followed along as they walked out of the jungle. Even demonic beasts needed to eat ordinary wild beasts to fill their stomachs, so they followed. Regardless of whether it was ordinary wild beasts or demonic beasts with higher intelligence, they had lost their sense of territory. They migrated everywhere, only following the growth path of the plants at night. For example, in this empty lost city, there were many demonic beasts and wild beasts that occupied human settlements. Xianxia sat in the lonely death city, drinking alone on the second floor of a lonely restaurant. Under the night sky, the city was magnificent because it was decorated with a large number of shining plants. However, in the once prosperous city, there were no traces of humans, giving people a sense of loneliness like the apocalypse. A demonic beast with a relatively moderate body had already climbed up the stairs to the second floor and saw Xianxia. Xianxia was full of worries as he looked out of the window in confusion. He flicked his finger gently and a stream of pure dipper chi bounced the demonic beast away. He did not kill that demonic beast. At this moment, both humans and living beings were in a precarious environment, causing Xianxia to have unprecedented sympathy for outsiders. Why are the humans here gone? Xianxia sighed in his heart. This was the southern domain. The southern domain was a relatively safe place. However, after thinking about it carefully, he understood in his heart. The royal family cherished their lives the most. When the Great Crisis arrived, all the royal families on the continent tried their best to flee towards the southern domain, while the royal families on the other continents tried their best to flee towards the Blue Tide continent. Because the Blue Tide continent had absorbed all the first-rate sects in the world, it had attracted all the royal families. As soon as the royal family left, they also took away the most elite troops. The entire official system collapsed, and there were no more soldiers protecting civilians. Even the powerful martial artists among the civilians left because they yearned for the Blue Tide continent. Without the official umbrella, humans were helpless against the invasion of demonic beasts and wild beasts, so they left one after another. However, what Xianxia couldn't figure out was what kind of huge amount of transportation could completely empty such a distant continent. It's only been 4 months, and the entire road is empty? Xianxia muttered as he lightly tapped on the table. The sound of the knock was very soft, but it came from a very far distance. It was so ear-piercing in the spacious restaurant and on the spacious streets. A skinny tiger slowly walked through the streets downstairs, looking like it was on the verge of collapse. It had already smelled Xianxia's scent, but what it smelled was not the scent of humans. Instead, it smelled an extremely powerful pressure, the scent of dragon blood. Xianxia felt pity and took out 30 gene of raw meat from his storage ring and threw it down. I can only help you here. Xianxia sighed. Seeing the tiger desperately tearing at the raw meat, his heart was filled with grief. Because of the existence of the demonic beasts, the tiger was no longer the king at the top of the food chain. Like other animals, it had become the food of the demonic beasts. At this moment, a small figure suddenly emerged from below. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked over. A 17 or 18-year-old girl dressed in tattered clothes was rushing towards the tiger with a sharpened stick. She lifted up the raw meat and turned around to flee. This piece of meat was almost the only guarantee for the tiger to survive. It chased after it desperately, but the little girl ran very fast. She should be a body-tempering realm martial artist. As the tiger chased after him, it let out a tiger's roar. It was no longer a kind of terrifying sound, but more like a pleading and a sorrowful cry. The girl took a big bite on the raw meat as she flew, her face carrying an incomparably satisfied pleasure. Her entire body was covered in dirt, and she had a dirty face, but she could not see her true appearance. This scene almost caused Xianxia's tears to fall. He turned into a gentle breeze and landed beside the girl. He snatched the raw meat and casually threw it to the tiger behind him. The tiger rushed forward and hurriedly ran away with the raw meat in its mouth. The little girl was still holding the raw meat in her hands, but her hands were empty. She looked at Xianxia firmly, her mouth shrunk, and she actually cried out. Xianxia was so distressed that his heart almost shattered. Don't cry, don't cry. Xianxia hurriedly comforted, saying, Raw meat is not delicious. I have sauce beef here and good pear wine. Upon hearing that there was sauce beef, the girl immediately stopped crying and looked at Xianxia with great anticipation. Come. Xianxia first stuffed her with a bunch of candied haws and then flew her back to the restaurant. Sugar hyacinth was the little bird's favorite food, and it was originally prepared for the little bird. The girl kept licking the sugar gourd, but she was reluctant to eat it. Xianxia took out a wet cloth and wiped her face clean. She was actually an exquisite-looking girl. Here comes the beef. Xianxia brought out 2 large plates of beef and used his astral chi to heat them up, causing them to immediately become steaming hot. The sugar gourd in the girl's hand fell onto the table with a cracking sound. After a brief moment of daze, she immediately swallowed it. Xianxia looked at her with his chin propped up. He smiled and said, "Are you the only one left? How did you survive in this empty city? You must have suffered a lot. You must have been hungry for a long time." The girl didn't answer Xianxia's question until she finished eating the beef and stroked her round belly. It turned out that humans had escaped into the underground world. The harsher the living environment became, the vast majority of humans who had no money or resources to flee and migrate chose to dig out a new place to live underground. Like rats, they lived in dark underground caves, feeding on several rhizomes that could grow without sunlight. Domestic animals were all eaten up by wild and demonic beasts. It had been almost 2 months since the humans in the underground world had eaten meat. The little girl secretly ran out. She was extremely greedy. She wanted to catch a hare to appease her greed, but she didn't expect that she would accidentally meet Xianxia, who had just landed. "Can you show me?" Xianxia asked. He followed the girl around and into a cave. He walked down the cave until he reached a depth of more than 300 meters. Finally, his eyes brightened up. It was a human world built on a deep underground river. From a glance, there was no end to it. The structure of the entire underground world was extremely simple. It was an infinitely long tunnel. Countless holes similar to mouse holes had been dug on both sides of the wall. Humans lived in these holes, large and small. It could be seen that time was running out, and the underground world that was dug out was very new. The humid smell was extremely dense. The girl told Xianxia that every once in a while, the young and middle-aged men in the city would sneak back to the upper city in groups to retrieve some of the apps. However, basically every time someone would die under the demonic beast's claws. Xianxia just happened to see someone carving up the necessities of life on an empty plot of land. They were distributing the necessities according to the quota. And the things that were distributed were not treasures. They were all ordinary pots and pans. Even these simple necessities of life had become incomparably precious, even more expensive than gold. "We are already opening the kiln," the girl said proudly. "It won't be long before we can refire pottery and porcelain." Through the scene in front of him, Xianxia gained a general understanding of the current situation of human life on this continent and even on other continents. From the Dark Age onwards, humans began to evolve from bottom-level creatures to underground creatures. In the long run, human hearing will become more and more developed, and the eyes will slowly deteriorate. Xianxia wanted to help them, but he didn't know where to start. Even if he took out all his food reserves, it would not be enough for the people in this city to eat. There were even many people who could not even distribute a meal. "When can we see the sun again?" The elders said that the heavens were angry, so they hid the sun. The girl looked at Xianxia with her big shining eyes. She knew that Xianxia was very powerful, so she must know a lot. She looked at Xianxia with great anticipation. These people were innocent. Without their knowledge, they had been invaded and slaughtered by alien warriors, and they had suffered an unprecedented calamity in hundreds of thousands of years. Facing the expectant look in the girl's eyes, Xianxia felt his nose turn sour. He forced a smile and said to the girl, "Don't worry, it won't be long. I assure you that the sun will rise as usual in the future." "Really?" The girl became excited. Xianxia nodded seriously. "Really? I bet my dignity and life." After leaving the underground world, Xianxia raised his head and looked at the night sky. Then he rose from the ground and flew into the sky. He flew higher and higher through the clouds and continued to fly upwards. The temperature became colder and colder, and the air became thinner. He was still flying, heading towards the vast ocean of the universe. Finally, Xianxia was intercepted by a thin layer of light in the sky. "This is the light-drawing array, right?" Xianxia stroked the film and opened his lightning photoelectric eye, carefully observing it for a while. This membrane enveloped the entire world. It was made up of 99 formations of unprecedented scale. The formation eyes of each formation were created by heavenly tribulation realm martial artists and cultivators. To break through this formation, it was as Feng Xian had said. Shattering the formation eye was fine, but to break through the formation eye, one had to possess even greater strength. At the very least, Xianxia had to be in the heavenly tribulation realm. Xianxia had never been so eager for a cultivation realm as he was now. Even if he wanted to avenge Xian Qingzhu, he had never been so eager. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the vast black earth. In his heart, he swore that I, Xianxia, will return the sunshine to you all in my lifetime. Right at this moment, a rapid streak of light shot out. The streak of light turned into a 30 centimeters tall child with a bare butt and stood on Xianxia's shoulder. Did you find it? Xianxia asked curiously. He had thought that little sparrow would not return until at least 3 to 5 months later, but he didn't expect that he would return overnight. What did you find? The little bird scratched its head. Xianxia was so angry that he said, "Little bastard, I told you to look for the world-exterminating divine lightning, but you actually forgot your mission. Do you think I'm asking you to go sightseeing?" Little sparrow scratched his head again. This was his favorite thing to do after his transformation. In the past, his head was itchy and he could only rub against the hard spot. Now that he had both hands, he enjoyed using 10 fingers to scratch his head easily. He said, "Divine lightning, I found it. It's extinct. My God, did you really find it?" Xianxia was overjoyed and said, "Take me there quickly. Sugar gourd, precious stones." Little sparrow said. Xianxia helplessly took out a string of sugar gourds and a large piece of ruby and stuffed it into the little bird's hand. He held the sugar gourd in his left hand and the gem in his right, licking it fiercely. "Reverse bastard," Xianxia scolded. Little sparrow turned around and played with the gem with his right hand, licking the sugar gourd in his left hand fiercely. "Quickly tell me, where is the world-devastating divine lightning?" Xianxia couldn't wait any longer and urged. "Sleep for a while," Little Sparrow said. "Wait until I catch the world-exterminating divine lightning. Then you can sleep. Hurry up." Xianxia slapped the little bird's butt. The little bird pointed at an area below and said, "Divine lightning, where's world extermination?" "It's me. Who else can understand what you're saying?" Xianxia shook his head and immediately flew towards the area designated by Little Sparrow. It was an ancient forest. The trees were incredibly tall. Standing on the ground and looking at the treetops, one could only see that the top of the trees had disappeared from the clouds. "Right here. I can feel it." Xianxia didn't dare to alarm the snake and directly landed in the jungle instead of flying in the sky. There weren't many demonic beasts here anymore. Very few demonic beasts would fly around in the air. If Xianxia also flew, it would be very easy for him to be exposed. When he locked onto the north, he could feel a faint power of thunder and lightning, indicating that he was already very close to the world-exterminating divine lightning. "Be careful," the serpent said. "This divine lightning's intelligence is already very civilized. Since it knows how to hide itself, it must know how to escape." The moon was sparse and the forest floor was dark. Xianxia quietly flew close to the ground. He avoided the dense vegetation and tried his best not to make any noise. Gradually, the power of thunder and lightning grew denser and denser. Xianxia knew that he was no more than 200 meters away from the world-slaying divine lightning. He recuperated for a while, suppressing his beating heart. He opened his lightning-like eyes and whispered, "What sort of ranking is it?" The serpent directly transmitted its voice to Xianxia's heart and said, "It's hard to say. The divine lightning I've seen before is similar to the divine lightning you've seen before. There are many things I can't figure out." The eight-eyed heaven-swallowing python was too high level. Wherever it passed, divine lightning dodged him far away. Moreover, he had no need for other types of divine lightning. He never chased after it, resulting in very few divine lightning he had seen before. "You have to be careful," the serpent warned again. "Although I don't know what kind of divine lightning it is, it must be in the top 10. The lightning fluctuations of this world-exterminating divine lightning are unusual. I have a very strange feeling." I can't explain it clearly. Xianxia nodded and continued to quietly touch it. His lightning gaze had already seen the location of the divine lightning, but the vegetation was too dense, and his true vision was obscured by the leaves and bushes. Only when he was only 20 meters away from the world-exterminating divine lightning did he see the true appearance of the divine lightning through the cracks in the leaves. It was a dark blue ball of lightning. Its color was so dark that it was almost black. There was a dark blue glow on its surface. It was a mysterious heresy. 2 methods. The big snake said in Xianxia's heart. Either directly pounce over, or use your 9 transformations of thunder to directly suck it over. Thunder-shocking 9 transformations won't do. Xianxia shook his head. This technique is not instantaneous. When I circulate it, it will be able to sense the fluctuations of my astral qi. With that, Xianxia decisively pounced towards the blue-black divine lightning. 20 meters was a non-existent distance for Xianxia. He turned into an afterimage and shot straight at the divine lightning. However, the divine lightning was extremely vigilant. Before Xianxia arrived, it actually turned into a black-blue light that pierced through the horizon with a whoosh. So fast. Xianxia's heart sank. That world devastator god Lei Feng flew so fast. It actually disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only a long, faint, black-blue trajectory was left in the night sky and quickly dissipated. Chase! Quickly chase! The serpent roared. Before he could say anything, Xianxia had already chased after him. He had once used his speed to the limit, but he still couldn't catch up to the world-exterminating divine lightning. Instead, the intensity of the 2 sides became more and more intense. Without the support of the acceleration array, Xianxia gritted his teeth and directly used half-speed of light to advance. His body suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning. Following the explosion of thunder in the night sky, Xianxia flew out with a whoosh. However, when he stopped, he discovered that the world-exterminating divine lightning had disappeared without a trace. Half-light speed is too fast. He could advance 300,000 li every second. Xianxia had already sprinted as fast as he could, to the point of 1/10 of a second. However, a tiny error of 1/10 of a second would cause a distance gap of 30,000 kilometers. Shit! It's over. Xianxia slapped his forehead, wishing he could slap himself twice. In the back. Hurry up. 18,000 miles to the left. The serpent roared. It's escaping. The power of thunder and lightning has become active. I can locate it. Hurry up and go. Xianxia immediately turned around and chased after the world-exterminating divine lightning. The world-exterminating divine lightning didn't know that Xianxia had already surpassed him. It was still heading in the same direction. As a result, under the night sky, Xianxia and divine lightning came face to face. The divine lightning trembled abruptly and immediately turned around to flee in another direction. The air it passed through was filled with a faint trajectory, like a black-blue, nearly translucent airflow. Without using the speed of half-light, Xianxia had already increased his dipper qi to its limit. His entire body was shrouded in a dazzling light as he rapidly chased after the divine lightning, but he was still constantly being pulled apart by the divine lightning. Shape transformation! Xianxia roared, his eyes fixed on the location of the divine lightning. His entire body instantly disappeared, and he instantly appeared next to the divine lightning. Immediately after, he suddenly grabbed onto the divine lightning. However, the divine lightning was still flying. After Xianxia disappeared and appeared, he reached out to grab it. The divine lightning was still moving forward, and it just escaped Xianxia's grasp. Xianxia was helpless and continued to fly wildly. The divine lightning was extremely cunning. At first, it was still flying at high altitudes. When it discovered that it could not shake off Xianxia in a short period of time, it lowered its altitude and flew back and forth among the towering mountains amidst the forest of giant trees. This divine lightning's flight style was extremely dexterous. It was actually able to draw Z-shaped trajectories back and forth. However, Xianxia was unable to do this. In his hyperspeed flight, his inertia was indescribably large. It was almost impossible for him to make an instant turn. Every turn could only draw a long arc. He continuously smashed into the mountain peaks, smashing them into pieces, smashing the trees into pieces. Every time he smashed into them, his speed would be slowed down a little in the blink of an eye. The distance between the two sides was getting farther and farther. "This won't work," Xianxia said angrily. "After a while, it will completely shake me off. Release the bandage. I'll lend you some strength," the eight-eyed snake said hurriedly. Xianxia hesitated. The eight-eyed serpent said angrily, "Look at this terrible world. Where the hell can I escape to? If you're worried, just use the phaseless tribulation finger to kill me." Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll trust you once." With that, he immediately removed the bandage from his left arm. The eight-eyed snake's tattoo suddenly appeared. The entire serpent-shaped tattoo suddenly began to emit dazzling lightning. These lightning bolts surged towards Xianxia's body. At that moment, Xianxia's speed rapidly increased by an entire level. This kind of power! Xianxia looked at the rapidly retreating scenery in front of him in disbelief. His heart filled with ecstasy. Although the eight-eyed snake had only just recovered to the fortune realm, he was a divine lightning. His lightning power could be absorbed directly by Xianxia and converted into strength. Boom! Behind Xianxia, the aura exploded. The terrifying explosion pushed Xianxia to an extremely astonishing speed, even surpassing the black and blue divine lightning. It was getting closer and closer. However, the divine lightning was also violent. It suddenly trembled, and dense lightning arcs sprayed out from its entire body. Those lightning arcs spread out 10 meters away from its body surface, forming a 10-meter-long black and blue ball lightning net. The speed of the divine lightning had also increased. Xianxia and it maintained the speed they almost wanted to wait for. The two sides could neither distance themselves nor shake off each other. The divine lightning was still flying back and forth among the mountains. Xianxia drew out his huge saber. Once he encountered a mountain peak, the giant saber would slash horizontally, cutting open the entire mountain. "You're destroying nature," the eight-eyed snake said in a deep voice. "I can't care less about that," Xianxia shouted. "In order for the sun to see the sun again, it is necessary to make some sacrifices." The big snake didn't say anything else. It also understood this logic. In the sky right in front of him, an incomparably large demonic beast suddenly rose into the sky. The demonic beast spread its wings and was 1,000 meters long. Its realm was actually around the 5th level of Heaven's Scryer. Such a level of demonic beast was extremely rare in the entire southern domain. Apart from the demonic beast continent, it was almost impossible to see such a level of demonic beast. And that demonic beast actually had streaks of lightning on its body. It was actually a rare demonic beast with lightning veins. This demonic beast was obviously attracted by the powerful lightning fluctuations on the world exterminating divine lightning. The demonic beast covered the sky and soared into the sky, pouncing towards the world devastating divine lightning. The world exterminating divine lightning actually didn't dodge and directly collided with him. With a loud explosion, the enormous flying demonic beast was knocked into countless scattered black spots. It was like using a hammer to shatter a piece of glass. It actually shattered. A fleshly creature could be crushed. The strange thing was that the countless fragments of the demonic beast were translucent and fell down like glass. This scene made Xianxia feel unimaginable. He had never seen such a peculiar scene before. However, the impact of the divine lightning on the demonic beast also slowed down his movements greatly, allowing Xianxia to catch up in an instant. "I got it!" Xianxia was overjoyed and grabbed the world exterminating divine lightning. Right at this moment, the world exterminating divine lightning suddenly exploded. Immediately after, an inconceivable scene appeared. The space was shattered by the world exterminating divine lightning. A black spatial rift appeared. The world exterminating divine lightning rushed into the crack with a whoosh, disappearing. Xianxia suddenly stopped and said in shock, It entered the void world?" The spatial rift lasted for a very short period of time and was healing at a visible rate. It would close again in less than 3 seconds. The serpent said, "Quickly chase after him. That is not a crack leading to the void, but a spatial passageway. Quickly chase after him." Xianxia didn't have time to think about the meaning behind Big Snake's words, so he gritted his teeth and crashed into it. However, the next second, the world in front of him suddenly turned into a world of ice and snow. In the air, there was a faint black and blue mark that was rapidly disappearing. Damn it! Am I in the northern domain? Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly continued to chase after the trajectory. After the world exterminating divine lightning crashed into space once, it seemed to have consumed quite a bit of strength, and its flying speed was slightly slower by half a beat. When Xianxia was about to catch up, the world exterminating divine lightning smashed into space and disappeared from the horizon. Too heaven-defying. Xianxia gritted his teeth and rushed in ferociously. The scenery in front of him flashed again, and a large, mushroom-like towering tree appeared between heaven and earth. Shi Jiang! Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. In such a short period of time, he had actually followed the world exterminating divine lightning from the southern domain to the northern domain and back to the western region. "We must catch it." The eight-eyed serpent was excited and said, "It is a void divine lightning. It is the 9th ranked divine lightning on the divine lightning rankings. An existence ranked 1 rank higher than the speed of light lightning. It can shatter space and teleport freely in every region. Quick! Catch it, and you won't have to rely on the teleportation array anymore." He thought that the void divine lightning was also a little tired. It only ran when Xianxia chased after it. If Xianxia did not chase after it, it would stop and rest in the distance. The world-devastating divine lightning also needs to be replenished with spiritual energy. It has smashed space several times in a row, but it has not been able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. "It is already a bit exhausted," the eight-eyed snake said. Xianxia was also out of breath. He bent down in the air, his hands on his knees, and coughed. This damn thing is too powerful. Big Snake. Cough. How many times have we teleported?" The eight-eyed serpent said. "It has already teleported 133 times, and you've been chasing it for 4 days and 4 nights. 133 spatial jumps." Xianxia let out a long sigh, his face still a little pale. He could feel that the more than 100 spatial jumps he had made with the void divine lightning had been continuously flashing around in the world regions of the central plains of the east, south, and west. Almost every time he teleported to a location, the distance between them was extremely far. The moon in the sky was sometimes in the southwest, sometimes in the northwest, sometimes in the west of the sky, sometimes in the east of the sky, because the entire world was too large, and it could be judged from the position of the moon in the sky that it appeared in different regions of the world. However, the void divine lightning was simply too stubborn. Xianxia had used all sorts of methods but was unable to catch it. "Damn it!" Xianxia spat and said, "Didn't the space of this world already be suppressed by the Bai clan? How could it still perform so many spatial jumps?" The eight-eyed serpent said, "The Bai clan has only stabilized the space. It's like turning water into ice. That makes the normal teleportation formation unable to break through the ice, causing the teleportation to fail. However, the void divine lightning possessed extremely powerful spatial power. Could directly shatter an already solid space. Its impact on space was far greater than that of the teleportation array, so it was able to jump through space." Xianxia said, "You know quite a lot. Didn't you always get sealed?" The eight-eyed serpent said proudly, "Do you think I've been idle all this time? To deal with humans, I've read quite a few ancient human texts. Back then, there were still many books in the Devil's Sea, but later on." Xianxia listened to the eight-eyed serpent's chatter, and at the same time, he used spirit stones to replenish his spiritual energy. The void divine lightning didn't have any spirit stones, so it could only rely on its own lightning power to slowly recover. However, this speed was far inferior to absorbing spiritual energy directly. Half an hour later, Xianxia stretched his muscles and bones and said, "Almost there. I don't believe I can't catch it." Even if I drag it, I still have to drag it alive. Damn it, void divine lightning. You should surrender and be captured. After saying that, Xianxia turned into a streak of light and rushed over. When the void divine lightning saw Xianxia chase after him, it was truly enraged. It was being chased by this human again and again. Although it did not have any intelligence, anger was something that any living species was born with. The void divine lightning's body trembled, and with a crackle, it shot towards the hundreds of blue-black lightning bolts in Xianxia's direction. These blue-black lightning bolts were accompanied by extremely strong spatial power. This type of spatial lightning was extremely strange. Xianxia did not dare to forcefully receive it, nor did he dare to touch it. Instead, he immediately dodged it. However, this was the first time the void divine lightning had counterattacked Xianxia. Xianxia did not know that it could attack him, so he dodged in time. As a result, one of the hundreds of blue-black lightning bolts gently grazed onto Xianxia's arm. The moment the lightning struck Xianxia suddenly saw the scene in front of him suddenly change. He discovered that he had already appeared in a vast sea. What? Xianxia was shocked. Was he teleported away? The eight-eyed snake quickly said, "Hurry! It's 1,000,000 miles northwest of you. I can feel it. Hurry up and chase after it." Xianxia immediately set up an acceleration array on the ground. While the eight-eyed serpent continued, "Its lightning has a spatial ability. Once it hits you, it can randomly teleport you to a certain landing point. The stronger the lightning that hits you, the farther away you will be teleported. Furthermore, you will not be directed. You must not be struck again." After Xianxia finished setting up the acceleration array, he immediately stood up and turned into a thunderclap towards the northwest. Full speed of light, 600,000 li a second. However, he only dared to use it for a second. Without the protection of the subsequent acceleration array, if he continued to use the speed of light, his body would not be able to withstand it. Immediately, he could only continue to move at half the speed of light. 2 seconds later, he chased after another 600,000 kilometers. At the speed of half light for 2 seconds, even if Xianxia had a 3-part dragon body, he would not be able to withstand it. His entire body had already burned with raging flames, and the skin on his body had completely disappeared under the friction of the ultra-high speed. He had turned into a bloody man. "It's getting closer." Xianxia ignored the pain and used the 9 Purities Cosmos technique to recover from his injuries while flying wildly. Fortunately, the half-speed of light was short enough. His skin had only been worn off, and his injuries weren't too severe. He had recovered in just a few minutes. At this moment, he was already very close to the void divine lightning, and he accidentally discovered that the void divine lightning hadn't escaped immediately after teleporting him away. "It's exhausted," the eight-eyed snake quickly said. "Don't wait for it to recover. Now is the best time to catch it." Xianxia returned to the vicinity of the void divine lightning. The void divine lightning struck Xianxia with another streak of blue-black lightning without saying a word. This time, Xianxia had learned a lesson and was prepared beforehand. He barely managed to dodge that lightning bolt that was extremely fast. "This won't work." Xianxia dodged the bolts of lightning from the void divine lightning and panted, "I can't get close to it, nor can I hurt it. I can only waste my time with it." "Freeze it. Hurry up and make the lightning talisman," the big snake said. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly switched the black ice thunder's finger power and formed a seal with both of his hands. He spat out a huge ice bolt of lightning at the void divine thunder. The world-devastating divine lightning was not afraid of the cold, but the Hanbing lightning's own attributes were also thunder and lightning, allowing it to act on the void divine lightning. After the void divine lightning was frozen, it was still shaking with difficulty, throwing off large chunks of ice from its body. Xianxia bit his index finger and used his jade scale finger to write the lightning talisman mark on his right arm. "Why didn't you let me use this move earlier?" Xianxia said when he saw the effects of the profound ice bomb. The eight-eyed serpent said, "Using it earlier is also a waste of effort. Only when it is weak can your low-level profound ice bomb affect it. No matter what, seal it first, and then find a way to absorb it. When Xianxia was writing the lightning talisman on his right arm, he was still continuously casting his lightning bolts, spitting out icy thunderballs at the divine lightning bolts in the void. Every time the void divine lightning was about to throw off the ice cubes on its body, a new bolt of lightning would spray out and envelop it. With this, Xianxia's thunder talisman on his right arm was finally completed. Damn it! Let's see where you can escape to this time. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a bright light as he rushed towards the void divine lightning. At this moment, a large amount of aura fluctuations suddenly appeared in the air. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! A large number of martial arts experts flew over. They must have sensed the unusual lightning fluctuations of the void divine lightning and were attracted to it. There was no need to even guess. The person who came was definitely an otherworldly martial artist or a disciple of the heavenly profound sect. Outside the boundless southern domain, there were so many martial artists at once. Who else could they be? Hurry up! Don't hesitate, the eight-eyed snake hurriedly urged. Xianxia rushed forward and directly used his right arm to hit the void divine lightning. At this moment, the lightning talisman on his right arm immediately shone with intense light and sealed the void divine lightning on his arm. The void divine lightning also formed a large tattoo on Xianxia's arm. The overall shape of the tattoo was a right-angled crack pattern, blue-black. At first glance, it looked like half of the figure was formed from hundreds of incomplete squares, giving off an incomparably mysterious feeling. At this moment, the martial artists flying in from afar also arrived in front of them. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He was only 2 seconds away. If it was 2 seconds later, the scene of him sealing the world exterminating divine lightning would be seen by the otherworldly martial cultivator. Who is it? A group of people looked down at Xianxia in the sky. There were a total of 50 of these people, and each of them was a good fortune realm expert. Those with the highest realm were at the 8th level of good fortune, while those with the lowest realm were at the 4th level of good fortune. It seemed that after the alien realm martial artists sensed the abnormal lightning fluctuations, they didn't dare to underestimate them and directly sent over many fortune realm experts. What a huge sum of money! Xianxia panted and narrowed his eyes. It was probably only in that high-yielding place of the other world that he was willing to send out so many fortune realm martial artists in one go. The good fortune realm 8th layer martial artist stood out and looked at Xianxia hesitantly. Are you Xianxia? He muttered. You know me? Xianxia's expression turned cold. The crowd immediately became restless. Everyone whispered something in their ears. The good fortune 8th layer martial artist laughed loudly. Of course I know. The profound sky sect hated you to the bone. And I heard that you defeated the dignified by clans by Wudao. Your name is very popular among us. We have seen most of your portraits. Xianxia sneered. Looks like I'm quite famous in your alternate world. The man nodded and said, however, your world is a different world to us. Originally, we were just here to take a look, but we didn't expect to encounter the famous Xianxia. This is truly our good fortune. Haha. If we can kill you today, our status in the Bai clan will definitely rise. Those who can't even be dealt with by Wudao will fall into our hands. Ha 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 ha. The martial artists all laughed loudly. They all looked very excited and couldn't wait to take down Xianxia. This is my world. A group of martial artists from another world are so arrogant and laughing wildly in my world. Looks like you guys are really used to being arrogant. Xianxia raised his right hand, and the giant saber immediately flew into his hand, trembling with a buzzing sound. The good fortune 8th layer martial artist smiled and said, I heard that you are the strongest expert of your age in your world. Haha. The strength of the martial artists in your world really impresses us. They are all incredibly weak. I'm afraid that you, the so-called number 1 expert of your age, are just 3-legged cats. Brothers, go. Capture this brat alive. Xianxia noticed that the man was referring to brothers, not martial brothers. This meant that these martial artists should not be from other sections. It was very likely that they were members of the dark forces of the other world. Facts proved that Xianxia's conjecture was correct. The cultivation methods and martial skills used by these people were not uniform. It could be said that they were all different and had everything. However, their average strength was indeed much higher than the 10 people that Xianxia had encountered in the demonic beast continent. Facing the siege of 50 people, Xianxia immediately drew his saber and rushed into the crowd. The 50-plus people also pulled out their formation and surrounded Xianxia as much as possible. Then, violent fluctuations of astral qi spread out on the spot. Heart's eye. Xianxia immediately closed his eyes and used them to sense their actions. An otherworldly martial cultivator flew higher into the air. He raised both of his hands high up, and the dipper qi in his body surged like a tide. An imposing and magnificent martial skill was about to be released. Flower-picking finger. Xianxia abruptly turned around and waved his hand. He picked a flower finger and stabbed it into the martial artist's chest. This finger made a small dent in the martial artist's chest and temporarily blocked his meridians for a second. It was this second that caused the martial skill that the martial artist was about to release to collapse. The flower-picking finger was a finger technique that could ignore distance and directly affect the enemy. However, the destructive power of this finger technique was extremely limited. This was its greatest limitation, so Xianxia rarely used it. However, although the flower-picking finger was unable to pierce through the enemy's defenses, it was still possible to poke a small dent. This was enough to turn the flower-picking finger into an acupoint technique, because it ignored the characteristics of distance and was like adding wings to a tiger to Xianxia. I can't hurt anyone, but I can block your martial skill. You, the martial artist, looked at Xianxia in horror. He was unwilling to accept it. He raised his hands high and shouted, "Protect me! Let me punish him with heavenly punishment." The best protection was to attack. All the other martial artists rushed towards Xianxia, their saber radiance and sword radiance innumerable. Xianxia used his momentum to predict their actions in the next moment and read out their intentions with rhyme. Xianxia waved his saber in the crowd. The saber's shadow flickered and lit up the night sky. All of the martial artists' heads flew into the sky, blood spraying out into the sky. Xianxia also swung his hand and pointed at the cultivator who was condensing a great martial skill at the 8th level of good fortune. This flower-picking finger instantly disintegrated the martial skill of that martial artist. The rest of the martial artists were dead and wounded, but they were still persisting. In close combat with Xianxia, they would always take a few steps back in an attempt to launch an attack with their martial skills. As for Xianxia, he continuously released his flower-picking finger. Flower-picking finger. Yes. 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 Again. Otherworldly martial artists were shocked. They had never encountered a battle like this before. More than 50 experts from other worlds surrounded Xianxia, but none of them could release a complete martial skill. They couldn't release it, but Xianxia could. Azure Dragon going to sea. Xianxia charged forward and charged into the crowd with the flames and lightning, instantly knocking a dozen people away. Finally, he pulled out his saber and slashed into the sky, killing 5 people with one slash. Raptor wagging tail. A dragon roar echoed in the sky, and a large crescent blade radiance sliced out. The few people in close range immediately condensed their astral qi shields, but their astral qi was not as strong as Xianxia's. Their cultivation bases were far inferior to Xianxia's, and their physical qualities could not be compared to Xianxia's. With this saber strike, another 7 people were killed in a row. Condensed astral qi shields were divided into 2 types. The first type was purely condensed. It was to use astral qi to transform into a shield and intercept it in front of him. The other was to appear in the form of a martial skill, just like Xianxia's Dragon Spirit Steel. This type of shield was a martial skill, and its defensive effect was much stronger than a pure astral qi shield. At the scene, more than a dozen people immediately began to gather their martial skill shields. Xianxia held the knife in his right hand and pointed at the dozen people with his left hand. Picking his flower fingers, he disintegrated all the martial skill shields that they were about to release. What the hell? What the hell? This brat is abnormal. Run! The remaining 20 or so martial artists immediately fled decisively when they saw that something was wrong. They were truly frightened. Their faces were as pale as paper. They had never encountered such an experience before. In the past, what every martial artist paid the most attention to was that their martial skills weren't powerful, so they had to learn higher-grade martial skills to deal with their enemies. However, no one expected that one day, no matter how powerful their martial skills were, they would not be able to release them. You've killed so many people in my world. Do you want to leave now? Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he threw out his 10 fingers at the same time. Heaven-shaking ring. The 10 flame heaven-shaking rings ferociously shot towards the escaping alien realm martial artists. Clang! The first martial artist immediately condensed his martial skill shield and released the heaven-shaking ring, and let out a dull crash. Xianxia was shocked. This heaven-shaking ring was a beginner profound grade martial skill. It was actually able to be blocked by the enemy's defense. Were the martial skills of other worlds generally of such a high level, or were these people the only exceptions? If all of their martial skills could reach the heaven rank or even the beginner profound rank, then the martial artists in their own world would simply be unable to withstand a single blow. Clang, 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 clang. The 10 heaven-shaking rings that shot back and forth on the bodies of many otherworldly martial artists were all blocked by their martial skill-type shields. However, fighting was not the same as not being injured at all. Those martial artists were still heaven-shaking rings, and they vomited blood from the collision, seriously wounding each and every one of them. From the looks of it, their martial skill-type defense should be in the high-grade heavenly stage. Xianxia nodded. Defensive martial skills were extremely rare and precious. Xianxia had only learned a dragon spirit steel during his adventure to this day. However, even though the otherworldly martial artists were very powerful against Xianxia, even if they were to face him, they would be in for a bloody misfortune. As the heaven-shaking ring continued to eject, Xianxia waved his hand and pointed out a dozen flowers. Flower-picking finger ignored the enemy's defensive aura and directly acted on the surface of their bodies, blocking the flow of aura in their meridians for an instant. Even at this moment, their dipper chi shields disappeared. The heaven-shaking ring rushed in and smashed into the bodies of the martial artists, smashing them into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The air finally calmed down. Looking at the blood energy in the sky, Xianxia took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "The evil done must always be repaid." The eight-eyed serpent said, "These people's cultivation techniques and martial skills are all very high. They are beyond the reach of your world's martial artists. No wonder you were beaten so badly. Needless to say, even if it was the soaring dragon sect tens of thousands of years ago, its most precious treasure was only a profound grade heaven-shaking sword. However, the preservation of martial techniques and techniques by alien realm martial artists was intact and frightening." "All right." Suddenly, a good voice came from the air. "Who is it?" Xianxia hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice, but he didn't see anything. Immediately after, 3 good sounds entered Xianxia's ears. Xianxia was inexplicably surprised. He hurriedly wiped his eyes with both hands, and streaks of lightning flashed through his pupils. At this moment, he was surprised to see a coppage figure standing only 50 meters away in the air. That figure was completely transparent, and it was equivalent to stealth between heaven and earth. However, that person's aura made Xianxia feel despair. Divine Martial Realm, 5th level. Shit! Before Xianxia could even think about it, he immediately turned around and was about to flee in the opposite direction. "Run? Haha! Can you escape?" The old voice smiled slightly. Then, a strange suppressive force immediately suppressed Xianxia. The suppressive force came from all directions, from top to bottom, from left to right, from front to back. At the same time, it pushed Xianxia, making him unable to move. "Thunder escape!" Xianxia roared as he attempted to escape from the suppressive force. "In front of a divine martial realm cultivator like me, you want to use an escape technique to escape? Little friend, you are too ignorant of the heavens and earth." As the old voice spoke, it suddenly shouted, 5 elements confinement. In that instant, all 5 elements of wind, wood, water, fire, and earth within a radius of 100 kilometers around Xianxia's body were emptied. Thunder was also one of the 5 elements. It was a mutation of the 5 elements. When all 5 elements disappeared, the escape technique naturally lost its prerequisite for success. This was the first time Xianxia had encountered a situation where the lightning escape had failed. Xianxia was shocked, and he immediately used it to escape into the void. His entire body turned invisible, truly disappearing. The old man slowly appeared and asked curiously, "This kind of escape technique is unprecedented. It actually does not require the support of the 5 elements. However, how far can you escape?" As expected, Xianxia couldn't escape. Normally, after escaping into the void, he would use the speed of sublight to escape. However, this time, because the 5 elements were not present, the speed of sublight could not be released at all. A spatial domain without 5 elements was very similar to the void world. The only difference was that there was no concept of time or space in the void. As a result, all of Xianxia's evasion techniques could not be used, but entering the void was a type of spatial evasion technique. This was also the reason why he was able to use it here. However, there was only 1 second left before he could escape into the void. If he could not escape at the speed of sublight within a second, it would be akin to a chicken rib. Sure enough, a second later, Xianxia was flying rapidly into the distance. He could only use the method of flight to escape from the old man's range. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "Little boy, magical methods have emerged one after another. Indeed, they are wonders." Then, Xianxia discovered something even more terrifying. He had originally thought that he would be able to escape from the 5 elements restriction within a few hundred kilometers in a second and use the speed of half-light to flee in an instant. However, in the end, the domain of the 5 elements had been following him the entire time. Always take him as the center of the circle. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. No wonder this move was called the 5 elements imprisonment. The old man directly locked onto his body. "Can you escape?" The old man smiled faintly. A powerful suction force sucked Xianxia back into his hand. Shape transformation. Xianxia looked at the distant mountains and used shadow transformation. This was also a spatial movement technique. As long as one could see it with their eyes, they could teleport over. However, the distance visible to the naked eye was limited. The sky was infinite, but there was no target in the air as a reference. The earth was limited, but his vision was obstructed by the boundless night and the mountains and forests. This time, Xianxia had only teleported a few hundreds of kilometers was a completely negligible distance for a divine martial stage martial artist. Unless the speed of light moved, Xianxia would not be able to escape from the old man's palm. The old man waved his hand and sucked Xianxia back. "Give up." The old man chuckled and said, "You are a good fortune 5th layer martial artist. If you want to escape from a divine martial 5th layer cultivator, isn't that the same as an arcane fantasy? In terms of escape methods, we cultivators are more proficient than you martial artists." Xianxia was really anxious. If it wasn't for the lack of time, he would have been able to directly jump through space and escape from the old man's palm after absorbing the void divine lightning. At this time, the old man looked at Xianxia, stroked his beard and smiled, and nodded repeatedly. "Not bad. Not bad. Indeed not bad." With that, the old man shook his hand and released a cage, trapping Xianxia inside. Immediately after, he dragged the cage with his dipper chi and flew into the distance. Xianxia secretly sighed and thought to himself, "This time, I really lost." He didn't know what kind of qualities this old monster valued about him and insisted on taking him away. If he saw his divine talent, then it would really be terrible. However, divine grade talent was extremely difficult to discern. Even the Huangpu King had not seen through Xianxia's talent level. Or could it be that the old man had seen the divine lightning power in his body? This possibility isn't very high either. The big snake and the void are sealed up, so it's hard to detect it. As for the white flame blazing lightning and the mystic ice frost lightning, they were sleeping in their own spiritual seas. As long as they didn't summon them, the 2 types of divine lightning would merge with the spiritual seas. It would be very difficult for others to see through them. Then why did this old monster want to capture him? Could it be that he wanted to hand him over to the Bai clan? Or the profound sky sect? Xianxia was puzzled, but he couldn't escape. The old man was extremely cautious. He knew that Xianxia had many methods, so he had used the 5 elements imprisonment to lock onto Xianxia from beginning to end, never letting go of it. It wasn't until the air became colder that Xianxia realized that he was in the northern domain. The old man dragged Xianxia across the vast snowy plains before heading into a snowy mountain. There was a cave in the snow mountain, but the cave was very warm. The cave was hollowed out, making it look like a palace. The palace looked very new, and the items used were complete. Apart from daily necessities, there were also a large number of things related to the profound Tao. The most basic thing was the pill furnace. Old man, are there any misunderstandings between us? Xianxia sat in the cage and did not reveal his panic. Just now, when Xianxia killed those otherworldly martial cultivators, this old man had stamped on the side to observe and didn't help. Perhaps he wasn't from the Bai clan. If that was the case, perhaps he could find a way to persuade him to let him leave. The old man ignored Xianxia and quickly walked to the bookshelf. He picked up an ancient book and read it. As he read, he nodded silently. Afterwards, he quickly walked over and stretched his hand through the crack in the cage. He grabbed Xianxia's wrist and took his pulse. The old man felt Xianxia's pulse and his expression became more and more exciting. His eyes flashed with greed, and he said, "Good, good, good." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat when he saw the old man. "Old man, why did you capture me? Could it be that you want to avenge those martial artists from other worlds?" The old man finally opened his mouth and coldly snorted. "What right do those trash have for me to take revenge? Even if 10,000 of them die, I won't feel sorry for them." Xianxia continued to ask, but the old man no longer answered any of Xianxia's questions. He was just in front of his desk, constantly fiddling with some medicine bottles and the spirit herbs stored in the brocade boxes. When Xianxia saw those spirit herbs, he was incomparably shocked. Those spirit herbs were all above the 6th grade. The tallest one had actually reached the 7th grade. Those things must have been brought by the old man from another world. In his own world, there was absolutely no such high-grade spirit herb. Just as he was busy with his work, a burst of extremely intense fluctuations of Dipper Chi suddenly came from outside the door. Bai Wudao. As soon as Xianxia sensed this fluctuation of Dipper Chi, he immediately determined that it was Bai Wudao, whom he was familiar with, and this Bai Wudao had actually reached the 6th level of fortune. What happened? Why did his cultivation level rise so quickly? The old man's behavior made Xianxia even more confused. The old man's expression was slightly panicked. He casually threw out a cloak and used it to envelop Xianxia's cage, turning it completely transparent. He thought that Xianxia's aura and aura fluctuations could not leak out of the cage because of the 5 elements confinement, which meant that Xianxia was completely invisible. Immediately after, he heard footsteps. The footsteps came into the cave and Bai Wudao said, "Senior Mo Ling, Brat Bai Wudao has come to visit you again." The old man said, "Well, I'm afraid you're here for my 4 spirits divine pill. I said before, white tiger pill. I am determined not to give it to you." Bai Wudao smiled and said, "Don't jump to conclusions. Take a look at the treasures I brought with me." After saying that, he heard a series of tinkling sounds, like a porcelain bottle colliding with each other. Then, Bai Wudao smiled and said, "This time, I brought you 10 7th grade spirit herbs. This one is an egret herb that has grown for 100,000 years, and this one is a herb that has grown for 120,000 years. Bai Wudao gave a brief introduction and finally smiled. Although these 7th grade spirit herbs are not rare in our world, they are not easy to obtain. Apart from our Bai clan's herb garden, no one else has such a big hand. The old man said, "Grass is good grass, but you want to exchange it for my white tiger pill? Haha." Bai Wudao seemed to be running out of patience. He said, "Senior, our Bai clan has granted you permission to use the spatial passageway to plunder all resources from this plane. Furthermore, you don't need to hand them over to our Bai clan. Don't you think about this kind of friendship at all?" The old man said, "Read, why not? If I didn't read this friendship, how could I give you 5 tier 7 pills in a row, allowing your realm to advance by leaps and bounds?" Bai Wudao hurriedly said, "I don't want the tier 7 pills that mortals eat. I want the white tiger pills." "Impossible," the old man replied in a faint voice. Bai Wudao said, "Senior, although you have already refined the white tiger pill, vermilion bird pill, and black tortoise pill, if you cannot cultivate the azure dragon pill, then you will never be able to gather the 4 spirits divine pill, let alone the 4 spirits physique. That azure dragon's blood is something that doesn't exist anymore. How many years have you been searching for in our world? You want to find the azure dragon blood just because of this small plane? That's absolutely impossible." The old man said, "So what if I can't find it? Am I going to give the white tiger divine pill to you?" Bai Wudao said, "If you can't cultivate into a 4-spirit body and only consume the other 3 pills, it will only increase your martial cultivation. But you are a cultivator. You are not a martial artist." The old man said, "There's no need to say anything. Leave. Take away your spiritual herbs." This old man doesn't like it. Bai Wudao became anxious and shouted, "I, Bai Wudao, have never lost. If I can't obtain the white tiger pill, how can I defeat Xianxia? I'm ashamed. Senior, consider carefully. If you don't get the white tiger divine pill, I will definitely not let it go." With that, the sound of footsteps faded away and they left the snowy mountain range. After Bai Wudao left, the old man let out a long sigh of relief. From the looks of it, this old man was not as calm and composed as he had shown. Facing the enormous pressure of the Bai clan, the old man was also very worried. However, after hearing the conversation between the two of them, Xianxia finally had a bit of an idea in his heart. Dragon blood? Didn't he eat a dragon blood pill? Could it be that this old monster had discovered the dragon blood in his body? That's why he's here. No wonder he didn't check my talent and spiritual see just now. Instead, he just took my pulse. He could detect a person's physical condition by taking a pulse, and he could sense that there was a 3rd dragon body in Xianxia's body. With a hula, the cloak was lifted. The old man looked at Xianxia with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "You heard everything." Xianxia asked Old Man Emoling, "Senior, what exactly is that 4 spirits divine pill?" Old Man Emoling sneered and said, "Do you think that I will answer you if you ask me this question openly?" Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said, "In any case, my little good fortune 5th stage martial artist cannot escape the hands of a divine martial 5th stage martial artist like you. What are you afraid of? Furthermore, the 4 spirits divine pill is no small matter from its name. Don't you want to say it out loud and let others share the joy of this divine object as well?" Xianxia was very clear about this kind of person's mentality. Once a person who was diligently studying knowledge made a major breakthrough in discovery, he wished he could immediately inform the world and let everyone in the world know of his accomplishments. Xianxia added, "With your outstanding mystic Tao attainments, I'm afraid there won't be a second one in the world. This junior is ignorant, and I'm afraid that even if I spend my entire life, I won't be able to catch up to 1,000th of yours. Why don't you just say it and let this junior broaden my horizons?" Old Man Emoling was extremely impressed. He shook his head and said, "All right, mortals like you still have some respect for a legendary character like me. I can understand." As he spoke, Old Man Emoling explained to Xianxia, "There are 5 elements between heaven and earth. They are wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 elements make up everything in the world. Wood and water make up trees, earth and fire make up gold, and wind and water make up the heavens," he said. "There are also 5 elements in the profound Tao. These 5 elements are slightly different from the 5 elements. They are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There is no wind in them. The 4 spirits are the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. The azure dragon is wood, representing eternal life. The white tiger is gold, representing strength. The vermilion bird is fire, representing immortality, and the black tortoise is water, representing intangibility. I want to use the blood of the four spirits to cultivate the four spirits' divine pill. I can absorb it and refine it. I can communicate with the heavens and earth and obtain the eternal life of the azure dragon, the eternal life of the vermilion bird, the power of the white tiger, and the defense of the black tortoise. Xianxia said, "There is one thing that this junior doesn't quite understand. That black tortoise's defense is said to be extremely strong. But why is it water? Shouldn't it be gold or earth?" Old man Mo Ling looked at Xianxia with contempt and said, "Mortal, everyone in this world is as short-sighted as you. They think that defense is extremely hard and unbreakable. Actually, the most gentle is the strongest. Have you ever seen anyone who truly wiped out water? You used a sharp sword and a long saber to chop water. It is water. You bury it with a boulder and it seeps into the earth, and it is still water. You burn it with fire, and it rises into the sky and condenses into clouds, and gathers into rain, and falls, and it is still water." Xianxia slapped his forehead as if he was enlightened. "Yeah, what kind of defense is the strongest? It's not that my physical strength is so strong that it won't break through, but that I'm like water. No matter what you do, I'm still me." Xianxia added, "Does the white tiger divine pill that Bai Wudao yearns for want to obtain more power?" Old man Mo Ling chuckled and said, "The power of the white tiger is not the power of strength, but the power of strength. It can also be understood as the power of strength. Let me ask you, take the most basic sweeping army in your martial world as an example. You learned how to sweep 1,000 troops, and you learned how to sweep 1,000 troops with the white tiger. After that, you fought against the white tiger. Who is more powerful? Of course, the white tiger is stronger," Xianxia said without hesitation. Old man Mo Ling nodded and said, "The human body has its limits, but the white tiger does not. If you swallow the white tiger divine pill, then all the martial techniques and techniques you use will be several times stronger than others. The Bai clan's proud tyrant physique is the same. If Bai Wudao swallows the white tiger divine pill, the strength of his tyrant physique will increase by several levels." Xianxia hurriedly said, "Isn't that vermilion bird immortal like the legendary ape-eyed heaven-swallowing python? Eternal and immortal?" Old man Mo Ling thought for a moment and said, "I haven't reached that level yet. The vermilion bird's immortality is based on being reborn by bathing in fire. If there is fire, then there will be life." Xianxia said, "Since you are an expert in the profound Tao, why are you so persistent in the pursuit of these martial artists?" Old man Mo Ling stroked his beard and smiled. "Because I believe that if I can gather all of the four spirit divine pills, I might be able to fight against the lightning tribulation and completely surpass the heavenly tribulation realm." He looked at the sky outside the cave and asked, "Is there a realm above the heavenly tribulation? What kind of sky is that?" Xianxia sighed in his heart. Indeed, the big shots all thought the same thing. They were no longer willing to be mediocre. They were not limited to the size of the heavens and the earth. They always wanted to see what kind of place was outside the world. "Of course, this is just my guess." Old man Mo Ling sighed and said, "The four spirits divine pill was developed by me, but there is only one azure dragon divine pill missing. No one knows whether the four spirits divine pill will be able to escape the tribulation of lightning. But it's better now." Old man Mo Ling looked at Xianxia with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Xianxia added, "Since Bai Wudao yearns for the white tiger divine pill so much, aren't you afraid that the Bai clan will charge in and forcefully seize your pill, killing people and stealing goods?" Old man Mo Ling sneered. "Do you think they don't want to? It's just that they can't. My four-spirit divine pill can't be refined just by eating it. It requires a special refining incantation. If you don't understand this incantation, even if you eat a divine pill, it will be like eating a poison. You will undoubtedly die. All right, don't ask anymore. I want to take some of your blood." As he spoke, Old man Mo Ling pierced through Xianxia's index finger, collected some blood, and put it into a bottle. Then, he turned around and walked away. Xianxia sat cross-legged in the cage. In this space where the five elements were imprisoned, he had no way to cultivate. He could only sit there, and his eyes began to look around randomly. He wondered where the Four Spirits divine pill was hidden by this old monster. Is it possible for him to steal the Four Spirits divine pill? However, this old monster had said that he had to understand the corresponding incantation to refine a divine pill. Judging from Bai Wudao's helpless attitude towards Old Man Mo Ling, it was most likely true. Day after day passed. During this period of time, Bai Wudao came a few more times. The various powerful treasures he brought with him wanted to exchange for the White Tiger divine pill, but Old Man Mo Ling refused to accept them. If it was in the past, perhaps Old Man Mo Ling would still be tempted, but now that he had found Xiangnan, even if Bai Wudao had sent him to the entire world, Old Man Mo Ling would not have asked for it. As for Old Man Mo Ling, he wasn't too busy cultivating to raise his own cultivation realm. If he could cultivate into the Azure Dragon divine pill, he would gain immortality after eating it. He would have plenty of time to cultivate. He was not someone like Xiangnan who was eager to increase his strength. However, Old Man Mo Ling's progress in extracting dragon blood from Xiangnan's body seemed extremely difficult. In a blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Old Man Mo Ling had drawn Xiangnan's blood nearly 100 times before and after. However, every day, his brows were tightly knitted and he had never relaxed. It seemed that it was no longer a matter of slow progress, but rather, there was no progress at all. Within half a month, there had been an endless stream of people coming to look for Old Man Mo Ling's pills. They should have come from all sorts of spheres of influence in other worlds. Under normal circumstances, Old Man Mo Ling could help him as he pleased. He was alone and needed an extremely wide network of people to serve him. At the same time, he needed someone to stand up and help him at a critical moment. Whenever he gave a pill to someone else, they would always be grateful to him, but most of the time, they were secretly hoping that they could get a treasure from this old man next time. Old Man Mo Ling was very clear about this mentality of outsiders, but what he wanted was this mentality. As long as the world still begged him, he would still be alive and well, and there was no need to worry about his own safety. On this day, Old Man Mo Ling finally couldn't hold back any longer. He started to smash everything he could grab onto the ground angrily. All the bottles and jars were ruthlessly thrown onto the ground by him, turning into countless fragments. Impossible! This is impossible! Old Man Mo Ling shouted angrily. Why can't I refine it? The blood of the Azure Dragon is clearly in his body. Why can't it be refined? Xiangnan said, Senior, I think you should let me go. You can't extract pure Azure Dragon blood from my body. I once ate a dragon blood pill. The dragon blood inside was pure and perfect, but it was diluted after reaching my body. It only had 3 parts of a dragon's body. Furthermore, I didn't drink dragon blood, but refined it. In other words, I am 1/3 of the dragon race. No matter how much blood you extract from me, there is only 1/3 of the dragon blood in my blood. Nonsense! Old Man Mo Ling scolded angrily. Don't tell me I don't even understand this. I just want to extract all the dragon blood ingredients from your body and refine them into a drop of pure dragon blood. However, there is something you are right about. Old Man Mo Ling anxiously walked around and muttered to himself, Dragon blood has already become a part of your body. It has been refined into your body by your cultivation technique. Just extracting and refining is no longer enough. We have to use the methods of your martial world to dissolve your 3-part dragon body. Are you going to cripple me with a single palm? Xiangnan asked in shock. Old Man Mo Ling frowned. Discarding you? Discarding you is not equivalent to dissolving it. Discarding you is destruction. And the dissolution I want is to completely dissolve your body. I don't know much about martial arts. I wonder if there is a martial technique that can dissolve a martial artist's current body. Swallow this pill. Old Man Mo Ling couldn't help but say, and forcefully stuffed a red pill into Xiangnan's mouth. After Xiangnan swallowed it, he instantly felt pain as if his entire body was being burned by fire. He lay in the cage trembling incessantly, and his body actually started to burn with raging flames. Old Man Mo Ling was outside the cage, carefully observing Xiangnan. He didn't know what kind of pill this was, After Xianxia ate it, he spent every second in pain, every minute as long as a year. After 3 whole days and nights had passed, Xianxia finally stopped burning. As for Old Man Ling, he extracted a bit of blood from Xianxia's body and took it to study. But in the end, there was still no progress. After that, Old Man Ling jumped into the cage. He tied Xianxia up and sat behind Xianxia, placing his hands on Xianxia's back. Immediately after, a powerful aura energy surged into Xianxia's body and swiftly flowed through his 8 meridians. This aura was intended to disintegrate Xianxia's body and continuously destroy his meridians, flesh, and bones. The 3-part dragon body was very strong, but Xianxia was only a good fortune realm martial artist after all. He was simply unable to defend against the invasion of a divine martial 5th stage expert. Pooh! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, and all the flesh and blood in his body began to fester, and then purulent blood flowed out. Seeing that Xianxia was about to die, Old Man Ling panicked and hurriedly stuffed a pill into Xianxia's mouth. This pill entered his body and was incomparably refreshing. It was like a clear spring pouring into a dry land, allowing Xianxia to quickly return to his peak condition. When Old Man Ling examined Xianxia's body, he regretfully discovered that Xianxia was still a 3rd dragon. How could a cultivated technique be reversed? It was like a person chewing a grape and swallowing it. Even if he spat it out, it would still be a broken grape. How could it be complete? Old Man Ling was trapped by this difficult problem and kept walking around, thinking of all sorts of strange methods. Just like that, Old Man Ling gave Xianxia all sorts of strange pills every day, and all of them were harmful pills. Either it could weaken Xianxia's body, or it could poison him with a medicinal pill. That was all he had to do to neutralize the 3 parts of the dragon's body. Every time Xianxia struggled to the brink of death, he would quickly use healing pills to save Xianxia. Gradually, more than 3 months passed. When Old Man Ling gave Xianxia the harmful pills, Xianxia's reaction was negligible. Old Man Ling let out a long sigh and said, "Not good. I ate too many pills and developed drug resistance. I've tried my best to change the patterns for you to eat and try not to take repeated pills, but in the end, you've gradually developed an antitoxic ability." Sitting in the cage, Xianxia recalled the past 3 months. It was simply a nightmare. He had suffered all sorts of torments and suffered all sorts of hardships that no one else could dream of. However, there was a price to pay. The price was that Xianxia discovered that he was actually invulnerable to all poisons. Drug resistance was inevitable, even if it was a beneficial pill. Old Man Ling finally gave up. He sighed and said, "Looks like I can't use the profound Tao pills to deal with your martial world's physique. We have to start with martial arts." Old Man Ling threw out a strand of Dipper Chi, forming shackles on Xianxia's hands, and then he flew out of the cave with him. Outside, there were boundless snowy mountains that connected heaven and earth and could not be seen to the end. Xianxia rolled his eyes, constantly searching for a way to escape. As for the little bird, it was still sitting on Xianxia's shoulder, waving its feet happily. This fellow had never been troubled by Old Man Ling. In fact, Old Man Ling was extremely interested in the little bird. He had even fed the little bird all kinds of strange medicinal pills many times to see the results. As a result, little bird was even more powerful than Xianxia. No matter what pill this fellow consumed, he would always be able to absorb and refine it perfectly. This creature could drink the blood of a flood dragon alive and eat the world devastating divine lightning without dying. Those pills didn't harm him at all. Old Man Ling was shocked by this, and he even forcefully snatched the little bird away, treating it as his personal pet. An expert of the profound Tao had to have some rare exotic beasts by his side to strengthen his facade, and that little bird had become Old Man Ling's first choice. The heavens and earth were vast, and the sun and moon were dark. This world had been in the dark for more than half a year. Looking around, there was a deathly gray color in the distance, and there was not the slightest bit of vitality. This world was gradually dying. On this day, Old Man Ling brought Xianxia to a mysterious place. There were dozens of black towers in front of them. All of them released spatial power that covered the sky, forming an incomparably huge vortex in the sky. Countless otherworldly martial cultivators were patrolling below the vortex. There were hundreds of thousands of otherworldly soldiers guarding this place. Spatial passageway. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. This seemed to be the spatial passageway created by the profound sky sect, but it didn't seem to be the same as the long passageway created by the alien realm martial artists. Old Man Mo Ling did not fly over with Xianxian. Instead, he landed behind a mountain in the distance and stuffed a pill into Xianxian. He said, "Eat it." Xianxian had long since seen nothing strange about it. Regardless of whether he resisted or not, he had to eat it, so he obediently swallowed it. "Senior, is that a spatial passageway?" Xianxian wanted to confirm. Old Man Mo Ling said, "Yes, it's just a reverse passageway. From this passageway you can go to the alien world in your mouth. However, people from the alien world cannot come out of this passageway. Instead, they have to come out of another larger passageway." "Could it be you?" Xianxian's heart began to beat wildly. Old Man Mo Ling nodded and said, "The martial Tao in your world is too shallow. I want to take you to our world. I need to find a way to neutralize your three-part dragon body. Let me warn you, this place is full of people from the profound sky sect and other worlds. You'd better not show your footing. Otherwise, they will want to kill you the most." To another world. Xianxian's heart was beating faster and faster. He never expected that he would suddenly encounter such an opportunity. This was an idea he had never thought of before, but now that he had been caught by Old Man Mo Ling, he had gotten the wrong way to go to another world. After Old Man Mo Ling flew over with Xianxian, he was immediately surrounded by a large number of soldiers. "Oh, so it's Senior Mo Ling." When a military general saw Old Man Mo Ling, his attitude immediately became respectful. He hurriedly said, 3 years ago, the bone repair pill you gave me cured my father's chronic illness for many years. This junior has never dared to forget your great kindness." Old Man Mo Ling grunted. He had given too many pills, so he could not remember such a small person. The general was naturally grateful, but when he saw Xianxian, he had a puzzled expression on his face. "This demon race is? Demon race?" Xianxian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Old Man Mo Ling had given him the medicinal pill that allowed him to temporarily possess the aura of a demon? Old Man Mo Ling said, "This is a small demon that I captured. He is the boy who helped me guard the pill furnace." "Boy, it's not a child's intention, but a virgin's body." Xiandao believed that a person with a virgin body would not pollute the pill furnace and the medicinal pills inside if he were to take care of the pill furnace. The general was in a bit of a dilemma. Old Man Mo Ling snorted coldly. "You are not allowed to bring humans back to your hometown. Could it be that this little demon race is not good enough?" The general laughed dryly and said, "All right, since it's you, I'm more at ease. Someone, open the formation for Senior Mo Ling and send him back." Xianxian's heart beat faster and faster. The enormous formation finally started to operate. A black light shot out from the dozens of black towers and directly rushed into the maelstrom. Old Man Mo Ling brought Xianxian to stand on the diagram at the top of a black tower. Immediately after, the two of them turned into a ray of light and entered the vortex along with the enormous black beam of light. Xianxian only felt his eyes darken, and in the next moment, it suddenly lit up. He could see it again, but the sky was clear and the sun was bright. An unbelievably dense amount of spiritual energy filled the heavens and earth. "This is a different world." Xianxian stared at the sky in shock. In the distance, there were countless strange trees growing. Under the incomparably abundant spiritual qi, those trees actually possessed the ability to walk. "What's so strange about this?" Old Man Mo Ling glanced at Xianxian and said, "Trees have gained the ability to walk under the spiritual energy. They can freely go to the land they wish to grow and absorb more sunlight and spiritual energy. This is not a demon tree, it is just an ordinary tree." Xianxian looked at the sky again. The sky seemed to be endless, much higher than the sky of his own world. The earth beneath his feet was also soft and fertile, and the elemental energy of the earth was extremely strong. Xianxian sighed with emotion. Even the spiritual energy in this wilderness is more than 10 times denser than our Howran sect. Your world is indeed suitable for cultivating martial arts. No wonder so many people with exceptionally high talent and grade have emerged. Cut the crap. Follow me. Old man Mo Ling threw out a strand of Dipper Chi and flew towards the south with Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan didn't know anything about this strange world. Everything seemed so fresh. So now, could he be considered a person from another world? As long as he could think of a way to escape from old man Mo Ling's hands, there was a lot he could do. Is the Bai clan really here to cover the sky with one hand? Do they have any enemies? If so, could he join hands with the enemies of the Bai clan? Xiang Nan's heart was filled with boundless longing. However, how to escape from old man Mo Ling's claws was still a big problem that was difficult to solve. Old man Mo Ling brought Xiang Nan flying through the sky. Xiang Nan looked at the earth and discovered that there were all sorts of rare beasts on the boundless land. Our world is much larger than yours. It is estimated to be 22 times larger. Old man Mo Ling's words immediately shocked Xiang Nan to the extreme. 22 times. What the hell is that concept? Gradually, the two of them stopped on a mountain. There were buildings on the mountain and there were people guarding it. This was a teleportation array. After old man Mo Ling took out his waste token, he teleported through the teleportation array to a human settlement tens of millions of kilometers away. The human settlements in the other world opened Xiang Nan's eyes again. The buildings here towered into the clouds, and all of them were wooden buildings. They looked like towers with wind chimes hanging at each corner. There were countless species of birds flying in the sky. Some of them were incomparably large, their wings reaching 1,000 meters away, while others were tiny like flies, buzzing around Xiang Nan's ears. This is the territory of the Heavenly Sea Sect. Old man Mo Ling greeted him and brought Xiang Nan inside. Xiang Nan did not have the slightest idea of the Heavenly Sea Sect, nor did he know why old man Mo Ling had brought him here. Could it be that he wanted the experts of the other world to disband his three-part dragon body? When a disciple saw old man Mo Ling, he immediately became respectful and brought the two of them all the way into the sect. Old man Mo Ling waved his hand and said, "Go and invite all 18 of your Sky Sea Sect's respected elders out. Today, I will study the principles of martial arts with them." The disciple leading the way felt that it was incomparably new. A profound Dao expert actually wanted to study martial arts with a martial Dao sect. However, old man Mo Ling's status was clearly very high in this alien world. That disciple didn't dare to ask any more questions and only nodded repeatedly to say yes. Old man Mo Ling patted Xiang Nan on the shoulder and said, "In a while, you must perform well. You've performed well. You can still live for a while longer. If I succeed in taking the Azure Dragon's blood and you're still alive, perhaps I'll let you live. If you don't cooperate, I have plenty of ways to torture you." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of morning bells and twilight drums resounded throughout the heavens and earth. At this moment, the eight-eyed snake suddenly said in Xiang Nan's heart, "There are divine lightning in this world." Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, but his expression remained calm. After the two of them sat in the living room for a while, a disciple flew over to greet them and respectfully said, "All the elders are already waiting in the Dao discussion hall. Senior Mo Ling, please go." Afterwards, the two of them followed the disciple and flew towards a grand mountain peak. The size of that mountain peak was something Xiang Nan had never seen before. On the entire mountain peak, he could probably put down a Haojing city. Above the mountain peak there was an illusory palace. Clouds of smoke curled around it, and immortal cranes danced about as exotic beasts scattered about. The palace was open-roofed, circular, and had an ancient interior that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. At this moment, all the elders of the Heavenly Sea Sect were already sitting on the first seat of the Dao discussion hall, while the 100,000 disciples were all sitting on mats in a circular arrangement, listening to the lecture with devout expressions. After old man Mo Ling landed with Xiang Nan, he did not disturb him immediately. Instead, he stood outside the door and waited for a while. Xiang Nan also looked inside curiously. An elder walked down from the first seat and sat in the middle of the palace, giving a long speech. At this moment, what the elder was talking about was the theory of astral qi. How did the yuan qi transform into astral qi, and how did the astral qi be used? Where did it come from? When the spiritual qi was converted into astral qi, what kind of complete process should it go through before it could be better displayed and perfectly converted without losing its foundation in martial arts? Xianxia nodded repeatedly when he heard this. No wonder his world and martial arts were so developed. In other sects, there was a place to discuss the Tao. Often, elders would personally preside over the Tao discussion, gathering a large number of disciples to discuss and impart their insights. In Xianxia's world, there was no such environment for the sects there, and there had never been such a large-scale discussion of the Tao. The martial practitioners of Xianxia's world were too impetuous. They either did missions all day long or fought to the death. As for the so-called masters and elders, they were all frantically expanding their own sect's sphere of influence. At most, they were merely passing on cultivation techniques and martial skills to their disciples. However, his sect not only gave you martial arts skills, but also told you why martial arts skills did this. What exactly did this kind of incantation mean? Even Xianxia couldn't help but be infatuated with what he heard. He was truly completely convinced. This was what a martial arts sect should have. After a long time, Xianxia had already forgotten the time. Finally, after the elder finished his sermon, he nodded to old man Mo Ling and said, "Junior brother Mo Ling, please come in." Mo Ling wasn't from the Heavenly Sea sect, but in terms of seniority and age, that elder called him junior brother. As soon as he entered the Tao discussion hall, Xianxia was shocked from the bottom of his heart. There were actually 3 Heavenly Tribulation Realm experts here. There were only 1 Heavenly Tribulation Realm expert in his entire Howren sect, but there were 3 other sects. The elder preaching the Tao was obviously one of the Heavenly Tribulation Realm experts, but looking at his attire, he was no different from the other elders. He should not be the sect master. Mo Ling nodded to the elder and said, "Senior brother Huang, I haven't seen you in 30 years. Your expression is still the same." The elder smiled and said, "Junior apprentice brother Mo Ling is flattering me. He only knows how to recuperate. In front of you, it's not worth mentioning. Junior brother Mo Ling, why are you here to visit our Heavenly Sea sect?" Mo Ling stroked her beard and smiled. "Everyone says that I am an expert in the profound Tao, and I am not proficient in martial arts. However, I feel that martial arts is not that impressive." Everyone's faces were originally full of smiles, but when Mo Ling said those words, everyone's expressions changed slightly. This was in his Tao discussion hall, and just as he finished his sermon, someone came to smash the arena. Elder Huangyun remained calm and smiled. "Junior brother Mo Ling, what did you say?" Old man Mo Ling said proudly, "Martial Tao? It's just some shallow kung fu. Ordinary people use kung fu, martial artists use stronger kung fu, while high-level martial artists only use stronger kung fu. How can this martial Tao be compared to our profound Tao?" At this point, Mo Ling cupped her fists towards the sky and proudly said, "Our profound Tao is to seize the good fortune of heaven and earth and use the power of the world. However, the martial Tao is only to develop the power of the human body. Do you think the difference is too great?" The faces of the disciples were filled with anger. However, Elder Huang Yun still smiled faintly and said, "This is not true. The martial world is vast and profound. The so-called martial technique is the most precious treasure that our predecessors have studied for countless years. Every cultivation technique and martial skill has its own reasons and its subtlety. Junior apprentice brother Mo Ling's generalization is indeed abrupt." "A martial skill?" Old man Mo Ling laughed loudly. "A martial skill is just an extension of a fist and foot martial skill. No matter how exquisite a martial skill is, there is nothing worth boasting about. Count it all, it's still just a transformation of those tricks." Elder Huangyun smiled and shook his head. "If you speak like this, I can't do anything. You can't talk to me and I can't talk to you. This conversation is meaningless." "Of course it's meaningful." Old man Mo Ling smiled and said, "I can't talk to you because I don't have any evidence. But today I have evidence. Senior brother Huangyun, Unless you can defeat me with your martial arts theory, you have to admit that martial arts is inferior to the profound way today. Xianxia thought to himself. So it's like this. This old man Mo Ling deliberately came to pick a quarrel with the experts of the Heavenly Sea sect, and through discussing and arguing with them, he raised his own puzzlement, causing the Heavenly Sea sect elder to subconsciously answer old man Mo Ling's question in the process of refuting. This move was high. It seemed like he was looking for trouble, but in reality he was trying to steal other people's experience. What evidence? Elder Wang Yun asked curiously. Mo Ling pointed at Xianxia and said, "He is the evidence. The martial technique this kid learned is not very brilliant, but he can defeat any disciple of your Sky Sea sect at the same realm. I dare say that this child is invincible here." The entire Heavenly Sea sect burst into laughter. Xianxia looked at old man Mo Ling in astonishment and thought to himself, "Why is there something else about me here?" Elder Wang Yun looked at Xianxia and smiled without saying a word. Old man Mo Ling said, "No matter how much you say, it's useless. You might as well send a good fortune 5th stage disciple out to see if I'm right or not. This child is called Xianxia. Although he hasn't cultivated any high-grade martial arts skills, as long as he wins against you, doesn't that mean that the martial world isn't that amazing? What martial arts theories, what martial arts techniques, what martial arts are profound? All of them are all lies." Elder Huang Yun didn't want to get involved with old man Mo Ling, but all the disciples in the entire sect were filled with righteous indignation. If they didn't give them an explanation, it would be difficult to convince the crowd. Elder Huang Yun finally nodded and said, "Where is Xiao Jian? Disciple is here." A good fortune 3rd stage disciple transformed into a streak of light from the crowd and instantly landed behind Elder Huang Yun. "Since your martial uncle Mo Ling has said so, you will meet this little junior brother Xianxia, right?" said Elder Wang Yun. This Xiao Jian seemed to be a young man of 23 or 14 years old. His aura was restrained and his body was light. He should be an expert. As for old man Mo Ling, he whispered in Xianxia's ear, "Use that day to break the martial skill routine of our world's martial artists. No matter what martial skill he uses, you will break it for him. He won't be able to use it." When Xianxia and Xiao Jian stood in front of the crowd, they were ready to fight. Old man Mo Ling also saw through Xiao Jian's realm and frowned. "I want the 5th level of fortune, not the 3rd level of fortune," he shouted. Xianxia immediately understood what old man Mo Ling meant. He was very anxious and wanted to use his fastest speed to let Xianxia win. This would deal a direct psychological blow to the Heavenly Sea sect. However, if he defeated Xiao Jian, who was only at the 3rd stage of fortune, then his visual impact would be a bit insufficient. Originally, Xianxia's cultivation was also higher than Xiao Jian's. Elder Huang Yun smiled and said, "Junior brother Mo Ling, there is no need to be anxious. Although Xiao Jian's cultivation level is low, he has also learned the best martial arts techniques of our sect. He can be considered a martial artist. He will definitely not disappoint you." Seeing Wang Yun insist on doing so, Mo Ling did not want to stiffen up too much. She just reluctantly nodded and sent a voice transmission to Xianxia, saying, "Defeat him as soon as you get up. Don't give him any room to retaliate." Everyone cleared an open space, and Xianxia and Xiao Jian stood opposite each other. Both of them cupped their fists and cupped their hands at each other, as if they had greeted each other. Xianxia was also very excited. This was the first time he stood in someone else's world and challenged a martial artist from another world. When Elder Huang Yun's right hand drew, he said, "This duel is mainly about discussing the Tao. If you can't hurt others, don't hurt them. Don't ruin the harmony." These words were addressed to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian nodded and said to Xianxia, "Junior brother Xiang, I have offended you." After saying that, Xiao Jian immediately circulated his dipper qi. He floated in the sky and slashed a dozen times at Xianxia. Each sword light transformed into a bird of divine aura as it flew towards Xianxia unexpectedly. Xianxia saw Xiao Jian's movement. He could have interrupted him, but he didn't. On the one hand, others like to trample on others to exalt themselves, but Xianxia did not feel that this was too straightforward. Instead, he felt that he was bullying others too much. He did not have any grievances or enmity with Xiao Jian, and did not want to ruthlessly suppress Xiao Jian at first glance. Secondly, Xiangnan himself was very curious about the martial Dao system of the other world. He wanted to have a preliminary understanding of the martial Dao styles of the martial artists of the other world by competing with Xiao Jian. Therefore, Xiangnan gave Xiao Jian the chance to release his martial skills. However, this behavior caused Old Man Mo Ling to be extremely angry. He sent a voice transmission to Xiangnan and said, "What are you doing? Why don't you interrupt him immediately? You better not play tricks on me, or I'll make you suffer." Xiangnan was threatened by Old Man Mo Ling, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Haven't he suffered a lot in the past few days? However, Xiao Jian's martial skill opened Xiangnan's eyes. At first, Xiangnan thought that the sword light that transformed into a bird was nothing more than this. But then he realized that the matter was not that simple. These dipper birds were alive, and they were very different from those dead saber beams and sword beams. Ordinary saber light and sword light would fly farther and farther away if they didn't hit the enemy after they flew out, and they would be considered crippled. However, after Xiangnan brushed past them, these birds actually knew how to turn around and fly back, continuing to attack Xiangnan. Xiangnan strolled back and forth among the flock of birds, judging the attack route of the birds with his momentum. He dodged very well. But in this way, Xiangnan was only slightly surprised. He had seen similar martial skills like flying birds that could track enemies before, and it did not cause much shock to Xiangnan. But then, Xiao Jian used facts to prove that Xiangnan's thoughts were too simple. Once Xiao Jian released the flock of birds, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately released his next move. Xiao Jian was in the air. While Xiangnan was dodging the birds, he used another martial skill. With a flick of his sword, a large amount of sword light fell onto the ground and condensed into vipers of dipper qi. These poisonous snakes circled back and forth on the ground, constantly searching for Xiangnan's flaws and launching a large number of attacks at Xiangnan at any time. However, those birds still existed. After Xiao Jian released only one martial skill, he no longer cared about it. He continued to release the second martial skill, but the first martial skill that he released was still working. At this moment, not only did Xiangnan have to dodge the flying birds in the air, he also had to dodge the poisonous snake ambush beneath his feet, causing the pressure to multiply. As for Xiao Jian, he had already unleashed his third martial skill. He swung his sword and threw out 8 sword lights. The 8 sword lights transformed into 8 enormous light barriers and landed in 8 different directions with Xiangnan as the center of the circle. Afterwards, Xiao Jian swiftly flicked the sword and played a messy and unsettling sound wave. These sound waves spread towards Xiangnan and were dodged by Xiangnan. However, when the sound waves collided with a barrier of light, they immediately rebounded and shot towards Xiangnan. After being dodged, they collided with the barrier opposite them and continued to rebound. The 8 barriers allowed the sound waves to attack Xiangnan in different directions at any time. Flying birds, poisonous snakes, and sound waves didn't interfere with each other, but each of them posed a great threat to Xiangnan. At this moment, Xiangnan was already in a bit of a rush. The disciples of the Heavenly Sea sect were all stunned. Elder Huangyun praised, "This child is so beautiful." In the past, Xiao Jian only needed to release one martial skill to catch the enemy off guard. However, this nephew Xiangnan is able to deal with 3 martial skills at the same time. He is still in an invincible position and can be said to be an accomplishment like a ghost axe. Old Man Mo Ling, on the other hand, had an unhappy expression on his face. He stroked his beard and said to Xiangnan, "What an uninteresting brat. Do you know why the Heavenly Sea sect got its name? The disciples of the Heavenly Sea sect are getting stronger and stronger in the Vietnam War. As the battle goes on, more and more martial skills will be released. In the end, there will be too many for you to deal with. The entire sky and the ground will be filled with their martial skills." Xiangnan was completely convinced. A martial artist from another world was truly ruthless. The martial skills of the martial artists in their own world were all independent and independent. If a martial skill could not seriously injure the enemy after releasing one move, they would release the second move. The first move and the second move were both independent and had nothing to do with each other. However, the heavenly C-Sex martial skills were systematic. After their martial skills were released, they could always play a role. Furthermore, the martial skills released later could also correspond to the martial skills released earlier. In other words, the martial artists of Xiangnan world could only release one martial skill at a time. If they failed, they would fail. Their martial artists and techniques could be continuously superimposed. Junior brother Xiang, I have offended you. Xiao Jian was full of confidence and began to circulate his astral qi again, preparing to release the fourth martial skill. He firmly believed that no matter who it was impossible to deal with four martial skills at the same time. Even if he could, he wasn't afraid. He could still release the fifth, sixth, and even more martial skills. One day you will lose. Xiangnan let out a sigh and saw the difference in martial arts between his own world and other worlds. Once a system was formed, the power of martial arts theory was far beyond imagination. It could even allow a martial artist to break through the limits of their own strength. Xiangnan admitted that his charm and momentum were very formidable, but if he continued like this, he would undoubtedly lose. Can't last too long. Therefore, Xiangnan nodded and said, Senior brother Xiao Jian, I have offended you. Just as Xiao Jian was about to release the fourth martial skill, Xiangnan's body flickered. He dodged all the attacks of the martial skills at the same time and struck Xiao Jian's chest with a simple floral finger. This finger seemed to hit Xiao Jian's chest, but in reality, it forcefully blocked Xiao Jian's circulation of Dipper Qi with Dipper Qi, tapping a meridian in his body. Xiao Jian's meridians were blocked for an instant, and his fourth martial skill was naturally broken, unable to take shape. Xiao Jian's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Xiangnan suddenly increased his speed. His body transformed into an afterimage and directly rushed out of the range of the three martial skills to attack Xiao Jian at close range. He held the huge saber in his hand and slashed down on Xiao Jian's shoulder at a perfect and beautiful angle. But he used the back of the saber instead of the edge of the saber. However, Xiao Jian did not seem to be in a hurry. Instead, he wore a smile on his face. In the next second, Xiangnan understood the meaning of this smile, because the birds, snakes, sound waves, and barriers from before had all chased after him. The 8 barriers rose from the ground and once again enveloped both Xiao Jian and Xiangnan. However, the birds, poisonous snakes, and sound waves continued to chase after Xiangnan, but they did not affect Xiao Jian in the slightest. In other words, these three martial skills were inescapable. They would always follow Xiangnan. Under such a situation, it was already very difficult for Xiangnan to dodge. It was almost impossible for him to defeat Xiao Jian with battle techniques at the same time. Sure enough, when Xiangnan dodged the attack of the martial skill, Xiao Jian saw a flaw in Xiangnan. He raised his leg and kicked Xiangnan's heart, sending him flying. Xiangnan hit 2 more birds in the backfire. The 2 birds immediately exploded, causing serious injuries to Xiangnan. Pooh! Xiangnan spat out a mouthful of blood and tumbled to the ground. This time, Xiangnan was truly shocked. He was at the 5th level of good fortune, but he was going to lose to a martial artist at the 3rd level of good fortune. This was the first time that Xiangnan had lost to an enemy at a lower realm with his strength at a higher realm. In the past, he was the expert who killed people across realms. Looking at old man Mo Ling again, his face had already turned ashen with anger. Xiangnan took a deep breath and took time out. He pointed at Xiao Jian, who was releasing the 4th martial skill, and used his flower-picking finger to break the martial skill that he was about to use again. Afterwards, Xiangnan ignored Xiao Jian and focused his attention on flying birds, poisonous snakes, and sound waves. He knew that he had lifted a rock and smashed his foot, but looking at so many birds and snakes, this was not a giant rock at all, but a large group of rocks. Since that was the case, then let's taste the consequences and lift up the stones that were smashed on our feet one by one. Begin to break the move. Xiangnan leapt up. The huge saber in his hand flickered repeatedly, cutting the birds under the saber, cutting off the poisonous snakes on the ground. He placed the giant saber horizontally in front of him, bouncing the sound wave back into the sky. Birds, snakes, and sound waves were rapidly decreasing. Originally, Xiangnan's actions were a big taboo. Instead of attacking the enemy, you would attack the enemy's martial skills. This would give the enemy a lot of time to counterattack. But Xiangnan was not afraid. Every time Xiao Jian wanted to release the fourth martial skill, Xiangnan would always use his flower fingers to cut off his martial skill halfway. At this moment, the expressions of the disciples of the Heavenly Sea sect were already abnormal. After Xiangnan broke through Xiao Jian's 3 martial skills in one breath, he immediately rushed towards Xiao Jian with his giant saber in hand. Xiao Jian hurriedly changed his style and wanted to use a defensive martial skill to resist Xiangnan's close combat. However, Xiangnan could clearly see that before Xiao Jian's defensive martial skill could take shape, he had already broken through that martial skill. Finally, the blade rested on Xiao Jian's neck. "Senior brother Xiao Jian, I have offended you." Xiangnan withdrew his saber and cupped his fists to apologize to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at Xiangnan. "Junior brother is so powerful." At this moment, applause rang out from within the Dao discussion hall. The disciples of the Heavenly Sea sect all nodded their heads in praise. However, the actual effect was far from what Old Man Mo Ling had expected. If Xiangnan won, he would at most be able to turn the tables and win the final victory with great difficulty. This kind of result could not be said to be very shocking. To be able to hold on to his death was to make people feel that Xiangnan's reaction was very fast, and his on-the-spot judgment was extremely decisive. "Not bad, not bad." Elder Huangyun also looked at Xiangnan with praise and nodded. "However, this nephew Xiangnan only defeated our martial arts disciples with martial arts methods. Junior brother Mo Ling, how can you say that martial arts are useless?" Mo Ling's face darkened as she said to Xiangnan in a deep voice, "I'll fight for you again. If you continue to behave like this and ruin my plans, I'll really do something serious to you." After saying that, Mo Ling's face darkened and she said to Wang Yun, "This little friend of mine is kind-hearted. He doesn't want that nephew Xiao Jianxian to lose too ugly. He is showing mercy everywhere." "Oh," Wang Yun, she said, "from your point of view, this nephew Xiangnan seems to be able to win faster." Mo Ling said, "Not faster, but completely crushed. If you don't believe me, send another disciple to give it a try." Completely crushing, these 4 words really made many disciples of the Heavenly Sea sect furious. Such words were a bit too arrogant. Elder Huangyun thought for a moment and smiled. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Where is Qinghe? Come." Amongst the disciples, another handsome man flew out. This man was at the Fortune 4th layer and was slightly stronger than Xiao Jian. Qinghe wasn't as polite as Xiao Jian. He carried a huge sword and swept a contemptuous glance at Xiangnan. "Good fortune 5th layer defeats good fortune 3rd layer. You have the face to continue laughing." "Qinghe, don't be rude," Wang Yun scolded. Xiangnan did not have a good impression of Qinghe. At the same time, he was truly afraid that Mo Ling would harm him, so he prepared to end this battle as quickly as possible. Wang Yun raised his right hand and said, "It's still the same sentence. Sparring is the main thing. If you cannot hurt others, don't hurt them. Let's begin. I'm not as good-tempered as junior brother Xiao Jian." As soon as Qinghe got up, he floated back and immediately circulated his astral qi, preparing to release an even more vicious martial skill towards Xiangnan. Black qi was already faintly spreading out from Qinghe's body, as if it was a sinister martial skill. Without another word, Xiangnan raised his hand and pointed. This finger directly blocked the circulation of Qinghe's martial skill. Qinghe's expression changed drastically. Xiangnan had already rushed up with his saber in hand. Qinghe quickly circulated a speed movement technique. When he circulated his astral qi, his body would turn translucent in such a short moment. This should be a movement technique that could teleport, and it could immediately draw a distance from Xiangnan. However, how could Xiangnan give him a chance to escape? As Qinghe's body flickered, Xiangnan pointed in the air. With a bang, the aura shattered, and Qinghe suddenly fell out of the empty air in a sorry state. He circulated his movement technique again and was pointed out by Xiang Nan. That was why he had risked his life to the point that he couldn't even leave 10 meters away from Xiang Nan. There was no movement technique that could escape from Xiang Nan's side. Xiang Nan was like a black hole that could absorb everything, tightly restraining Qing He. You! That Qing He was furious. He raised his huge sword high up, and the clouds in the sky changed. A huge phantom was gradually taking shape. Xiang Nan rushed forward with a flash and his left hand stabbed at Qing He's chest. The phantom Peng in the sky collapsed with a loud sound. On the other hand, Xiang Nan held a huge saber in his right hand and placed it on Qing He's neck. This time, the entire Heavenly Sea sect was shocked. Mo Ling nodded and thought to herself, "This is what I want." When Xiang Nan withdrew his saber, he turned around and returned. That Qing He had been defeated for a long time, and his heart was filled with indignation. A fierce light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he actually quickly caught up to Xiang Nan. With lightning-fast speed, he stabbed his sword towards Xiang Nan's back. This sword strike was clearly meant to kill Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan suddenly turned around and grabbed onto the edge of Qing He's sword with his left hand. He raised his leg and kicked him on the chest. He kicked Qing He until he coughed up blood and flew backwards, fiercely smashing into a thick pillar. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and said, "Perhaps your martial skill system is better than mine, but when it comes to close combat and physical fitness, you are still far from enough." The scene was filled with exclamations. Xiang Nan had actually grabbed onto Qing He's sharp sword with his bare hands. Elder Huang Yun's expression turned ugly as he shouted, "Qing He, your actions are too embarrassing for our Heavenly Sea sect. I will punish you for 3 years. You are not allowed to leave seclusion." Qing He weakly covered his chest and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Elder Huang Yun twice before he staggered away. Afterwards, the Heavenly Sea sect sent another good fortune 5th layer disciple to fight against Xiang Nan. The result was exactly the same. That disciple was defeated by Xiang Nan even if he could not release a single move of his martial skill. Then, the 6th and 7th layers of good fortune were all defeated by Xiang Nan one by one. When the good fortune 8th layer disciples appeared, the entire Heavenly Sea sect felt aggrieved for a long time, and their faces finally revealed joy. This time, they were certain that the disciple of the good fortune 8th layer of the Heavenly Sea sect could defeat Xiang Nan. The good fortune 8th layer disciple nodded to Xiang Nan and said, "I am from the lower Heavenly Sea sect, Su Zhao." Xiang Nan nodded. "Xiang Nan." Su Zhao said, "Looks like your finger technique is very powerful. It seems to be able to break through other people's martial skills. But do you think you can be invincible in this way? You think martial arts is too simple?" Obviously, Su Zhao's thoughts also represented the thoughts of most of the disciples of the Heavenly Sea sect. They simply couldn't understand where Xiang Nan's flower-picking finger was exquisite. They only felt that this was a very shallow finger technique, but the more it was like this, the more they felt that this finger technique had other mysteries. Xiang Nan must have been able to break the Heavenly Sea sect disciples' moves because of the strength of this finger technique. "What if you can't hit me?" Su Zhao smiled and immediately rushed towards Xiang Nan. He was very different from the other disciples of the Heavenly Sea sect. The first few disciples released their martial skills as soon as they arrived, but Su Zhao only chose to fight in close combat and compete with Xiang Nan. Moreover, as Su Zhao advanced, he even shook his body to the left and right, obviously intending to dodge Xiang Nan's magical finger technique. However, the flower-picking finger was only used to break moves. Since Su Zhao did not release any martial skills, Xiang Nan did not need to use the flower-picking finger at all. Speaking of close combat, Xiang Nan was the real expert. Not only did he possess a strong fighting spirit, he also possessed a 3-part dragon body that humans did not possess. Su Zhao rushed forward and used his astral chi to condense his sword, slashing down fiercely towards Xiang Nan's shoulder. In Xiang Nan's eyes, this sword strike was incomparably rough. Xiang Nan dodged in a flash. He raised his hand and grabbed Su Zhao's sword. At this moment, the air froze. Xiang Nan played with Su Zhao's long sword and said, "The disciples of the Heavenly Sea sect are too focused on martial techniques. Indeed, your martial technique system is really very strong. Furthermore, the stronger you fight, the stronger you become. In the end, you will stand in an invincible position. However, there are two sides to it. This also makes you neglect to train your combat skills. As he spoke, Xianxia actually tossed the sword back to Su Zhao and said, "I'll give you another chance." Su Zhao gritted his teeth and immediately rushed towards Xianxia. When he was halfway there, his eyes moved and he immediately switched to releasing a martial skill. Xianxia decisively pointed out and immediately broke Su Zhao's martial skill. Su Zhao shouted angrily. He rushed forward and chopped down at Xianxia. The sword light had already formed a fan-shaped light shadow that enveloped Xianxia's entire body. "You're already in a mess." Xianxia ignored the fan-shaped sword light and appeared on Su Zhao's left side. Grabbing Su Zhao's sword, Su Zhao was stunned, and his entire body was dejected. He lowered his head and didn't say a word. The scene was as quiet as a cemetery. The Heavenly Sea sect had suffered an unprecedented blow. At that moment, even the elders of the Heavenly Sea sect were shaken. If the martial techniques they had painstakingly studied for thousands of years were so exquisite that they were unable to even use them in front of others, wouldn't it mean that their thousands of years of hard work had all turned into empty talk? No one spoke, and the expressions of the disciples of the Heavenly Sea sect were extremely disappointed. Suddenly, Su Zhao raised his head and laughed maniacally. "It's useless. It's all useless. No matter how powerful a martial skill is, it's useless. Senior Mo Ling is right. What powerful martial skill is just a joke. That's just us deceiving ourselves." As he spoke, Su Zhao laughed crazily as he ran around the field, muttering non-stop. The blow he received was too severe. In front of Xianxia, it was as if all his years of hard training had been in vain. This kind of blow was fatal to a person who was obsessed with martial arts. "Su Zhao." Elder Huangyun's body flashed and he appeared beside Su Zhao. He pressed down on Su Zhao's shoulder with one hand and injected rich spiritual energy into Su Zhao's body. At this moment, Su Zhao finally calmed down. He lowered his head and sighed dejectedly. He threw the sword on the ground and turned around to leave in disappointment. Old man Mo Ling laughed heartily and walked to the middle of the arena. "Senior brother Huangyun, am I right?" he said. "No matter how powerful your martial skills are, if you can't display them, wouldn't they be useless decorations? Is martial arts really profound? Is it really as omnipotent as you boast?" "Ha-ha." Mo Ling's words pierced into Wang Yun's heart like steel needles. Wang Yun's face also turned slightly pale. He took 2 steps back, and blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. "Elder, take care." Many disciples cried out in alarm. Wang Yun waved his hand, signaling everyone not to speak. Then, he bowed to Mo Ling and said, "Junior brother Mo Ling, you taught us a lesson today." When Xianxia saw this scene, his heart actually didn't feel good. Wang Yun sighed. "Our generation is too obsessed with the strength of cultivation techniques and martial skills, but in the end, I am truly ashamed. Ashamed Sai." Seeing that the time had come, old man Mo Ling changed the topic and smiled. "Senior brother Huang Yun, there's no need to belittle yourself. Actually, I am also shocked by the strength of this little friend Xianxia. In his body, it is as if everything that the enemy has painstakingly studied has turned into a dream bubble. Actually, I don't think that martial arts is really useless. I just want to use little friend Xianxia's hand to send a dangerous signal to your sect, so that both you and I can see our shortcomings." Wang Yun nodded. Yes, little friend Xianxia's appearance made us feel as if we had just woken up from a dream. It turns out that we are all heading in the wrong direction. Mo Ling was overjoyed in her heart, but she remained calm and said, "In that case, can we discuss martial arts and study what went wrong?" Mo Ling's suggestion made Wang Yun overjoyed. Normally, if a mysterious expert comes over and crushes you with a crushing method, this mysterious expert will directly leave and even leave behind some cold words. No one would be willing to stay behind after winning and discuss with you why you failed and where you lost. This kind of opportunity was extremely precious to Wang Yun. He happily accepted Mo Ling's suggestion. All disciples below Martial Sage, Leave the Dao discussion hall. Elder Huang Yun ordered. The depth of our discussion with junior brother Mo Ling isn't something you can hear right now. It's not good for you. All of you step down. With a hula, many disciples left with excitement in their hearts. As long as that Xianxia was willing to stay and impart experience, perhaps they could learn this in the future and become as strong as Xianxia. Afterwards, all the elders and Mo Ling sat in a small circle, ready to discuss. Moreover, Wang Yun had also brought over a large pile of thick books. There were a total of 13 books, each of which was more than 2 meters long and half a person tall. Wang Yun carefully wiped the dust off the books and said, "This is the core of our heavenly C-Sect's martial Dao theory. It is called 13 Dao evolutions. The general outline and outline are all here." After saying that, Wang Yun glanced at Xianxia and said, "Little friend Xianxia may be quite accomplished, but this Dao evolution chapter 13 is too profound and profound. It is too obscure for you. If you listen to it, you will feel perplexed and confused. It will not be beneficial to your future cultivation. Therefore, little friend Xianxia, please return to your residence temporarily. If we have any questions, we will send someone to ask you." Here, Wang Yun had also changed the way he addressed Xianxia. He had changed from a nephew to a little friend. Could be seen how much he recognized Xianxia. However, Mo Ling refused and said, "Little friend Xianxia, you can't leave my line of sight. Let him listen here. Let Xianxia return to his residence? What if he escaped?" Xianxia was Mo Ling's last hope. No matter what, he had to firmly trap Xianxia beside him. Xianxia had also thought about whether he could ask the Sky Sea sect for help and ask them to help him escape. However, it was clear that Mo Ling and Wang Yun had a good relationship. How could they fight back against an old friend they had known for many years for a youth they had never met? "All right." Wang Yun nodded and opened the 13 Dao Evolutions chapter, saying, "The world of martial arts is vast and profound." After saying those 4 words, a wisp of shame appeared on Wang Yun's face. He coughed and said, "The world of martial arts is all-encompassing. There are many different styles and systems. Our heavenly C-sect chose one of them to specialize in, so that we can gather our martial skills without scattering them. The more we accumulate, the more we can reach one." Wang Yun first introduced himself and then, together with many elders and Mo Ling, he began to study the most basic aspects of martial arts theory. Everyone pooled their brains and constantly put forward their views and ideas. At the same time, it was also combined with actual combat, aiming at Xianxia's ability to crack the Heavenly C-Sect's martial skills, as well as the weaknesses of the Heavenly C-Sect disciples themselves, so as to find out exactly where the problem had occurred. This was an incomparably good opportunity for Xianxia. Not only could he directly hear the essence of the 13 chapters of the Evolution Dao, he could even hear the insights and experiences of so many elders. Such treatment was hard to come by. On the other hand, Mo Ling kept sending out some unique ideas based on her understanding of the profound way, which would often make the eyes of the elders shine. Even more so, sometimes when everyone said that they were overjoyed, an elder would stand up and lower his cultivation base, sparring with Xianxia on the spot to see what method he could use to break Xianxia's oppressive power. Xianxia sat cross-legged and quietly listened to their discussions. He had heard a lot about martial arts theories, areas he had never dabbled in, and also heard a lot about profound knowledge from Mo Ling. The Heavenly Sea sect wanted to find out its own shortcomings, but Mo Ling simply wanted to find a way to dissolve Xianxia's 3-part dragon body. Obviously, this method could only start from the aspect of martial arts. These people talked for 7 days and 7 nights in the Dao discussion hall. They never stopped, and the more they talked, the more excited they became. Xianxia had broadened his horizons. Most of the problems he didn't understand in the past were easily solved here. While they were discussing the Dao, Xianxia himself was also deep in thought. The cultivation direction of the Heavenly Sea sect was absolutely correct. The wrong thing was that they had encountered a person named Xianxia. In that case, based on such a rich and colorful knowledge of martial arts theory, should he also reflect on it? Was he too unmotivated? You only know how to pick up the wisdom of your predecessors. He only knew how to cultivate the martial arts of the ancients. Could it be that he really wasn't a great artifact, and couldn't even create a decent cultivation technique that belonged to him? As for martial Tao, it was the same sect as the profound Tao, and there were similarities in many places. When Xianxia heard the Heavenly Sea sect elders' exchange of questions with old man Mo Ling, as well as his deep analysis, his mind flashed with a flash of inspiration. Why must martial Tao and profound Tao be separated? Could it be that the two of them would never be able to advance in parallel? On the 8th day, everyone was tired. They invited each other to continue discussing with each other tomorrow morning. Everyone met up here again. After everyone separated, Xianxia followed Elder Mo Ling to his residence. Mo Ling lived upstairs in Xianxia's building. He had set up a barrier in the courtyard, preventing Xianxia from escaping. He was truly physically and mentally exhausted, so he went to bed early. Xianxia did not discuss the Tao. He just listened to it from the side, and his energy was not damaged in the slightest. He stood in the courtyard, drinking alone, staring blankly at the moon in the sky, his heart already beginning to miss his hometown. Although this world was beautiful, it did not belong to him. Although his own world was already dark, there was still his own homesickness. After a few mouthfuls of strong liquor entered his stomach, Xianxia smiled miserably. Perhaps he was born to run, and when he was in his own world, he would be far away from the southern domain. When his entire world was in danger, he had to leave the world and come to this strange land to seek new life. Gradually, he lowered his head, feeling more and more depressed. As for the moonlight, the mottled traces of light scattered through the leaves in the courtyard made Xianxia suddenly ponder. These light marks looked chaotic, but for some reason, they reminded Xianxia of something in the profound Tao formation. These, don't they look like array eyes? Xianxia put down the wine jar and went to the center of the courtyard. With more boring and funny thoughts, he walked back and forth on the light spots with his feet. However, as he walked, Xianxia's mind suddenly exploded. He suddenly raised his head and realized something. Xianxia's eyes were filled with shock. He sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly set up a complete Heavenly Dipper Big Dipper formation in the courtyard with Yu Heng's fingers. Afterwards, he continued to walk forward, stepping on the 36 Heavenly Dipper stars of the Heavenly Dipper Big Dipper formation. He felt as if he had grabbed something, but he couldn't understand it for a moment. He could vaguely feel that after hearing old man Mo Ling and the Heavenly Sea sect elders' discussions, he had suddenly realized that there seemed to be a perfect fusion point between the profound Tao and the martial Tao. What if I am a formation? Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. What if I follow the direction of the formation and treat myself as an array eye? If I were to make the Heavenly Dipper demon subduing arrays array eye myself, my movement technique would follow the array diagram's veins. Then can my offensive moves match the power of the formation? In the dark, Xianxia seemed to have suddenly opened the door to a new world. Humans have two types of physiques. One is physical physique, the other is martial physique, and martial physique is the so-called innate talent. The reason why most martial artists were unable to cultivate some high-level martial techniques was because of their lack of talent. If one wanted to jump far, they had to run fast first. If one wanted to jump to a certain distance, the first prerequisite was that one had to have the speed to run 100 meters in 5 seconds. This condition almost excluded the majority of humans. The reason for that was because the human body and physique did not possess the explosive power of such a speed. However, by exercising and strengthening one's body, one could increase one's physical body to 500 meters per second, or even a martial artist's speed to 100 meters per second or even faster. However, martial arts talent was something that could not be enhanced by training. Therefore, high-level martial arts techniques could only make martial artists who did not have enough talent unable to compare to them. This was what the Bai clan and the Profound Sky sect were doing right now. The Bai clan had mastered quite a few high-grade martial arts techniques. However, as of now, there weren't many people who could cultivate such martial techniques. Therefore, they had been researching origin pills that had multiple effects. One of the reasons was that consuming origin pills could increase the level and quantity of talent. Xianxia stood in the courtyard and pondered. If he could only compete with the Bai clan in terms of martial skills, then he would definitely not be able to compete with them for the rest of his life. His martial skills could only be obtained through fortuitous encounters, and not every fortuitous encounter. However, the Bai clan itself contained many unknown martial arts techniques, which he had used his entire life's fortuitous encounters and might not even be able to catch up with. If he only wanted to use fortuitous encounters to defeat the Bai clan, it would be akin to a fantasy. In that case, he had to create an even more powerful cultivation technique and martial skill. Because he possessed a divine talent that others did not possess, he could not continue to waste this talent just like that. After confirming his goal, Xianxia understood where to go. He took a deep breath and began to follow his own thoughts. He continued to walk through the Heavenly Dipper Big Dipper formation, using his own body as the formation eye and his own Dipper Chi as the meridians of the formation. In martial arts battles, the formation diagrams that formed a complete Heavenly Dipper demon subduing formation were invisible, and they allowed their combat behavior to possess the power of a Heavenly Dipper demon subduing formation. Xianxia held the giant saber in his hand and walked faster and faster in the courtyard. His footsteps perfectly matched the direction of the 36 heavenly spirit stars. He gradually felt that a mysterious power was forming in his body. However, this kind of power could not be displayed in detail. After a long time, Xianxia gave up. He continued to ponder and thought to himself that, with the theoretical basis of the 13 chapters of the Tao evolution, he would not be able to support his own imagination. What Xianxia wanted to do was create a new type of martial skill on a grand scale. It was like a mathematical world. He had to learn how to add, subtract, multiply, divide, and other complicated arithmetic methods. The 13th chapter of the Tao of Evolution was equivalent to Xianxia only learning addition and subtraction. This simple method of calculation was not enough to support his enormous amount of calculations. I need more. Xianxia was thoughtful. Although Tao Evolution Chapter 13 was exquisite, it was still not comprehensive enough. Only if he could learn more martial arts knowledge would he be able to. At the same time, Xianxia also realized that just adding the Heavenly Dipper Demon subduing formation to his own battle was far from enough. He needed even more formidable formations. However, relying on the existing formations to create a new set of martial skills was equivalent to the wisdom of the predecessors, combining other people's things together. Therefore, he also needed to create a set of formations that belonged to him. But who should I look for in terms of profound Tao theory? Xianxia subconsciously looked at the second floor, where the world-famous old man Mo Ling was sleeping. Although this person's realm wasn't high, his profound Tao attainments were the highest among the people that Xianxia had ever seen, even more comprehensive than half a gourd. Senior Half-Gourd was only proficient in refining pills and artifacts, but Mo Ling was not only proficient in these, she was also proficient in formations, magical techniques, pill refinement, artifact refinement, poison preparation, medical treatment, and so on. Xianxia sat quietly and pondered. He first had to determine what type of formation he needed in order to maximize his strength and avoid wasting his precious talent. Very quickly, he thought of three. The powerful species in this world were divided into three categories: humans, demons, and devils. To deal with demons, one had to use formations similar to the Heavenly Dipper Demon subduing formation. Although it was said to be a demon subduing formation, it was actually used to deal with demons and demonic beasts. As for dealing with demons, such as demons, it would be better to use a sun god technique attributed array formation. As for humans, the first two were negative creatures, while humans were positive creatures. He couldn't restrain himself by becoming a negative species. He had to use a more positive type to suppress it. Ku Yao, use right. Ku Mo, use yang. Ku Run, use gang. According to Xianxia's understanding of the demon race, he wrote down a diagram of the formation called the Heavenly Tao Righteous Qi diagram. As for the understanding of demons, Xianxia had also written down a map of the formation, called the Heavenly Yang Righteous Qi diagram. As for people's understanding, Xianxia was most proficient in writing down a formation called the Nature Energy diagram. Heavenly Tao is righteous, Heavenly Yang is yang, and nature is righteous. Xianxia picked up the essence of his thoughts and named the complete set of martial skills Tai Divine Technique. Tai, also known as Tai and Tai in the mysterious Tao, was the primordial chaos of heaven and earth. And these three profound Tao formations were only half of the entire Tai divine art. He still needed to create the other half of the martial Tao martial skills to cooperate with the formations. Even if it was these three profound Tao formations, Xianxia had only written an embryonic form. He was still far from completing them. After dawn, old man Mo Ling woke up. He took away the barrier and took Xianxia to eat something. And to Xianxia, there was no point in staying here any longer. As for tomorrow's appointment, old man Mo Ling did not intend to rush there. Therefore, he took Xianxia away without saying goodbye and left the Heavenly Sea sect. Is the 13 chapters of the Tao evolution still not enough for Senior? Xianxia asked curiously. No matter how old man Mo Ling treated Xianxia always addressed Mo Ling as Senior. Because Mo Ling was different from Xianxia's enemies in the past, because he had indeed learned a lot from Mo Ling. It was very difficult for him to call Mo Ling an old monster or an old thief. No matter what, Xianxia still couldn't let go of the courtesy he should have as a human. Mo Ling nodded and said, although chapter 13 of the Tao of Evolution is not bad, it is not very extensive. In it, I can't find what I want. Therefore, I will take you to the next martial arts sect and continue to pursue their theoretical essence. Xianxia had no expression on his face, but he was very happy in his heart. This was exactly what he needed. In the past few days, this junior has heard of Senior's views on the profound Tao. My knowledge has greatly increased, and I have great respect for Senior. Xianxia cupped his fists and said. Old man Mo Ling chuckled and said, it can also be considered good fortune. You have extraordinary talent. If it weren't for the fact that you swallowed the azure dragon blood, I would really have wanted to accept you as my successor. One must know that I, Mo Ling, have immersed myself in the profound Tao with a single sound. I can be said to be unparalleled in my attainments, but so far, I have not been able to find a disciple that satisfies me. As he spoke, old man Mo Ling looked at Xianxia's face and shook his head repeatedly. Regret, regret. Who doesn't want his life's work to flourish and be passed down forever? A few years later, when people mentioned the founder of this sect, they would still clasp their fists and address him as Patriarch Ink Spirit. This kind of thing was something that all the big shots pursued. However, after old man Mo Ling found Xianxia, his ambitions changed. As long as he could cultivate the dragon spirit pill, he would be able to obtain the ability to live forever. He would no longer need to remember himself in future generations, because he could live forever. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The azure dragon was upright, the white tiger was strong, and the vermilion bird was pure yang. To swallow these three pills, one only possessed three types of physiques, which were not related to martial arts techniques. However, he could use these three spirit beasts as inspiration to create three sets of martial skills, right? Azure Dragon Kuyao, Vermilion Bird Kuemo, White Tiger Kurin. According to the characteristics of these three spirit beasts, Xianxia began to gesture in his heart. The Azure Dragon was the head of all things, meaning the heavenly Tao. Vermilion Bird was a fire elf, meaning heavenly yang. The White Tiger was fierce, but it was fierce and not dark. It was the most ferocious thing, and it could be Howren. As for the specific aspects of the three martial skills, they needed to start from the martial arts theory. As for the previous three sets of formation diagrams, Xianxia could only place his only hope on Mo Ling. Thus, Xianxia humbly asked for advice and said to old man Mo Ling, Senior, this junior does not know anything about the mysterious Tao. I dare to ask Senior if he can give me some guidance. I have nothing to say to you. Old man Mo Ling immediately refused. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, perhaps, other than me, Senior won't be able to find such a good candidate for a disciple anymore. Just treat it as an addiction to being a master. Why not? Mo Ling sighed and thought to herself, Xianxia, I don't want to teach you. It's precisely because I'm worried that I'll teach you too deeply. I'm afraid that I'll treat you as a true descendant, but I won't have the heart to train you to death at that time. However, Mo Ling naturally wouldn't say this. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, this spell formation, After the spell formation is completed, that spell formation will take shape. It will exist independently and only need to be activated when needed. However, forming a seal with both hands is a continuous process, not a complete independent body. Why is it that forming a seal can also produce the effect of an array formation? Xianxia was very smart. Although Mo Ling said that she wouldn't teach him, Xianxia didn't shut up. Instead, he directly asked his own question. That Mo Ling was addicted to the profound Tao. If someone asked a question, he couldn't help but want to show off his knowledge. At first, old man Mo Ling ignored Xianxia. Xianxia mumbled to himself, muttering some answers to himself, but these answers were deliberately absurd, making the real expert angry. As expected, old man Mo Ling listened to Xianxia's words and couldn't help but say, "What nonsense! What nonsense! Formations are dead, humans are alive. The so-called formations actually use the power of heavenly luck. The earth has gravity, so it can create weightlessness formations. There are storms in the sky, so I can borrow the rain-seeking formation. Everything has its reasons. Formations can be borrowed one by one." The so-called old man Mo Ling immediately began to talk endlessly. Then, he said, "The reason why formations can work is because their meridians imitate the Tao of heaven and earth, and their formation eyes imitate the spirit of heaven and earth. If you imitate a fierce tiger with formations, then the formations can really emit the roar of tigers. As for humans, they are alive. Humans themselves have their own meridians. They can be seen as the direction of the formation's meridians, and their hands are used to form seals to serve as formation eyes. You only need to use your spiritual energy to walk through your meridians according to the spirit diagram of the formation. You can form a formation in your body and use your hands to form seals to activate the formation. What you said is all your own wild guesses. It's simply not possible." Originally, Xianxia did not interrupt and listened quietly. Whenever there was a place that he did not understand, he would deliberately snatch words to answer. The result was that the answer was definitely wrong. That Mo Ling was furious again. After giving Xianxia a harsh reprimand, he could not help but tell Xianxia why he was wrong and what was right. The two of them continued to chat as they rushed forward. To be honest, Xianxia still enjoyed this process. He liked to study with others and only felt that he could absorb a large amount of fresh knowledge. Similar to Xianxia, old man Mo Ling was accustomed to being alone. Regardless of whether it was any achievements or secrets, he could only share them with himself. Up until now, old man Mo Ling and Xianxia had been talking about a fluttering expression. Saliva flew everywhere. Sometimes, he could not help but use his hands and feet to gesture for a while. He even personally wrote an array diagram for Xianxia to take a look. During this process, Xianxia's understanding of the profound Tao increased with each passing day. The first convenience is the fallen leaves sect. Old man Mo Ling pointed ahead. The shadows shrouded in the clouds and mist of the Green Mountain were abundant. He said, "I have friendship with a few elders of the Fallen Leaves sect. You should follow our example in the Heavenly Sea sect. You should be polite first, then ruthlessly defeat them, and then use the method of preaching to deceive them of the essence of their martial arts theories." Xianxia nodded and said, "This junior understands." The heavenly Tao old man suddenly sighed and looked at Xianxia firmly. "You're not stupid. You should know that helping me like this is actually accelerating your death. Although I have threatened you before and you have no choice but to help, but in the end." Tian Dao shook his head and said, "Since that's the case, I'll treat you better from now on. If you still respect me, I won't treat you wrongly. At the very least, I'll let you live a more comfortable life before you die. This is a qi-nourishing pill." The heavenly Tao handed Xianxia a pill and said, "Swallowing this pill will further consolidate your previous martial Tao foundation. You have to know that martial artists have learned a variety of things. They are extremely complex. They will form a strand of chaotic energy from the martial Tao foundation in their bodies. At first, this strand of chaotic energy did not appear obvious, but the further they go, the greater the impact on martial artists will be. This qi-nourishing pill can slowly clean up the primordial energy in your body. Xianxia was overjoyed. He hurriedly took the pill and swallowed it in one mouthful. Profound Tao was different from martial Tao. A martial artist had just stepped into the martial Tao world and did not know where he was going. Therefore, he would learn all kinds of martial techniques, constantly eliminating the old and learning the new. However, the profound Tao was different. Cultivators knew where they were heading from the start. All the pill refining, artifact refining, and formation techniques they learned were only used to assist them, so they rarely formed chaotic energy. The value of this ordinary qi-nourishing pill was already so high that Xianxia couldn't estimate it. After arriving at the Fallen Leaves sect, as old man Mo Ling had said, he first came as a guest to ask for a meeting with the main family, and then Mo Ling ridiculed him with words. The entire Fallen Leaf sect was enraged, and they immediately suggested that they wanted to challenge him. Xianxia entered the arena and defeated all the disciples one by one, making them unable to even use their martial arts skills. Could be said that they were utterly defeated. Fallen Leaves' sect's confidence was greatly damaged, and they immediately changed to a respectful attitude to seek advice. As a result, Mo Ling and Xianxia were given a new opportunity to absorb nutrients. Only sects like the New World, that liked to discuss the Tao, would have such a thing happen. This was because they were eager to learn. After they lost, the first thing they thought of was not revenge, but finding the reason for their defeat. If someone from the martial arts sects of Xianxia world came to provoke you, not to mention discussing the Tao with you, I'm afraid the first thing the sect would think about would be how to kill you. The outline of Fallen Leaf sect's martial arts theory is called Yungang Gathering. This was the theoretical basis of another martial Tao system. The Heavenly Sea sect's martial Tao system pursues martial skills that cannot be dispensed with. It has been released and superimposed until you are unable to withstand it. The system of the Fallen Leaf sect was to release as many martial skills as possible at once. Although these martial skills could not be sustained with the explosive nature of the martial skills, they were trying to drown out the enemy at once. This Yungang summary was timely for Xianxia. He needed such a theoretical system. What he wanted was the combination of profound Tao and martial Tao, which was mixed with a large number of complicated calculations. He needed to use formations, martial arts, martial skills, movement techniques, and movement at the same time. Yungang gathered together and immediately met Xianxia's needs. But this was still not enough. To be able to unleash multiple factors at the same time was just an introduction. After 7 days and 7 nights of discussion, old man Mo Ling left the Fallen Leaves sect with Xianxia and continued on a new journey. On the way, Xianxia kept looking for opportunities to discuss the profound way with Mo Ling and humbly ask for advice. Mo Ling knew everything and spoke endlessly. Of course, he knew that he had fallen into Xianxia's trap, but he couldn't stop and didn't care anymore. Anyway, it had already begun, but it was too late to stop now. This was the first time since Xianxia stepped into the world of martial arts that he had truly focused on studying, putting down his killing and hatred, and absorbing knowledge crazily. Xianxia would always find the time to write and draw on the paper. He would be able to draw enough pictures of his thoughts and show them. He would be able to have a better overview to observe his progress. Old man Mo Ling was sometimes curious. He would also take Xianxia's manuscript and read it. After reading it, he would remain silent. One night, Xianxia lay in the open space in the forest and slept soundly. He slept soundly. As for old man Mo Ling, he stood in the air, staring at Hao Yu with Xianxia's manuscript in his hand. After a long time, Mo Ling let out a long sigh and muttered, "Could it be that the heavens are playing tricks on me? I've been begging for hundreds of years, but I still haven't been able to find an outstanding successor. However, just as my 4 spirits divine pill was about to succeed, the heavens gave me Xianxia." He shook his right hand and held the manuscripts in front of him. This combination of martial Tao and profound Tao is truly a beam of spiritual light that cleaves through the muddy qi, causing one's eyes to shine. If I had enough time to train him, he would definitely become a grandmaster. Unfortunately, you can't have both fish and bear paws. If you want the 4 spirits divine pill, you have to give up Xianxia. If you want Xianxia, you have to give up the divine pill. Ku Yi. Old man Mo Ling let out a long sigh. In the days to come, Mo Ling led Xianxia to war in the south, provoking more than 30 martial arts sects of all sizes. As for Xianxia's name, it could be said that it had completely opened up in the New World. Recently, the word Xianxia had been widely circulated in the martial arts field of the New World. Everyone knew that there was such a young man who could quickly break through the enemy's martial techniques. No matter what kind of martial skill your cultivation technique belongs to, as long as you face Xianxia, you will be utterly defeated. You won't even be able to use it. For a moment, some sects were afraid that Xianxia would suddenly appear to defeat the outstanding disciples of their own sections. Some sects were eager to see Xianxia arrive earlier and learn Xianxia's methods. But no matter what, Xianxia was famous. However, Xianxia was also very clear about his weaknesses. His charm was indeed capable of breaking through moves, but most of it was used in one-on-one battles. If there were a lot of enemies and more than 10 opponents who were comparable in strength to him at a time, then there was nothing he could do. He could see all the enemy's martial skill paths, but he didn't have so many arms and hands to break through everyone in a short period of time. Therefore, the Tai divine art was still what he longed for the most. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Xianxia had almost perfected his Tai divine art. He had almost completed 80% of it, but the final 20% could not be completed anyway. He lacks a more essential theory. In the previous sects, their theories were all foundations belonging to the low-end to mid-high end, but those sects did not possess the truly high-end theories. Old man Mo Ling also noticed this. He said to Xianxia, "It seems like we can't wander around in those second and third grade sects anymore." Second and third grade sects? Xianxia was shocked. Those were only second and third grade sects. He thought those were all first-rate sections. However, any second or third grade sect was much more powerful than the first grade sect in his own world. Mo Ling gritted her teeth and said, "First-class sects are narrow-minded. This is a common disease. They want to maintain their status. Perhaps they will imprison the two of us and hollow out everything we have learned before killing us. However, I have to take this risk." Mo Ling knew that she had no other choice but to gamble. Xianxia also knew that his deadline was about to arrive. Once he went to a first-rate sect, his fate would be death. If Mo Ling succeeded, he would definitely kill himself and extract the dragon blood from his body. If Mo Ling failed, he would be imprisoned by a first-rate sect and die. No matter what, he had no hope of surviving. Xianxia also activated his thoughts and prepared to find an opportunity to escape. That night, Mo Ling was lying on the side sleeping. Around the two of them, there was still a powerful barrier that Xianxia could not escape from. The only way was to absorb the void divine lightning and teleport it out randomly in the form of a spatial jump. While Mo Ling was sleeping, Xianxia quietly untied his right arm. On his right arm, there were tattoos in the shape of broken squares. Xianxia took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. Then, he began to unseal the void divine lightning and suppress it with the 9 transformations of thunder, slowly absorbing it. This was an easy action to expose, so Xianxia had never dared to do it before. However, the matter had already reached this point, so he could only fight to the death. The power of the void divine lightning gradually entered Xianxia's body. Squares began to penetrate into Xianxia's skin. This was a sign of absorption. But at this critical moment, when Xianxia was about to absorb 1/3 of the void divine lightning, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Xianxia suddenly raised his head and broke out in cold sweat. Old man Mo Ling stood in front of him and stared at him. "What are you doing?" Old man Mo Ling asked with a cold face. "Shit. He was discovered. Fight him." No, Xianxia immediately rejected this idea in his heart. He was certain that he would not be able to defeat old man Mo Ling. By the way, Mo Ling didn't know what the thunder-shocking 9 had become. Xianxia said calmly, "Senior, what's wrong?" "I'm just cultivating." As he spoke, Xianxia began to slowly release the 9 transformations of thunder. He couldn't do it too quickly, or else it would be easy to detect. It has to be gradual. Something's wrong. Old man Mo Ling frowned and tilted his head. as if he was sensing something. He said, "You have an abnormal fluctuation of lightning power on your body." Xianxia's 9 transformations of thunder had been slowly removed by 30%. He said, "You know that I am Xianxian, so you must have heard of me. Then you should know that I possess the lightning meridian talent." An expression of relief appeared on Old Man Mo Ling's face. Xianxian was overjoyed. However, Mo Ling immediately frowned and said, No, this isn't like the power you possess. It's more like an external force. Are you absorbing something?" As he spoke, Old Man Mo Ling looked around for a while and then looked up at the sky. How could he have imagined that the thing Xianxian had absorbed was sealed on Xianxian's right arm? Xianxian had already released 70% of the 9 transformations of thunder, and was about to succeed. Looks like the plan to absorb the divine lightning this time has been shattered, so we can only find another opportunity. As a result, Old Man Mo Ling's body suddenly trembled. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Xianxian's right arm. Xianxian secretly sighed and said in his heart, "It's over." Old Man Mo Ling rolled up Xianxian's sleeves and saw the tattoo on his arm at a glance. He was shocked and said, "World exterminating divine lightning. So this thing has always been sealed on your body. You want to kill me?" A cold killing intent flashed across Old Man Mo Ling's eyes. He had misunderstood. Xianxian actually wanted to escape, but he didn't know how to shock the 9 changes. He thought that Xianxian wanted to use the world exterminating divine lightning to kill him. "Good boy." Old Man Mo Ling was furious. "Recently, this old man has treated you well. You actually have hidden evil intentions. Hee. Do you think that I can only take the dragon blood from your body when you're alive? I can kill you and bring you along as a corpse." As he spoke, Old Man Mo Ling raised his right hand and was about to chop down towards Xianxian's heavenly spirit cap. At this moment, a bright light suddenly appeared in the sky, as if the 9 heavens Milky Way had suddenly poured down from the night sky. At this moment, Old Man Mo Ling quickly wrapped Xianxian's sleeves and said, "Hurry up and take away your cultivation technique. Quickly." Xianxian was also very decisive and hurriedly put away the 9 transformations of thunder. Suddenly, a large number of martial artists appeared in the beam of light that fell from the sky like a galaxy. "Xianxian, it really is you." The leader laughed loudly after seeing Xianxian for the first time. Xianxian was shocked. He was facing the bright light and couldn't see the person who spoke clearly, but from his voice, he couldn't forget it even if it turned into ashes. Xianxian gritted his teeth and said, "Black-green bamboo. Shit. It's the people from the Bai clan." Old Man Mo Ling sent a voice transmission to Xianxian and said, "Everything is up to me. Without my orders, don't act rashly. Otherwise, you and I will lose our heads." As he spoke, Xian Qingzhu had already landed with a large number of experts from the Bai clan. TSK. This is truly a narrow path for enemies. Xian Qingzhu walked around Xianxian and smiled. "I didn't expect to meet you in this new world. I wonder if Xianxian, who has been rumored to be from the Haoran sect for the past 6 months, is actually Xianxian. But I think, besides that Xianxian, who else can have such a powerful attainment in martial arts?" At this point, Xian Qingzhu's expression was incomparably cold. She shouted coldly, "You've ruined my good deeds everywhere. I didn't expect that I'd come to the new world, and you'd follow me again. Do you still want to cause trouble for me?" The more Xian Qingzhu spoke, the angrier he became. He waved his hand and a fierce astral chi slashed down towards Xianxian's head. "Stop!" Old Man Mo Ling stood in front of Xianxian and used his dipper chi to block Xianxian's attack. Mo Ling was at the 5th level of the divine realm, while Xian Qingzhu was at the 7th level of the divine realm. Although the difference in cultivation realms was not particularly exaggerated, Mo Ling was still a person from the profound Tao, and her martial power was simply insufficient. At this moment, Mo Ling was also sent flying by the black-green bamboo, and he vomited blood wildly. After Xian Qingzhu chopped away the ink spirit, he continued to attack, wanting to kill Xianxian thoroughly so as to avoid a long night's sleep. "Wait!" Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked out from behind the crowd. The The middle-aged man held Xian Qingzhu's arm with a folding fan. Xian Qingzhu said angrily, "Bai Jingyun, what do you mean? This Xiangnan is a remnant of the Haoran sect. He has ruined many good things for me. I have long wanted to get rid of him." The middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. "Can't you see that this Xiangnan is already being held hostage by Senior Mo Ling? Are you afraid that he will be able to escape?" The middle-aged man looked at Mo Ling and said, "I wonder if the Four Spirits Divine pill Senior Mo Ling cultivated will succeed. Would you like to come to my Bai clan and stay for a while?" Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. Are these people from the Bai clan? And he was about to go to the Bai clan? But Xian Qingzhu was still worried. She knew that Xiangnan had many methods, so she might find a gap and escape. Bai Jingyun smiled and said, "Don't worry. After he enters our Bai clan, can he still fly away with his wings inserted?" Xian Qingzhu could only nod helplessly. "All right then, but you must hand Xiangnan over to me afterwards and let me personally kill him. It's up to you." Bai Jingyun smiled and waved his hand. "Come, Senior Mo Ling, please go home." Another beam of intense light shot down from the night sky, illuminating everyone, including Xiangnan. Immediately after, Xiangnan felt that the thing in front of him was beginning to turn white. He knew that he was advancing at top speed. This speed of advancement was already equivalent to the speed of sublight. After an unknown amount of time, about 2 days or 2 days and 1 night, Xiangnan felt his speed suddenly slow down and slowly stopped. In front of him was a beautiful mountain. The mountains stood upright, and immortal clouds surrounded them. 5-colored immortal palaces floated in the clouds. There were also a large number of buildings under the mountain, and people would often come and go. This was the Bai clan. The entire region emitted an ancient aura that Xiangnan had never felt before, as if a giant beast that had slept for millions of years was crawling on the ground. No, not like. Lightning flashed in Xiangnan's eyes, and he discovered that these mountains and buildings were really built on the back of a giant beast. That giant beast was so big that it could be thousands of kilometers away, and its width was more than 300 li. The Bai clan. Xiangnan let out a long sigh and finally returned. This was the place where he was born, but it was also the place where he abandoned himself. He, Bai Mukin, didn't expect to return to the Bai clan one day. Ironically, he was not returning home in luxury, but was escorted back as a prisoner. For some reason, Xiangnan laughed. Even he didn't know what this unconscious smile of his represented. Was it self-mockery towards him or hatred towards the Bai clan? As soon as Xiangnan and the others entered the Bai clan's territory, they heard buzzing sounds coming from the sky. The voice sounded like the roar of a giant creature, and the ground began to shake. Xiangnan scanned the surroundings and found that the ground in the distance was gradually sinking. In other words, he was flying high. It turned out that the giant beast that was 1,000 miles long had taken off. The length of this giant monster's body was extremely frightening. What was the concept of 1,000 miles? Using horses from the ordinary human world, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to run from head to toe. Xiangnan could not feel himself on the back of the beast at all. Only as the things in the distance became lower and lower could he feel himself ascending into the sky. Gradually, the giant beast rose for an unknown amount of time before finally appearing in the boundless sea of clouds. It slowly began to cruise through the sea of clouds. The sky here was really very high. It was countless times higher than Xiangnan's world. Anywhere there was air, it could be called the sky. How high the sky was depended on how big the world was. It could be imagined that this new world was already unimaginably large for Xiangnan. At this moment, Bai Jingyun and Xian Qingzhu had already brought Xiangnan and Old Man Mo Ling to the Bai clan's territory. The Bai clan's gathering place was located thousands of kilometers away, and the true core of the territory was located on the giant beast's head. The two of them weren't treated like prisoners. Instead, they were treated as guests. They were invited to a group of palaces at the beast's neck, where there was a living room for guests. It could be seen that even the powerful Bai clan had some respect for Old Man Mo Ling. Xiangnan thought to himself, perhaps the Bai clan coveted Old Man Mo Ling's medicinal pills, so they treated him with courtesy. Senior Mo Ling, please take a seat. Bai Jingyun smiled and made an invitation gesture, allowing Xiang Nan and Mo Ling to sit at the front of the living room. Xiang Nan originally thought that it was time for the Bai clan to threaten and lure old man Mo Ling, but in reality, this was not the case. Bai Jingyun called for someone to pass tea and wine snacks to old man Mo Ling, while Xian Qingzhu stood at the door with his hands behind his back. His eyes slightly narrowed as he stared at Xiang Nan. Only Xian Qingzhu knew how big Xiang Nan's threat was. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with the way the Bai clan handled Xiang Nan. In her opinion, she should kill Xiang Nan as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would definitely have a long night's sleep. However, under the eaves, Xian Qingzhu could only give the Bai clan some face and let Xiang Nan live first. Afterwards, Bai Jingyun clapped his hands. 12 children around the age of 15 and 16 entered the living room from outside the door. They stood in 2 rows and lined up respectfully. This scene made Xiang Nan a little puzzled, so he just continued to watch. Old man Mo Ling was somewhat accustomed to this scene. He held the teacup in his hand and took a sip of tea. Bai Jingyun smiled at old man Mo Ling and said, "This is a clansman that my Bai clan has just selected. Senior Mo Ling, please take a look. What does the heavenly brand mean?" Xiang Nan didn't know why. He went to observe the 12 children and discovered that each of them possessed the talent of the 4 heavenly meridians. They were extraordinary. Mo Ling did not immediately respond. Instead, she looked at Xiang Nan and said, "Little friend, do you know what a heaven brand is?" Xiang Nan shook his head, expressing his ignorance. Old man Mo Ling said, "In this treacherous world, the Bai clan has its own set of survival laws. All the juniors born in the Bai clan must immediately carry out talent detection and make corresponding font size assignments. All the juniors of the heavenly stage mono bloodline will be sent to the Bai clan's outer sect. Such a talented person is of no value to the Bai clan. Only those with 2 heavenly meridians and above are qualified to learn the Bai clan's martial arts techniques, enter the Bai clan's inner sect, and be divided into heaven, earth, and human ranks according to their talent. The so-called heaven brand refers to disciples with 4 heaven-grade meridians, while the earth brand refers to disciples with 3 heaven-grade meridians, with the lowest human brand and 2 heaven-grade meridians. Old man Mo Ling raised his hand and pointed. "There are countless members of the Bai clan. The back of this giant beast is only for the Bai clan's inner sect disciples to live in. The outer sect disciples are scattered all over the world to deal with the affairs of the outer sect." Xiang Nan's heart sank. Was the Bai clan already this powerful? 1,000 miles away was just an inner sect. In that case, how many outer sect members would there be? Wasn't there as many stars in the sky? Hearing old man Mo Ling's introduction, Bai Jingyun did not interrupt. Instead, he looked very arrogant and raised his head high. He clearly had sufficient confidence and pride in the Bai clan. "Do you know what they want me to do?" Old man Mo Ling asked Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan continued to shake his head. Old man Mo Ling said, "Heaven-ranked disciples are the core combat strength of the Bai clan, and they are also the most important targets they cultivate. The heaven-ranked juniors selected from each batch of disciples must use powerful medicinal pills to consolidate their martial Dao foundation." Bai Jingyun said loudly, "That's right. The foundation of martial arts is of utmost importance. This time, we want Senior Mo Ling to visit these 12 juniors and refine some pills for them to consolidate their foundations according to their own conditions. In the long years ahead, these 12 younger generations will become the pillars of our Bai clan." "Only 12? Xianxia asked consciously. Bai Jingyun laughed loudly. "These 12 people are just this batch of heavenly brand members. Every year, our Bai clan has to select at least 500 heavenly brand members." Xiang Nan nodded silently. Old man Mo Ling walked down, circling around the 12 young men, occasionally nodding and occasionally shaking his head. Sometimes he would take a pulse for a young man, and sometimes he would directly inject the dipper chi into a young man's body to observe the young man's foundations. Bai Jingyun clasped his fists and said, "In this world, Senior Mo Ling's realm is not high. However, if Senior Mo Ling dares to claim second place in terms of profound Dao attainments, no one would dare to be first. Senior, you have already examined the situation of these 12 clansmen. May I ask if you have any countermeasures? When Old Man Mo Ling returned to his seat, he ignored Bai Jingyun and closed his eyes to rest. Xian Qingzhu's expression was very unhappy. He was unhappy with this Old Man Mo Ling's behavior and sneered, "I don't think this Senior Mo Ling is anything special. Even Xiang Nan's little bastard's martial uncle is half a gourd. His profound Dao attainments are probably not inferior to Mo Ling's." After hearing the words, half a gourd, Old Man Mo Ling suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Xiang Nan with a strange expression. Xiang Nan didn't know why, so he looked back with questioning eyes, but Old Man Mo Ling had already closed his eyes again. Mo Ling said, "If I remember correctly, it will be your Bai clan's ancestral sacrifice festival in 3 days." Bai Jingyun said, "Senior has a good memory. Indeed, 3 days from now, it will be our Bai clan's ancestor worship ceremony." Mo Ling nodded and said, All right. After saying those 2 words, Old Man Mo Ling stopped talking. No matter how Bai Jingyun asked, he didn't answer him. Everyone was puzzled. This Old Man Mo Ling was acting strangely. No one knew what he was thinking. However, Bai Jingyun rolled his eyes and smiled. "Come. Send Senior Mo Ling to calm the Wind Palace to rest. We must guard him closely to protect his safety." After saying that, a disciple of the clan walked up and took Mo Ling and Xiang Nan away. The so-called protection was actually surveillance to prevent the 2 of them from escaping. After the 2 of them left, Xian Qingzhu was puzzled. What exactly is this Old Man Mo Ling doing? Bai Jingyun smiled and said, "He refused to help us now. It's obviously for the ancestor worship ceremony in 3 days. At the ceremony, he's probably going to make his own request." Xian Qingzhu sneered, "With his weak Mo Ling, do you dare to make conditions with the Bai clan?" Bai Jingyun smiled and said, "Whatever he wants, we'll give it to him. People like Mo Ling are only good for our Bai clan, not a threat." "What about Xiang Nan?" Xian Qingzhu asked. Bai Jingyun asked curiously, "You seem to be very concerned about that Xiang Nan. Is he really that important? In my opinion, he's just an ordinary young man." "You don't understand." Xian Qingzhu narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "This young Nan has limitless potential. He is the most terrifying martial artist I have ever seen." Bai Jingyun laughed loudly. "It's just the 5th level of fortune. To our Bai clan, this kind of realm isn't even an ant." Xian Qingzhu said, "He should be only 20 years old this year. But do you know that less than 3 years ago, he was just an origin realm martial artist?" Hearing this, Bai Jingyun's expression became serious. The Bai clan had as many geniuses as a cow's hair. Back then, Bai Mukin had also reached the fortune realm at the age of 18. Although experts from the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians were extremely rare among the disciples of the Bai clan, it wasn't too difficult for ordinary heavenly disciples to step into the fortune realm when they were 20 years old. Therefore, Bai Jingyun didn't place Xiang Nan in his eyes. However, the prerequisite for those people to reach the fortune realm at this age was that they would start cultivating at the age of 12 or 13. However, at the age of 17, Xiang Nan was still at the origin returning realm. In just 2 years, he had crossed over from the origin returning realm to the fortune realm. It was equivalent to Xiang Nan catching up with the progress of the Bai clan heavenly martial cultivator for an entire 8 years in just over 2 years. This span was unprecedented, and even Bai Jingyun was terrified. Xian Qingzhu said, "Now, do you still think my thoughts are superfluous?" A cold light flashed through Bai Jingyun's eyes as he said, "Since that's the case, then find an opportunity to get rid of Xiang Nan. However, it seems that Mo Ling thinks highly of Xiang Nan. We have to make Mo Ling satisfied before we can attack Xiang Nan. There's no harm in letting Xiang Nan live a few more days." Stop Wind Palace. This was a wooden building used for guests to live in. The furnishings inside the building were elegant and simple, and there was a faint fragrance of tea floating in the air. Xiang Nan sat at the window and looked at the sea of clouds outside, his heart heavy. This was the Bai clan. It was his real home. He didn't know where his biological parents were right now, and whether they were not far from him. Exactly why did the Bai clan give up on him and hand him over to the Profound Sky sect as a sacrifice? He knew that it was because the Bai clan wanted to rope in the Profound Sky sect so that Shen Qingzhu could absorb his heavenly spirit 5 meridians as a gift to the Profound Sky sect. But why himself? With so many people in the Bai clan, why did they choose Bai Mukin as their sacrifice? Why can't it be someone else? The puzzlement he had felt over the years had gradually evolved into hatred in Xiang Nan's heart. If he had the ability, he would definitely gather all of the Bai clan together and question them face to face. However, he knew that this was not the right time. Not to mention questioning others, even surviving would be very difficult. Half a gourd. Is it your martial uncle? Suddenly, old man Mo Ling asked. Xiang Nan turned around and nodded. That's right. If you count according to my heavenly Tao master's generation, Senior Half-Gourd is indeed my martial uncle. Xiang Nan noticed that when Shen Qingzhu mentioned half a gourd, old man Mo Ling's expression changed slightly. Mo Ling sighed and said, half of the gourd was originally called Hu Bushuang. He is my senior apprentice brother. Ah! Xiang Nan suddenly felt that it was inconceivable. Why was half a gourd still old man Mo Ling's senior brother? This was too coincidental. But why? Half a gourd was clearly a person from his own world. Could it be that he was also a cultivator from another world? Mo Ling said, Senior brother and I grew up together under the nurturing of our master. However, my talent is higher than senior brother's. He has always been unrestrained and unrestrained. He doesn't like to delve into profound Tao. He is very different from me. Afterwards, as the two of us disagreed with each other, we seldom interacted with each other. Later on, he was very close to the Bai clan. I heard that he disappeared on a mission. So he went to your world. Xiang Nan hurriedly asked, can you explain it in detail? Martial Uncle Half-Gourd has never mentioned this part of his past life. Why did he go to our world? What kind of mission did he perform? Old man Mo Ling said, I'm not sure about the specific situation, but the last time I saw him was half a month before he left. At that time, I went to visit him and heard him mention it briefly. As he spoke, Mo Ling looked at Xiang Nan and said, you know, there are 2 great powers in your world. One is called the Star Guild, and the other is called the Huangpu Aristocrat Clan. I know, Xiang Nan said. Mo Ling nodded. The Bai clan is trying to rope in the Profound Sky sect, but one of the moves is to use the Profound Sky sect to suppress and disintegrate the Star Guild. The other move is aimed at the Huangpu Aristocrat Clan. The Bai clan has planted another force into your world and secretly destroyed the structure of the Huangpu Aristocrat Clan. Senior brother, who is one of the important upper echelons of this force. Hearing this, Xiang Nan felt his back go cold. There was also a hidden force? Heavens, I only know that the Profound Sky sect is here, but I don't know that there is actually a force controlled by the Bai clan secretly dealing with the Huangpu Aristocrat Clan right under my nose. Could it be that the Huangpu Aristocrat Clan's North-South clan chaos was also plotted by that hidden power? What's the name of that power? Xiang Nan hurriedly asked. Mo Ling shook her head and said, then I don't know. I only know that it is a mysterious strength. Very few people know their true colors. Even if they do, they may not understand their true identities. Perhaps you've seen that power before, but you don't know how much you can associate with it. That's your own problem. A mysterious force. Xiang Nan was thoughtful. He looked out of the window and saw some Bai family clansmen coming and going in the distance. Those members of the Bai clan were all dressed in white, wearing white clothes, Heavenly devil religion? Xiang Nan's brain exploded with a buzz. In an instant, many small details that he had experienced in the past suddenly surged into his mind. These details were all connected together, forming a huge conspiracy chess game. When was the first time he met Dream Butterfly? It was in Haotian City. Back then, why did Dream Butterfly go to Haotian City? She was looking for half a gourd. Huangpu Ruyan's younger sister, Xiao Yuer, had been poisoned for many years. As for that poison, he had seen it in the Dream Butterfly's poison pill before. Xiang Nan had always had a question that he could not understand. and that was the motive of the heavenly demon religion. This self-proclaimed sacred religion was extremely united. It could even sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people to self-destruct for a single goal. However, in Xiangnan's eyes, the heavenly demon cult was an organization that had no specific goal and was causing trouble everywhere. No one knew what they really wanted to do. But now that he recalled it, this might be a cover for everyone in the world to treat the heavenly devil religion as a madman. What a madman did would be difficult for ordinary people to understand, and no one would deliberately guess. But in reality, the real target of heavenly devil religion's collapse was the Huangpu aristocrat clan. What Xiangnan experienced was the other half of the martial world, but the other half of the business world knew very little about it. Ever since the heavenly devil sect poisoned the Huangpu aristocrat clan, this matter had come to light. They definitely had more activities in the dark, but Xiangnan didn't know about it. Perhaps even the Huangpu aristocrat clan did not know what kind of power had restrained them, causing the North and South clans to eventually split apart. When did the Huangpu clan crack? Xiangnan reckoned the time, as if it was after the Battle of Beast Spirit Island. The Heavenly Profound sect launched an all-out attack, while the Heavenly Demon sect secretly cooperated with the Heavenly Profound sect to attack the Huangpu aristocrat clan. When he met Huangpu Ruyan in the Iron and Steel continent, the Huangpu aristocrat clan was already on the verge of splitting up. There must have been a period of splitting up before this. Counting the time, it coincided with the Battle of Beast Spirit Island. If that was the case, then what was the identity of that half-gourd in the heavenly devil religion? Why did he enter the nature sect? What was the purpose? Was the heavenly profound sect's half-demon body really created by the old man who refined the green fire poison? Once Xiangnan started to suspect half a gourd, he became suspicious of many things. That's right, that elder who refined the green fire poison was an expert in poison production, and his profound Tao attainments weren't that high. How could a cultivator who only knew how to concoct poisons find a way to cultivate the body of a half-demon? How could he create a way to absorb demons? How could he be so strong that he could use Bai Mukin's corpse to control everyone from the 6 great sects? After all, half of the gourd didn't seem to be present during the battle on Beast Spirit Island. However, why did half a gourd sneak into the Howran sect, which was ranked last? Who would have thought that the nature sect would become the leader of the 6 great sects in the future? Emperor Haoyan. Xiangnan suddenly woke up. The half-gourd was not going to deal with the Howran sect, but Emperor Haoyan. Emperor Haoyan was the only emperor who had reached the heavenly tribulation realm. If an emperor possessed the pinnacle of martial arts, then the country that the emperor controlled would be incomparably strong. Shit, right now, half of the gourd is still lurking in the Howran sect. Xiangnan stood up abruptly and grabbed old man Mo Ling's arm. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know who among Bai Wudao's followers can refine origin pills?" Old man Mo Ling shook off Xiangnan unhappily and said, "The Bai clan is a pure martial Tao sect. There are no more profound Tao experts. If there really are, they don't have to ask me to tailor-make pills for their disciples every year." That's it. Xiangnan sat down dejectedly, his eyes filled with disappointment. From the beginning, there was only one authentic member of the Bai clan in our world, Bai Wudao. As for the Shendao cultivators who followed Bai Wudao, I've seen them before and killed them. That cultivator's Shendao attainments aren't that high. In other words, the origin pill was also made from half a gourd. In Xiangnan's world, almost all of the famous Shendao cultivators were extremely respectful and awe-inspiring when they mentioned half a gourd. Apart from half a gourd, Xiangnan couldn't think of anyone else who could find a way to refine a martial artist's talent. Back then, Xian Qingzhu had stabbed himself to death with a steel needle and extracted his 5 heavenly spiritual meridians. It should have been half a gourd secretly pointing at him. When Xian Qingzhu mentioned the name half gourd, just now, there was no hatred in her tone. Instead, it was more of an admiration. This kind of tone should never appear in the mouths of the upper echelons of the hostile forces. It turned out that when he was still Bai Mukin, the Bai clan's conspiracy network had already begun in his own world. From the day that the old man of the Bai clan handed over the baby Bai Mukin to the heavenly profound sect master, the entire plan of the Bai clan had already started. The half-gourd that was indifferent to everything had penetrated the entire conspiracy network from beginning to end. He had always been there, but no one knew what kind of weight he held. Then, what kind of situation was Emperor Haotian in now that had disappeared for a long time? Southern Domain, what will happen next? Xianxia sat silently. After a while, he sighed and said, "Your senior brother is even more vicious than you." Old man Mo Ling didn't care. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "In that case, the spatial passageway and the light-guiding array that enveloped our entire world should also come from the plan of half a gourd. Senior, there's something I want to show you." As he spoke, Xianxia copied and presented a large portion of the text to Old Man Mo Ling. After Old Man Mo Ling finished reading it, he was shocked and said, "Huh? Isn't this our sex Xiangyang profound technique? How could you have it? Furthermore, this Xiangyang profound technique is not complete. There are many places that have been modified. It seems to have become a martial arts incantation. If you continue practicing this kind of martial arts, you will die." Xianxia sighed and said, "This is called the sun god technique in our world." Su Caiyue's father and daughter were a pair of experts with low talent but frighteningly high comprehension of martial arts. Su Caiyue's father had practiced the sun god technique to death. How strong was Su Caiyue's comprehension of martial arts? She could practice the sun god technique and reach the divine martial realm. Even Xianxia, who possessed divine talent, did not dare to continue cultivating when he reached the heaven scryer realm. This showed just how shocking Su Caiyue's potential was. That half of the gourd must have seen the terrifying potential of Su Caiyue and her daughter. So it gave Su Caiyue's father an inspiration. The source of inspiration was the Xiangyang profound technique that Old Man Mo Ling had mentioned. However, after the modification, the father and daughter would never be able to reach the peak of martial arts, and even die at any moment. When Xianxia thought of the sun god technique that his master had persisted in for his entire life, it was actually a malicious scheme made by half a gourd. A bone-scratching hatred surged into his heart. No wonder this kind of martial arts technique is actually able to activate the heavenly dipper demon subduing formation of the mysterious Tao. Xianxia sighed. Old Man Mo Ling said, "The light-drawing array in your world is also derived from the Xiangyang profound art, but it is a reverse profound art that constitutes an array. The Xiangyang profound technique can absorb the power of the sun, while the light-drawing array is the opposite. It can rebound the power of the sun." Su Caiyue and her daughter had worked hard all their lives, but they hadn't found a way to solve the deficiencies of the sun god technique. How could the two of them possibly play with half a gourd that was treacherous and cunning? Old Man Mo Ling said, "You should stop practicing this so-called sun god technique. If you continue practicing it, you will surely set yourself on fire. I'm afraid you don't have much time left. On your deathbed, I'll grant you a wish." Old Man Mo Ling scratched his head and wrote down a set of incantations. This is the true incantation of the Xiangyang mysterious technique. If you want it, take it and comprehend it. Xianxia took out his incantation and saw that it was the first time he saw the sun and moon. This was indeed a very pure, profound art. It was very different from the sun divine art. The sun divine art was a martial art that possessed a strong offensive power, while the Xiangyang profound art did not have any offensive power. The so-called Xiangyang mysterious technique was a fire control method that used the power of the sun to refine pills. Others used Yuan Qi flames and Dipper Qi flames to refine pills, while the two Mo Ling brothers used sun fire. The most important thing was that the Xiangyang profound technique was setting fire, while the sun god technique was stopping fire. Once one cultivated the sun god technique, it was as if they were compared to a pill furnace. In the process of refining pills, if the temperature of the pill furnace was too high, the furnace would definitely explode. The flesh and blood of humans were simply unable to withstand the impact of the sun's power. Humans did not exist to absorb the sun's power. They could only absorb spiritual energy. Xianxia had also found a key point in the Xiangyang profound technique that he hadn't handed over half of the gourd to Su Caiyue and her daughter. In the Xiangyang profound technique, it was also mentioned that to refine pills with the power of the sun into pill fire, one had to use the soul to activate the power of the sun, not the spiritual sea. Old man Mo Ling held the sun god technique's incantation and praised. Senior brother's change to the Zhengyang profound technique is truly astonishing. It is actually a martial technique that has been changed from a profound technique to a martial technique. The power of this technique is indeed very strong. Xiang Nan closed his eyes and sat down. He began to summon the power of the sun. A blazing sun suddenly appeared in the sky. This was the third level of the sun god technique, which could form an illusory image of the sun in the sky. However, this time, Xiang Nan did not absorb the sun's power into his spiritual sea. He followed his meridians and directly absorbed it into his divine soul. According to the formula of the Zhengyang profound technique, the sun's power entered his divine soul and immediately made Xiang Nan's divine soul become a person of light. At the same time, Xiang Nan's eyes began to shine, and his entire body was shrouded in a bright and thin light. Immediately after, his astral qi suddenly became incomparably irritable. The strength of his astral qi and his physical body had all greatly increased by several levels. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and quickly broke through to the third level of the Earth Yang realm, directly arriving at the first level of the heavenly Yang realm. The sun phantom in the sky instantly disappeared, and a sun-shaped pattern appeared between Xiang Nan's eyebrows. At the same time, Xiang Nan's entire body was like a sun that would shine at any moment. It was so bright that no one could open their eyes. Since then, the strength of Xiang Nan's Dipper Qi had risen another step. His entire body had turned into a person of light, as if he was a figure shaped by the sunlight. At the heavenly Yang stage, he could make himself look like the sun. Even the tables and chairs around Xiang Nan began to melt with the terrifying temperature of Xiang Nan. It wasn't burning, it was melting. Old man Mo Ling stared at Xiang Nan with a dumbfounded expression and said in shock, "This is impossible." Xiang Nan took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his cultivation technique. The strong light in his eyes also disappeared. How is that impossible? Since I have the Zhengyang profound technique, I can naturally cultivate the sun god technique. Old man Mo Ling said with a strange expression. But, what? Xiang Nan felt that old man Mo Ling's reaction was very strange. What was wrong? Old man Mo Ling hesitated for a long time before saying, "However, no one has ever practiced the Zhengyang profound technique before. Even senior brother and I have not been able to cultivate the Zhengyang profound technique to this point. It's just a glimpse of the path. We can barely borrow some of the power of the sun when refining rank 8 pills. However, the degree of borrowing is definitely not as powerful as yours. My master once said that the Zhengyang profound technique has an extremely high demand for talent. The sun is endless, unless a person also possesses endless talent. Could it be that you?" Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, "This is bad. Why is he so careless?" Before he could fully understand, he perfected the sun god technique in front of old man Mo Ling. One had to know that Master Su Kaiwe had yet to reach the first level of the heavenly Yang realm. When Su Kaiwe went to the western regions to save Xiang Nan, the most typical scene was the sudden appearance of an incomparably gigantic sun in the sky. "You have divine qualities." Old man Mo Ling sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Xiang Nan remained silent and didn't know how to explain. In front of old man Mo Ling, he was afraid that any explanation would be worn out. "Really? This is really?" Old man Mo Ling looked at Xiang Nan in horror. He couldn't say anything after a long time. He didn't know how to describe the scene in front of him. Xiang Nan continued to remain silent. After a while, old man Mo Ling finally let out a long sigh. "Good fortune is a joke. Why did you absorb the dragon blood? Otherwise, I sigh." Old man Mo Ling let out a long sigh and didn't pay attention to Xiang Nan for a long time. Time passed day by day. 3 days later, Xiang Nan and old man Mo Ling were invited out and arrived at the beast head. There was the residence of the Bai clan's core elders and an incomparably large altar at the head of the beast. The altar was arranged in a circular shape. It was an array diagram, and at the center of the array diagram, there was a statue standing abruptly. All the juniors of the Bai clan's heaven realm and the respected elders had come. This was only the most important group of the Bai clan's people, but their numbers had reached nearly 100,000. When Xianxia saw the sculpture's face, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Old man Mo Ling pointed at the sculpture and said, "That is the first patriarch of the Bai clan. He is also the only rare talent expert of divine grade in history, by Wuxia." The only time old man Mo Ling said this was when he glanced at Xianxia and changed his words to rare. Xianxia's heart was in turmoil, and he cared more about the word by Wuxia. Bai Wuxia was the ancestor of the Bai clan. However, Bai Wuxia was also the founding ancestor of his own world, the martial arts world. Why would even Bai Wuxia go to his own world? Was it just out of curiosity? He brought martial Dao to his own world. What was his purpose? Was it really just preaching? Mo Ling looked at Xianxia and said, "I know what your question is. Do you know what is the most important thing to a cultivator?" Xianxia was dumbfounded and shook his head to show that he didn't know. Mo Ling said, "It's the herb garden. Powerful Shendao cultivators all have their own medicinal gardens. They will plant the spiritual herbs they carefully cultivate for future use." Xianxia's mind was already buzzing. He had a faint premonition of something. "That's right." Mo Ling nodded and said, "Your world is the herb garden. As for Bai Wuxia, he is the pioneer of the medicine garden. He brought martial arts into your world, allowing the humans there to comprehend martial arts, possess talent, and raise their cultivation realms for future harvesting. This is called the medicinal garden plan." Xianxia felt that his three views had been overturned. But Bai Wuxia was such an amiable senior. But on the other hand, if he wasn't amiable, how would he preach? Bai Wuxia, was he a character from 300,000 years ago? Xianxia suddenly asked. Of course not. Old man Mo Ling glanced at Xianxia and said, "Why do you have such a problem? The entire Bai clan's inheritance is only 5,000 years old." Xianxia was puzzled. If that was the case, then why did he encounter a wisp of Bai Wuxia's remnant soul in the Martial Tower nearly 300,000 years ago? Then how did Bai Wuxia pass on a complete martial Dao system to the chaotic world of martial artists 300,000 years ago? The people of the Bai clan, inside and outside, went up and down like the divine figures in the immortal clouds, lofty and lofty. From afar, there were probably hundreds of thousands of people, and the higher their seniority, the higher they floated, as if they could faintly be seen in the clouds. Then, a rainbow light descended from the sky, and a person slowly appeared in the light. The man was dressed in a white robe with silver tattoos on his sleeves and neck. The front of his robe was empty, but there was a silver dragon embroidered on his back. This person's eyes were narrow and long, and his eyebrows were like sharp swords. His pair of eyes looked around, but it was as if he couldn't see anything, or didn't put anything in his eyes. Seeing his appearance, he was only around 20 years old. He looked like a dignified and beautiful man, but his long hair was bright silver. At this moment, the entire Bai clan was kneeling on the ground, in the air, and in the clouds, and heard the Bai clan shouting "Great Ancestor" in unison. Mo Ling whispered in Xianxia's ear, "This person is the highest-ranking elder of the Bai clan, and also the head of the Bai clan, Bai He. His cultivation has already reached the transformation realm. I wonder how many times he has reached the transformation realm. I have even heard rumors that he is the first person in history who is about to cross the threshold of the 9th stage of the heavenly tribulation. He has already reached the late stage of the 9th stage of the heavenly tribulation and half a foot has stepped into the spirit void realm." Spirit void, Xianxia said. This was the first time he had heard this word. Old man Mo Ling said, "That is an imagination of the world towards the heavenly tribulation. The martial artists of our world believe that there may be a realm above the heavenly tribulation, but they do not know what the name of that realm is, so they call it spirit void." Xianxia looked around and found that only 2/3 of the hundreds of thousands of people were kneeling. The others were all standing respectfully and did not kneel like him. Mo Ling introduced to Xianxia that those who did not kneel were not from the Bai clan. There were many respected sect elders and profound Dao experts invited by the Bai clan at the ancestor worship ceremony. There were also some other clansmen who, although they did not belong to the Bai clan, had served the Bai clan for many years and had made outstanding contributions to the battle. Xiang Nan nodded silently, including Xian Qingzhu, who was also standing. At this moment, Bai He took out an ancient scroll and slowly unfolded it. It was a set of ancestral ritual scriptures. Before Bai He could open his mouth, a voice that was neither light nor heavy, neither slow nor anxious, neither humble nor arrogant came out. The etiquette Bai He read was basically words that flaunted the glory of the Bai clan. From the establishment of the Bai clan to the peerless experts, ancestors, and sages that had appeared from generation to generation in the Bai clan. Moreover, the Bai clan's current status in the world had caused many earth-shattering events. All the members of the Bai clan listened respectfully, listening intoxicated, listening to those brilliant histories, causing each of them to have an indescribable pride on their faces. That kind of pride came from the bottom of one's heart, from the depths of one's soul to one's expression. Hearing this, Xiang Nan couldn't help but feel sad. He was once a member of the Bai clan. If there weren't any clansmen who offered him up to the profound sky sect, he would definitely be as proud of the glory of the Bai clan as they were today. Unfortunately, he was an abandoned person. Thinking of this, Xiang Nan felt sad in his heart and bitter in his mouth. After Bai He finished reading the ancestral ritual, he looked towards the southeast and said, "Spirit Spring, the ceremony will be handed over to you to preside over." A gray-haired old man slowly floated out of the elder's seat. The old man took over the position of White River, and White River rose a little higher. His entire body suddenly grew many times larger, like a humanoid auspicious cloud enveloping the sky. Elder Bai Lingquan cleared his throat and announced the process of the ancestral worship ceremony. The Bai clan had to offer sacrifices to their ancestors. There was nothing to pay attention to in this aspect. Most clans would have sacrifices to their ancestors at the grand ceremony. The second process was to preach, with the respected elders of the Bai clan speaking and the others watching. This process was specifically set up for outsiders. Those who did not belong to the Bai clan's bloodline, but had been risking their lives for the Bai clan for many years, were allowed to listen to it. This was a benefit the Bai clan had given them. The third process was to offer sacrifices to the ancestors. After listening to Bai Lingxuan's detailed introduction, Xiang Nan finally understood the second level of the Bai clan's ancestor worship ceremony. Bai Wuxia was the #1 expert who had obtained the Grand Dao. That's right, he wasn't a peak expert, nor was he a top expert. Instead, he was the #1 expert. This had never been questioned by anyone since ancient times. Bai Wuxia had put in a lot of effort for the sake of his descendants. Although he still hadn't stepped into the so-called spiritual void realm, his cultivation and cultivation had reached an unprecedented level. The so-called ancestral worship was to select the most outstanding, meritorious, and potential group of young people from the Bai clan over the past 3 years to receive the blessings of their ancestor, Bai Wuxia. Every time the ancestor worshipped, he would choose 20 young people. Out of these 20 people, only 6 would be chosen to receive blessings. In the future, these 6 people would be nurtured as elders of the Bai clan. Once they were blessed, their status would be greatly different. Not only were they important in the Bai clan, they were also existences respected by tens of thousands of people in the entire world of martial arts. Mo Ling introduced Xiang Nandao. The so-called blessing had real benefits. Not only was it a nominal increase in status, it was also an increase in cultivation realm and a perfection of foundation. A martial artist would find it difficult to reach perfection in any realm stage. Take the Tian Yuan realm as an example. Perhaps a martial artist's cultivation was especially stable when he was at the first level of the heavenly Yuan realm, but when he was at the second level, due to some limitations, he had no choice but to speed up his cultivation. Then, his cultivation level at the second level of the heavenly Yuan realm would not be so perfect, or perhaps he could not wait to reach the third level of the heavenly Yuan realm after reaching 70 to 80% of the heavenly Yuan realm. The blessings of the Bai clan could fill all of a martial artist's previous realms to the great perfection. This kind of benefit was impossible to obtain no matter what miraculous pill one consumed. At this moment, the offering had already begun. The sacrifices could not be carried out by the ordinary Bai clan, but by the sacrifices specially chosen by the Bai clan. There were a total of 20 sacrifices. All of them were young people around the age of 24 or 15. Mo Ling said, "These sacrifices were the experts who needed to receive the blessings of the third link." Xianxia nodded slightly. He looked around and saw that the 20 young priests were all 7 meridians experts. They all possessed 4 heavenly grade talents, as well as 3 earth grade talents. This talent was countless times stronger than Yu Donghai, who was known as the 7 extreme veins. Although the priest's talent was also the 7 veins, it was 4 heavens, 3 earths. They were only half a step away from the 5 heavenly spiritual veins. From the looks of it, it was no wonder that Bai Wuqian was known as the number 1 expert in the starry sky. The 5 heavenly spiritual meridians were extremely rare in the Bai clan. After the 20 sacrificial offerings were completed, it would be the preaching segment. At this time, every outsider who had made great contributions to the Bai clan sent 3 messengers to the altar. Mo Ling nodded and said, "We've finally reached this stage. Xianxia, don't act rashly. Remember not to escape. I'm going to the altar now." Xianxia smiled bitterly. With the hundreds of thousands of experts from the Bai clan here, he would not be able to escape even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. At this moment, old man Mo Ling suddenly spoke, requesting to join the second segment and discuss it with the elders of the Bai clan. Bai Lingquan glanced at it and saw that the person speaking was old man Mo Ling. He nodded slightly. Mo Ling concocts a large amount of pills for our Bai clan every year. You are indeed a person who has contributed to our Bai clan. Although you are only single, you cannot represent any clan. However, I'll make an exception for you to participate this time. After saying that, Bai Lingquan waved his hand. Old man Mo Ling actually disappeared out of thin air. When he reappeared, he was already at the center of the altar. After that, the white spirit spring retreated and the white river descended from the sky again. A large number of foreign envoys, including Mo Ling, had formed a small circle around the center of the altar, and Bai He was sitting right in the middle of the circle. In order to preach the Tao, one had to be someone with high moral standing and an understanding of martial arts to be qualified to preside over the Bai clan's ancestral sacrifice ceremony. Naturally, such a person was none other than Bai He. At this moment, everyone quietly sat down. The entire scene was completely silent. Hundreds of thousands of people did not utter a single sound. Everyone's expressions were the same. They were all respectful and serious. This scene shocked Xianxia quite a bit. He subconsciously glanced at Xian Qingzhu on the other side and saw that Xian Qingzhu's eyes were fixated on Bai He with incomparable envy and longing. She also yearned for that supreme status, and hoped that one day, she would reach such an outstanding realm. At this time, he didn't know if Bai He Ruo had any feelings or what, but he also turned to look at Xian Qingzhu. Xian Qingzhu hurriedly lowered his head and concealed the envy in his eyes. Bai He smiled and said, "Qingzhu, you too." Xian Qingzhu suddenly raised her head, looking completely flattered. She pointed at her face in disbelief, but she was so excited that she could not speak. Bai He smiled and nodded. "Although the profound sky sect does not belong to any sect in our world, you have done a lot for our Bai clan over the years. You deserve this kind of treatment. To be able to be preached on the spot by the Bai clan. What kind of status symbol was that?" Xian Qingzhu was only a person from this plane who had come to the Bai clan to live under the rule of others. But now, Bai He had personally named her and asked her to go up and discuss the Tao together. This matter itself had already confirmed Xian Qingzhu's status, and that was an unparalleled honor. Tears flashed in Xian Qingzhu's excited eyes. She wanted to show how outstanding she was to prove that the Bai clan's vision was correct. She suddenly transformed into a streak of azure light that shot into the sky. The azure light shot straight into the 9 heavens and let out a long cry between heaven and earth. Immediately after, the azure light transformed into countless multicolored spots of light. Large amounts of light gathered on the altar and condensed into the shape of a black azure bamboo. The entire ancestor worship ceremony was filled with gasps of cold air. 5 heavenly spiritual meridians. The 5 colored light spots were the manifestation of the 5 innate attributes of wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. This time it was Bai Clan's turn to envy Xianxia. Xianxia only sneered when he saw all of this. He saw how flattering Xianxia was to the Bai Clan, and how childish Xianxia was to show her side on such an occasion. Perhaps in the eyes of countless people, Xianxia was high-spirited and outstanding. However, in Xiangxia's eyes, he only felt that Xianxia was like a monkey, trying to please his master. This scene made Xianxia feel sad and ridiculous. Thus, the discussion of the Tao began. This Bai Clan's argument was slightly different from the other sects, but it was basically the same. The difference was that when discussing the Tao with the outer sect, the people of the other sects were discussing, sparring, and learning from each other's experiences. In the Bai Clan, it was basically Bai He preaching alone, while the others discussed with each other and shared their insights. Thus, it could be seen how lofty Bai He's status was in this world. His status was so high that no one was qualified to discuss the Tao with him. He could only passively preach the Tao. Whether it was the Bai Clan or the outsiders, Bai He's preaching was a precious opportunity. The messengers from the other races had also accumulated their puzzlement for many years and hurriedly brought it up, fearing that they would miss the opportunity. Because the Bai Clan still had many lackeys, Xianxia thought that not even 1% of the Bai Clan's lackeys would be able to come to this ancestral worship ceremony. Those who were able to come were all clans that had performed quite well in the past 3 years. If they weren't too busy raising their doubts about martial arts, they would probably be honored to participate in the ancestral sacrifice ceremony again in the future. Even old man Mo Ling, who had been refining pills for the Bai Clan, was participating in the discussion for the first time. It was obvious how important the place was and why Xianxia was so excited that he lost his mind. Xianxia was also listening. He had to admit that the Bai Clan's understanding and attainments in martial arts were truly beyond the reach of any sect. Bai He spoke very succinctly, but every time he spoke, he would feel as if he had pushed away the clouds to see the sun rise. The messengers took turns asking questions. Gradually, it was Old Man Mo Ling's turn. Old Man Mo Ling didn't say anything else and directly asked how to dissolve the martial Tao physique that he had already forged. Bai He obviously did not expect that someone would ask such a question. Everyone else was in a hurry to condense their martial Tao physiques, yet there were actually people who were in a hurry to dissolve it. Wasn't this going against the current instead of going forward? After pondering for a moment, Bai He finally shook his head and said, "Since he has reached his physique, it's like a human evolving to have 10 fingers. Even if you rejuvenate him, he still has 10 fingers. He can't degenerate to 6 fingers. The only way is to cut off his fingers, but not let him degenerate on his own." Hearing this, Old Man Mo Ling's face was filled with regret. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, and then laughed at his actions of breathing a sigh of relief. Mo Ling couldn't train herself to death for a while, but could she leave the Bai Clan alive? No matter how he looked at it, he was still dead. However, Mo Ling did not give up and continued to ask questions about the profound Tao and martial Tao. He believed that Bai He did not understand because the Bai Clan had never thought of the path of self-destructing, but he could think of a way to open up a new path. Seeing that Old Man Mo Ling was still unwilling to give up, Bai He did not try to persuade him. However, Bai He answered whatever he asked. The question that Old Man Mo Ling wanted to ask was exactly what Xianxia wanted to know. Because Mo Ling was a profound Tao cultivator, everything he asked was about the boundary between the profound Tao and the martial Tao. He had to forcefully intervene in the martial Tao with his powerful profound Tao strength. This was precisely the key knowledge that Xianxia needed to create a new martial technique. In order to create the Tai divine art, Xianxia had always felt that he was lacking in a bit of a more brilliant theory. But now, he didn't know if it was a coincidence or if Old Man Mo Ling had done it on purpose. He had actually asked all of Xianxia's questions, and there wasn't a single mistake. Xianxia looked at Old Man Mo Ling in surprise, not knowing how to express his feelings. However, the question in Xianxia's heart was finally answered easily by Bai He. The martial Tao system that Bai Wuxia taught was originally a black tortoise cultivation system. In the later generations, people split Bai Wuxia's system into 2 branches. One was pure martial Tao, and the other was pure profound Tao. However, the profound Tao in Bai Wuya's system was only in its initial state. There were no specific aspects of refining pills and artifacts. This was something that the later generations had studied and explored on their own according to the separated profound Tao. This was also because the Bai clan was able to answer Old Man Mo Ling's question, but there weren't many powerful profound Tao cultivators in the Bai clan. At the same time, Xianxia had another question. The people in his own world had accepted Bai Wuya's preaching 300,000 years ago. Then who created the specific martial Tao system for the people in this world? Was it also Bai Wuya? However, in this world, Bai Wuya was only a person from 5,000 years ago. Could it be that Bai Wuya knew how to travel through time? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Xianxia's mind, and he suddenly thought of a small detail. In the void realm territory of a certain expert, he had seen a paragraph written by that person. This person wanted to reverse time and return to the past through an extremely powerful speed. But he failed in the process and wrote a desperate phrase called, "I can't escape." Xianxia only felt a buzzing sound in his mind. He couldn't think of any connection between the two. He only faintly felt that there must be an intersection between them. At this moment, the half-day-long discussion had already ended. At noon, it was the final stage, the ancestor worship. Xianxia remained silent. He lowered his head and sketched the embryonic form of the Tai divine art in his mind, and gradually visualized its full wings. Once he obtained the specific direction and frame of the martial skill, he would then fill his flesh and blood, that is, create his own incantation. During this period of time in the New World, Xianxia's knowledge of martial Tao system theory had leapt forward, which made his understanding of martial Tao more thorough. Bai Wuya's black tortoise fellow cultivator system was a chaotic system. The profound Tao martial Tao was condensed together, but they were all embryonic forms. What Xianxia needed to do was to combine the pure martial Tao with the pure profound Tao. To be honest, it's hard. Now, all the people who discussed the Tao had already left the altar, and a circle of light had been lit around the altar. The 20 young priests slowly walked to the center of the altar in their priest robes. Each of the 20 people held a tray in their hands respectfully. On the tray was a book. The contents of the book should be the identities and genealogical rankings of these priests. It described in detail when they were born, who their surnames were, how many generations of descendants of the Bai clan they were, who they were taught by, and who their parents were. Each book was a symbol of their own status, but as one of the Bai clan's true descendants, Xianxia, who possessed the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians, did not have such a book. He floated in the air and glanced at the 20 priests. He nodded and said, "That's right. The 20 of you have high talent and potential. No matter who is nurtured as an elder in the future, it's not bad." After saying that, he raised his hands high and said, "Please welcome the ancestral hall." As soon as he finished speaking, the 7-colored divine light suddenly turned into a path. The end of the path was no longer white clouds, but a majestic building. At the entrance of the building stood a stone tablet. On the stone stele it was written, "The Bai clan's forbidden area." The ancestral hall's honored everyone was amazed by this mysterious scene. As such, the 20 young priests were also excited. They took off their loose hoods and looked at the ancestral hall with great desire, hoping to obtain the qualifications to enter the ancestral hall. Xianxia's eyes moved. Amongst the 20 sacrifices, there was Bai Wudao. Looks like what Bai Wudao said was true. He said that he hadn't suffered a single defeat, so he was clearly one of the best in the heavenly word generation in the Bai clan. However, Bai Wudao's age was 3 to 4 years younger than the other 19 priests. Perhaps, after being defeated by Xianxia recently, Bai Wudao had cultivated hard and his cultivation base had greatly increased. Only then did he become the current priest. In other words, Bai Wudao already knew that Xianxia was present, but in such a dignified environment, he did not pay more attention to Xianxia. However, at this moment, when Bai Wudao looked at the ancestral hall longingly, he would occasionally turn around and glance at Xianxia. Xianxia saw a lot of things in Bai Wudao's eyes. The strongest one was the incomparably obvious battle intent. Once Bai Wudao returned from cultivating in the ancestral hall, he was confident that he would completely crush Xianxia. snowing his shame. However, what Xianxia did not expect was that not only did Bai Wudao look at him, but even Bai Lingquan, who was once again presiding over the ancestor worship ceremony, looked at him. Bai Lingquan said, "Only one person is allowed to enter and exit the ancestral hall. You can enter and exit 10 times every 3 years, a total of 10 people. In previous years, 20 priests fought each other, and that top 10 were qualified to enter the ancestral hall. The rules have been slightly changed this year." As he spoke, Bai Lingquan looked at Xianxia and said, "I heard that for half a year, there was a young martial artist challenging the martial Dao sect everywhere, and he had never encountered an opponent wherever he passed. It's a pity that such an extraordinary person is wasted. Now, let our Bai clan's 20 priests fight against this young expert. Everyone is looking forward to it. Anyone who performs the best in the hands of that mysterious young man can enter the ancestral hall." At this point, Bai Lingquan pointed at Xianxia and said, "Please, Xianxia." Once these words were spoken, the entire audience erupted into an uproar. The ancestral worship segment had never been attended by outsiders, but everyone was even more surprised that Xianxia was also here. The word Xianxia was well known within a radius of 50 million kilometers. For a moment, countless people became excited. The legendary invincible Xianxia had encountered the world-class Bai clan and was even going to fight with the Bai clan's 20 priests. Who would win and who would lose? And could Xianxia's myth of invincibility continue in the Bai clan? Xianxia himself did not expect that Bai Lingquan would suddenly name him. He didn't know how he felt, but he didn't expect that this was the first time he had stepped onto the Bai clan's altar, and that he was actually a training partner. What if I don't agree? Xianxia looked coldly at Bai Lingquan. The scene instantly exploded. No one could have imagined that Xianxia would actually be so bold as to reject Bai Lingquan's invitation. Both Xianxia and the Bai clan knew that they were hostile to each other, and it was impossible for the Bai clan to let Xianxia leave alive. However, this kind of thing couldn't be revealed on the surface. In such a solemn ceremony, Bai Lingquan couldn't say, "If you don't come up, I'll kill you, right?" Bai Lingquan didn't expect Xianxia to refuse. With his status, who would dare to refute his face? However, Bai Lingquan had no choice but to pretend to be calm and composed. He smiled broadly and said, "Since Xianxia refused to show his respect, then I'll go." Xianxia suddenly stopped Bai Lingquan and laughed. "I accept your invitation." Xianxia suddenly changed his mind, which made everyone feel incomprehensible. However, Xianxia's mood was extremely complicated. Facing Bai Lingquan's invitation, there was anger and hatred in his heart. But things had to be resolved. The connection between him and the Bai clan could never be hidden, at least he would not agree. Since the hatred must begin, then let's just choose today. Countless pairs of eyes gathered on Xianxia's body. To the Bai clan, the significance of this duel was very clear and simple. It was to select 10 people from the 20 priests. Outsiders, on the other hand, were very different. What they wanted to see more was who was more powerful. After Xianxia stepped onto the altar, the scene was completely silent. Everyone anxiously waited for the next scene. Bai Lingquan floated in the air and said, "This duel is about choosing people, not winning or losing. Our Bai clan has 20 people, challenging Xianxia alone. Therefore, we cannot kill anyone in front of the sacred ancestral hall." The Bai clan's sacrificial priest listened to the order. He only wanted to show off, not to see blood. 20 against 1 was already unfair, but Bai Lingquan's intention was to temper the young people of the Bai clan and use Xianxia as a reference to verify the true level of those 20 sacrifices. Xianxia stood on the altar, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. He turned around and looked around. Standing in this position, he was surrounded by the Bai clan and outsiders, but he could see them all. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be one of these priests instead of being teased like a clown. The Bai clan clearly intended to lower Xianxia and increase the status of the 20 priests, so that their blessings this time would be even more logical. It was also a warning to the people of the world that Xianxia, who was rumored to be invincible in battle, was no match for the Bai clan. Xianxia laughed coldly. You want to suppress me? You want me to make a fool of myself in public? If he said it clearly, why would he need to find an excuse? He had to say that the focus was on selecting people, not on winning or losing. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. Bai Wudao stared fixedly at Xiang Nan. He licked his lips and whispered, "You'd better not die here. You're my target. After the ancestral sacrifice is over, I'll personally challenge you and let everyone in the world know who will be the first." As he spoke, the 20 white-robed priests drew out their swords. Xiang Nan subconsciously turned to look at old man Mo Ling in the crowd. Although Mo Ling was a person who wholeheartedly wanted to kill Xiang Nan, at present, he was indeed the person Xiang Nan was most familiar with and could treat as his friend. The way old man Mo Ling looked at Xiang Nan was also extremely complicated. There was reluctance, sympathy, and regret in his eyes. Bai Lingquan had clearly stipulated that he could not kill anyone in front of the dignified and sacred ancestral hall. Old man Mo Lingquan was not worried that Xiang Nan would die immediately. In this way, they faced 20 Bai clan's sacrifices. Xiang Nan took a deep breath. The realms of these 20 people were between the 5th and 8th levels of good fortune, and they were extraordinary. In the end, Xiang Nan's expression became cold, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. That battle intent was something that he had experienced countless life and death tribulations all year round. It was something that he had baptized from countless battles in the southern expeditions and northern battles. However, Xiang Nan raised his robe and waved it back. He stretched out his right hand and said sternly, "Unsheath, Zhang." A dragon-like saber cry rushed into the 9 heavens. Xiang Nan leapt into the air and held the nightmare saber firmly in his hand. At this moment, a faint shadow of an azure dragon appeared in the sky. The giant dragon circled in the clouds, and it was the saber spirit of the nightmare saber. When Xiang Nan landed on the ground, he shook the giant saber and shouted, "Come and fight!" Faced with 20 Bai clan heavenly clan experts that could only be seen in the eyes of the world, Xiang Nan's will to fight was astonishing. Fearless. 20 or 200. In Xiang Nan's Dao heart, there was no retreat. There was only one word. Battle. Boom. The 20 priests simultaneously released powerful aura, and the aura quickly engulfed the entire altar like a rising tide. The terrifying strength of the divine astral chi was simply not something that a good fortune realm cultivator should possess. It gave off the impression that he was like 20 divine martial realm experts releasing their auras. This was the martial arts accomplishment of the Bai clan's experts. The 20 people stood in separate positions, trying their best not to accidentally injure their own people. Then they rushed towards Xiang Nan. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. In the distance, Xian Qingzhu's expression was also very complicated. She frowned, her eyes flickering with different emotions. She was the person who hoped that Xiang Nan would die the most, and also the person who hated Xiang Nan the most. But after all, Xiang Nan and she came from the same world. Now, both of them had come to the new world to seek their own martial arts dreams. Seeing Xiang Nan being surrounded by 20 people from the Bai clan, Xian Qingzhu felt a little unhappy for some reason. Xiang Nan held the huge saber in his hand and immediately fought with the 20 experts of the Bai clan. His aura was like a dragon, and his saber was like lightning. The surging aura even suppressed the aura of the experts of the Bai clan. This scene shocked countless spectators of the Bai clan. Xiang Nan used momentum and charm. However, it was clear that the Bai clan's inheritance of Bai Wuya's martial arts was not that outstanding. The people of the Bai clan only knew about momentum, but no one could comprehend the true meaning of charm. As soon as Xiang Nan stepped forward, the giant saber shook the 3 of them back. With a backhand saber strike, he forced the 4th person to dodge quickly. Countless people opened their mouths wide, their jaws almost falling out of shock. 20 people surrounded one person. He was actually defeated by that person? Xiang Nan's ferocity left a deep impression on everyone. The 20 Bai clan priests were also angered by Xiang Nan's provocation. Tyrannical body! 20 people shouted at the same time. I saw it. Xianxia saw the direction of the Dipper Chi when they used the tyrannical body martial technique and saw the vibrating frequency of their meridians. In an instant, Xianxia pointed 7 fingers. In that instant, he intercepted the 7 experts who had yet to completely complete the tyrannical body, causing their tyrannical body to fail on the spot. However, 2 fists were difficult to defeat 4 hands. Although Xianxia's attack was powerful, he could only accomplish so much in the same time. 13 other experts of the Bai clan who had completed the Overlord body had already rushed forward. When Xianxia fought them again, he didn't feel as relaxed as before. After these people dominated their bodies were as hard as iron. Of course, this was a description, just like how an ordinary person who didn't understand martial arts felt when fighting against 13 people of steel. Xianxia's huge saber slashed into a person's sword, producing a dull clang. Xianxia's body was shaken so much that he slipped back more than 10 meters. On the other hand, the Bai clan, who was fighting with Xianxia for weapons, slipped 13 to 14 meters backwards. This scene caused Bai Wudao to feel extremely shocked. When Xianxia and Bai Wudao fought back then, Xianxia had used the most extreme 7 extremes ghost prison. Just like that, it was still inextricably linked to Bai Wudao's tyrannical body. But now, Xianxia was only in his normal state. He did not use the 7 extremes ghost prison, but he was already able to gain a slight advantage in front of the tyrants of the heavenly character generation. In comparison, the terrifying increase in Xianxia's strength was obvious. However, the other 7 experts of the Bai clan who had been defeated by Xianxia also found another opportunity to condense their tyrannical bodies. This time, with Xianxia's 5th level of good fortune, he had no advantage in fighting against 20 experts of the heavenly character generation between the 5th and 8th levels of good fortune. Bai Wudao was filled with rage as he charged forward. Xianxia's backhand was a saber. The blade ferociously slashed down on Bai Wudao's shoulder, and the saber light burst forth with lightning that shot into the sky. Bai Wudao was knocked flying backwards. At the same time, he was stopped by 2 experts from the Bai clan before stopping. However, Xianxia was also struck by Bai Wudao's charge, causing his blood and qi to surge. His body quickly slid backwards, but was caught up by 2 enemies behind him. His 2 swords stabbed at Xianxia's waist at the same time. As Xianxia retreated, he suddenly moved sideways. 2 swords pierced through his waist, leaving behind 2 sword wounds. Blood had already seeped into Xianxia's robe. Xianxia took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the Bai clan's ancestral hall. He thought to himself, so what if the Bai clan did? You abandoned me and now I'm back. Bai clan, I will make you regret it. None of the 20 Bai clan priests would be half a step behind in their pursuit of Xianxia. Now was not the time to be modest. The crux of the matter was who would be chosen as the Bai clan's sacrificial priest in the end. It was their comprehensive performance that was judged, not who had made up for Xianxia's most fatal blow. If the 2 of them fought against Xianxia, one of them consumed most of Xianxia's combat strength, while the other just happened to cut off Xianxia's head with a single sword strike. Then the ones who would be selected would definitely be the ones who consumed a large amount of Xianxia's combat strength. Furthermore, these priests didn't think that Xianxia had any chance of winning. They felt that Xianxia would definitely lose, so no one wanted others to take the victory away. Perhaps Xianxia would be defeated by other priests, but they didn't have a chance to show off. Combined with various factors, the Bai clan's priests' attacks became more and more vicious and fierce. As they fought, they had completely forgotten Bai Lingxuan's warning. They all looked as if they were going to kill Xianxia. At this point, Xianxia had already begun to retreat. After all, the experts of the Bai clan's heavenly word generation were definitely not joking. On several occasions, the sharp swords of the Bai clan's sacrificial priests almost brushed past Xianxia's throat. The difference was no more than a millimeter, and it was extremely soul-stirring. Especially when the battle was stalemate, the priests had already used an even more powerful method, releasing their overlords. The first to use Tyrant's body was Bai Wudao, who had the strongest desire to win. Xianxia observed that Ba physique, a martial skill-type physique, had a somewhat similar expression to Xiantian. They were all of that type. In the primary stage, they could only attach themselves to the surface of their bodies. Once they cultivated even more, they could be released from their bodies. When Xianxia habitually used his giant saber, Xianxia, to chop Bai Wudao's sword light away, the collision between the blade and the sword light produced a dull loud bang. The sword light was actually made of steel. Not only did Xianxia's saber strike not send the sword light flying, but he was also knocked back by the shock and slid back more than 10 meters. What was even more terrifying was that the sword light was struck by Xianxia with such power, yet it did not change its flight path at all. Continued to move forward in a straight line. You haven't seen this move before, have you? Bai Wudao excitedly licked his lips and said, I have already reached the second level of Tyrant Body. Tyrant Body has been released. And this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you defeating me, how would I have given up this hard work? Not only was Xianxia shocked, even the Bai clan members in the spectator stands were dumbfounded. My God! Wu Dao just stepped into the fortune realm a year ago. He barely managed to reach the first great perfection of the Tyrant Body. In a short period of time, he actually reached the second great perfection of the second stage. It's simply inconceivable. The people of the Bai clan were all discussing, and they all looked at Bai Wudao with reverence. It was obvious that not every Bai clan could learn to release Tyrant External Body, and not even every heavenly word expert could learn to release Tyrant External Body. One of the priests spat and said, Originally, I wanted to keep this move as a trump card, but I didn't expect that Bai Wudao had already learned it beforehand. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. After saying that, the priest's body trembled as he roared, Let Bashi go. Tyrant Body was a terrifying martial skill that could strengthen one's body, but when released from the body of Tyrant, one could directly add the power of Tyrant Body to astral chi. It was equivalent to Dipper Chi being able to dominate the body. All of a sudden, the 20 Bai clan priests released all of their tyrannical bodies. The scene exploded. Everyone was stunned as they watched the shocking scene. Even Bai Lingquan's eyes widened as he said happily, All right, these juniors actually concealed their strength. Good, good, good. Looks like this year's sacrifice is the most outstanding batch of sacrifices our Bai clan has made in the past 30 years. Big harvest, big harvest. If Xianxia had only retreated step by step just now, then now, after all the priests had used Tyrant External Release, he was already powerless to retaliate. Xianxia didn't have the strength to resist the sword beams that flew over, so he could only dodge them. He couldn't stop it. It wasn't that he couldn't block all the attacks of the priests, but that he couldn't block every attack of the priests. Every ray of sword light that flew over no longer looked like astral energy, but more like a material object made of metal. Streaks of sword light and swords threatened his life. He wished everyone could take away Xianxia's head as soon as possible. Xianxia was constantly hit by fists and feet. He used all of his energy to dodge the sword light, so he would inevitably be hit by attacks other than the sword light. With a muffled sound, a priest kicked Xianxia's back and sent him flying. The moment Xianxia was kicked away, the two priests behind him were left and right, punching and kicking. His fist landed on Xianxia's back, and his heavy foot landed on Xianxia's back waist. Xianxia could only feel their fists and feet smashing into his body like steel hammers. His bones immediately let out an overwhelming sound and his entire body was sent flying again. He felt that his lumbar vertebrae had been broken. However, the attacks were endless. When he was sent flying by his fists and feet, the three people who were facing him had already hacked out their sword lights. Xianxia dodged 3 streaks of sword light, but he was unable to dodge the attacks of those 3 people. The 3 of them combined their fists and feet and smashed into Xianxia's chest, right shoulder, and thigh. The 3 of them attacked different parts of Xianxia's body, causing his entire body to spin, and his body to swiftly hang upside down. At the same time, he was still spinning sideways. Bai Wudao leapt forward with his sword in hand and slashed towards Xianxia's waist. He wanted to cut Xianxia to the waist. What mercy, what point, until now no one has paid attention to those damn rules. 20 sacrificial priests, all of them red-eyed. Xianxia hurriedly changed shapes and barely managed to dodge Bai Wudao's fatal waist slash. However, the altar was so large that there were simply not many places to dodge it. The moment Xiangnan landed, the 5 priests closest to him immediately turned around and rushed towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan originally thought that he only wanted to save his life. No matter what, he had to survive this sacrificial ceremony. After the ceremony was over, he would return to his residence and find another chance to escape. But now he wished he could die. The crazy attacks of the priests had finally unleashed Xiangnan's true anger. With a loud explosion, 9 chi dragons suddenly appeared and circled around Xiangnan's body. 9 Purities Cosmos Technique. As this technique circulated, the heaven-shaking saber also came into being. The nightmare saber was suddenly wrapped in a layer of flaming saber light. This saber light was 5 meters long and was the first level of the heaven-shaking saber. The first level heaven-shaking saber was no match for those priests. It still did not possess the power to slash the sword light away. The battle was still in a stalemate, but in reality, the so-called stalemate meant that Xiangnan was simply dodging and fleeing for his life, and there was no room for him to retaliate. This battle allowed Xiangnan to truly experience the strength of the Bai clan. A Bai clan that stood tall in this prosperous world of martial arts, and had occupied the position of dragon head for thousands of years, was definitely not in vain. Xiangnan was still waiting, still exhausting, waiting for the moment when the heaven-shaking saber was completely complete. Due to the great difference in strength between Xiangnan and the enemy, the 9 chi dragons were also filled with astonishing speed. In less than a minute, Xiangnan was so tired that he felt as if he had fought hundreds of fierce battles. Even his fingers began to cramp. However, the 9 chi dragons were also filled extremely quickly, and the 9 chi dragons quickly lit up. At that moment, heaven-shaking saber was at the peak of the 10 great, the moment of counterattack. "We're here." 13 mountain-like sword lights slashed towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan dodged and was punched on the shoulder by 2 priests. Xiangnan's body shook as he spat out a mouthful of hot blood. However, he didn't retreat and instead advanced. He forcefully used a large charge to resist the powerful impact of those 2 punches. Instead, he went forward and slashed down with a heavy blade. The 2 of them quickly separated left and right, avoiding this shocking saber strike. Xiangnan leapt into the air, his legs wide open, and the heaven-shaking saber split into 10 heaven-shaking rings that were placed on his legs. His 2 legs kicked the 2 evading priests' heads, sending them flying left and right. Pooh-pooh. The 2 coughed out blood at the same time and rolled their eyes. The heaven-shaking ring was once again condensed into a blade. At the same time, 2 people chased after him from the left and right. 2 terrifying sword beams slashed towards Xiangnan's head one after another. From the left and right, they slashed towards Xiangnan's head. Xiangnan raised his great saber high and used the 10th level heaven-shaking saber to forcefully resist the 2 sword lights. "It's not possible." The 2 priests paled in horror. Just now, Xiangnan had used all of his strength to prevent the flight path of a sword beam from deviating in the slightest. But now, he was already able to directly resist 2 swords, causing the sword light to freeze, unable to descend. Xiangnan's body shook, and the heaven-shaking saber immediately disintegrated into 10 heaven-shaking rings, which were placed on Xiangnan's left arm and right arm. He smashed his left fist into the stomach of one of the priests, while his right hand smashed onto the shoulder of the other priest with the hilt of the saber. The 2 priests were smashed away at the same time, and a faint sound of bones cracking sounded. As for the person who rushed up from behind, his sword slashed down and slashed towards Xiangnan's back. Xiangnan's backhand was a saber. As he brandished his saber, the heaven-shaking ring condensed into a heaven-shaking saber that enveloped the blade of the giant saber. The saber slashed out and collided with the enemy's sword behind them. Both of them took a few steps back. However, this person played a trick. On the way back, he forcefully reversed his direction and charged towards Xiangnan. The sword in his hand stabbed towards Xiangnan's forehead. The reason why he said that he was scheming was because this person's attack on Xiangnan was completed in a hurry. This sword strike of his was completely risking his life. If Xiangnan counterattacked, then Xiangnan's only way was to retaliate with a giant saber, and both sides stabbed into each other's bodies. However, he was certain that Xiangnan would not dare to do so, Because he was from the Bai clan, even if he fouled, he would only be blamed for a few sentences. However, if Xiangnan fouled, the result would be completely different. Xiangnan suddenly woke up. He watched as the tip of the sword stabbed towards him, getting closer and closer. There were pincers on both sides, and there were still people attacking from behind. Xiangnan had no choice but to fight against the scheming priests in front of him. I can't dodge, I can't dodge, I can't kill. The corner of the mouth of the scheming priest had already begun to rise. He seemed to have seen his victory and how Xiangnan had died under his sword. Xian Qingzhu frowned. She could tell that the priest had used the rules of the competition. Bai Wudao was extremely anxious, while old man Mo Ling shook his head and sighed, thinking that Xiangnan was still a bit tender. As for Bai Lingquan and Bai He, they frowned and remained silent. At that moment, these people's reactions appeared at the same time as the sword pierced into Xiangnan's eyebrows. How many hard battles has Xiangnan fought? He could see through the shameless thoughts of the priest with a single glance. You think I don't dare? Xiangnan gritted his teeth, killing intent flashing through his eyes. Not good. Xian Qingzhu was shocked. She was too familiar with this gaze. Once such a gaze appeared in Xiangnan's eyes, it was time for him to be reckless. The last time she saw this kind of gaze with her own eyes, it was the terrifying scene of Xiangnan exploding with Bai Mukin's corpse in his arms. But it's too late to say anything. Xiangnan directly picked up the huge saber and greeted the conspiratorial priest. The sword pressed towards the space between Xiangnan's eyebrows. The saber pressed towards the sacrificial priest's forehead. Playing with my life, Xiangnan? Have you ever played with me? At this moment, fear finally appeared in the eyes of the priest. He never expected that Xiangnan would really dare to fight against him. Xiangnan really dared to break the rules and kill. It was also at that moment that the powerful psychological game produced two completely different results. Xiangnan thought that he had a rotten life and didn't care about anything, but the priest cared about his own life and he was afraid. The priest, from the beginning when he was confident of victory to now, was so frightened that his soul was shattered. He's hiding. However, this kind of life-or-death attack couldn't be avoided. The priest was in a mess. He chose to dodge temporarily, but it was too late. His sword was off course and he failed to hit Xiangnan. But Xiangnan had no intention of dodging from beginning to end. His saber stabbed straight at the sacrificial priest's forehead. Decisive, fierce, and resolute. A wisp of ashes flashed in the eyes of the priest. There was regret and fear in his eyes. He knew that he would undoubtedly die. At this moment, the tip of the saber had almost reached the forehead of the sacrificial priest and was about to pierce through it in the next instant. Pa! A loud slap sounded on the altar. Xiangnan's entire body was sent flying by an invisible force, and 5 sparkling finger marks appeared on his face. This slap was quite powerful, causing Xiangnan to continuously spin in the air. After landing on the ground, he rolled over 100 times and stopped. After Xiangnan got up, his mouth was full of blood. His right cheek was slapped, and even his right eye was bloodshot, turning red. Xiangnan suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the invisible palm force. The person who ambushed Xiangnan was none other than Bai Lingquan, who was standing in the clouds. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Xiangnan smiled instead of being angry. He carried the huge saber and let out a long laugh as he charged out of the clouds. Someone who was bent on currying favor with the Bai clan's outsiders had already started cursing at Xiangnan. Bastard! What are you doing? You actually want to kill the priest. Too shameless. Knowing that today is the Bai clan's ancestral sacrifice ceremony, he actually secretly and ruthlessly tried to kill the sacrifice. His heart can be executed. Someone cursed, followed by more outsiders cursing at Xiangnan. For a moment, the outsiders and the Bai family all pointed at Xiangnan's nose and cursed loudly. From the looks of it, it was as if they wished they could devour Xiangnan alive. This was a good time to show their loyalty. Facing the thousands of fingers, Xiangnan laughed even louder, laughing arrogantly and recklessly. This scene caused a small number of people who did not curse to become silent. They looked at what had happened on the altar and at Xiang Nan, who was laughing wildly. They felt extremely shocked in their hearts. This is the Bai clan. Xiang Nan laughed loudly and pointed at the white spirit spring. How shameless! Everyone was even more shocked. That Xiang Nan actually spoke wildly and scolded the Bai clan for being shameless. Even the sect head of a first-rate sect in this world wouldn't dare to say such words to Bai Lingquan. On the altar, how can you speak dirty words? Bai Lingquan was furious, and he raised his hand to fan it down again. A strong light blossomed in his hand. With this slap, not to mention the good fortune realm Xiang Nan, he was probably a divine martial realm expert, even a martial saint realm expert who would be slapped to pieces. At this critical moment, a white light suddenly trapped Bai Lingquan's arm. Bai Lingquan suddenly raised his head and hurriedly said, "Ancestor." Bai he was the one who restrained Bai Lingquan. Bai he put his hands behind his back and said, "Spirit Spring, you're being reckless." Bai Lingquan hurriedly lowered his head and said, "This junior knows his mistake." Bai Lingquan also knew that he had almost made the world laugh. If he slapped Xiang Nan to death, everyone present would definitely not dare to say anything or even compliment him. However, what other people really thought in their hearts could not be stopped. Bai Lingquan took a deep breath and calmed down. He shouted sternly at Xiang Nan, "Before the sparring, I had already mentioned that I would stop, but you used despicable methods to take the life of the sacrificial priest." When Xiang Nan heard this, his laughter gradually weakened. He sneered, "You know who used such despicable methods. You want to kill me? Just do it directly. Why waste your breath? Your Bai clan killed me with a move. The sword and sword are merciless, but I haven't seen you say anything. But when it comes to my counterattack, what rules did you jump out and tell me? How ridiculous! How ridiculous!" Bai Lingquan said angrily, "I didn't see you die, but I almost saw the priest being killed by you. Everyone can see who violated the rules." Xiang Nan said angrily, "The reason I didn't die is because I have great ability. Otherwise, I would have been hacked to death hundreds of times by them." "Nonsense," Bai Lingquan said angrily. Xiang Nan carried the huge saber and said, "Your mouth is on your body. You can say whatever you want. This is your Bai clan's territory. You can do whatever you want. Are you saying that I'm being unreasonable?" Bai Lingquan's hands trembled with anger. "Enough," Bai he said indifferently. He looked at Bai Lingquan reproachfully and said to Bai Lingquan with a voice transmission, "What kind of manners is it for a dignified elder of the Bai clan to argue with a junior?" Bai Lingquan's body trembled and he immediately shut up. After that, Bai he looked at the altar and said, "Saber and sword have no eyes. That's right. It is indeed not easy to truly accomplish the end of the battle. Xiang Nan, don't say that our Bai clan favors our own people. From now on, the rules that have been pointed out are null and void." These words are also said to the 20 sacrifices of the Bai clan. In the following battles, life and death will all depend on one's own abilities. Continue to compete. Bai he was also forced to a dead end by Xiang Nan. He had to pretend to be so-called fair to save the Bai clan from losing face to Bai Lingquan. At the same time, Bai he was also surprised by Xiang Nan's strength. An outsider challenged 20 top heaven realm experts with his own strength, yet he almost killed a priest. If he said he was embarrassed? Actually, he had already lost face. Therefore, Bai he's expression was very ugly, but he couldn't forcefully stop the match. Otherwise, he would be even more cowardly. After hearing the order, the 20 Bai clan priests pounced towards Xiang Nan like wolves and tigers. The battle began again. However, the next battle was when Xiang Nan was suppressed and beaten. It was no longer a question of who would win and who would lose, but who would die. Under such an unlimited life and death condition, all the sacrifices had risked their lives. Each and every one of them used their skills in a variety of ways. Xiang Nan's 10th heaven-shaking saber was definitely not a match for the 20 priests. He was only beaten until he was defeated and unable to handle it. However, Xiang Nan was not someone who was willing to suffer a loss. "If you punch me twice, I'll return the punch. If you punch me 10 times, I'll return 5. Even if he didn't have the advantage at all, he wouldn't hesitate to exchange heavy injuries for light injuries. A priest rushed forward and smashed his fist at Xiang Nan's head. He was dodged by Xiang Nan and smashed his fist on his shoulder. Xiang Nan took a punch and returned it with fierce red eyes. The priest dislocated Xiang Nan's left shoulder. Xiang Nan ignored the attack behind him and fought head-on with the fists and feet of the people behind him. He also wanted to return his fist and hit the abdomen of the sacrificial priest. Xiang Nan's entire body was sent flying by the enemy behind him. As for the priest whose fist hit Xiang Nan, his internal organs were torn apart by Xiang Nan's attack. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and rolled on the ground dozens of times. As soon as Xiang Nan sent a person flying, he immediately turned around and launched a frenzied attack towards the enemy who had ambushed him behind him. If he didn't want to die, it was a completely life-threatening method of fighting. Xiang Nan supported his left shoulder and went up to fight. On both sides, two priests rushed forward at the same time, sending out two swords at the same time. Xiang Nan suddenly took a step forward. The two swords pierced through Xiang Nan's back shoulder at the same time. The sharp sword blades pierced through his shoulder blades and pierced out again. However, Xiang Nan ignored the people around him and forcefully slashed at the enemy in front of him. The two people in front of them were the two priests who had ambushed Xiang Nan from behind. The two of them hurriedly raised their swords to block a saber, but Xiang Nan kicked them on the body. One person was kicked in the crotch while the other person was directly kicked in the throat. The person who was kicked in the crotch fell and flew out, but the person who was kicked in the throat was actually directly kicked out of his cervical spine. Scattered cervical vertebrae shot out from the back of the neck. The sacrificial priest's body flickered, but he died on the spot. Everyone present was shocked. One of the Bai clan's priests died in battle. This was the first time in the history of the Bai clan's ancestral sacrifice ceremony that a sacrifice had been killed. Xiang Nan was beaten until his skin and flesh were torn apart. His eyebrows cracked, blood flowed out from the corner of his eyes, and fresh blood kept spilling out of his mouth. It was like a wolf that had never retreated and would never give up until it achieved its goal. Once I bite you, I will never let go until I die. This is too risky. An outsider elder who had approached Old Man Mo Lingpan earlier and was on good terms with Mo Lingpan looked at Xiang Nan's fighting style and was so shocked that he could not help but grin from ear to ear. You're risking your life? Old Man Mo Ling's face was gloomy as he said, Do you think they are just risking their lives now? The Bai clan's people have already risked their lives with Xiang Nan. Not to mention, Xiang Nan is definitely not the kind of person you said he would fight without caring about life and death. That Xiang Nan used astonishing combat skills to dodge almost all fatal attacks from the enemy. He paid the smallest price in exchange for the enemy's greatest injuries. But because the Bai clan has too many sacrifices, it looks like Xiang Nan is risking his life regardless. Old Man Mo Ling was an expert in the profound Tao, but that didn't mean that he hadn't seen martial arts experts fight before. His insight into martial arts battles was also extremely strong. Fortunately, Senior Mo Ling pointed it out. Otherwise, this junior would only be able to see the surface. The battle is almost over. Old Man Mo Ling sighed and said, In a battle, there are only two key factors that determine victory and defeat: strength, skill. Strength is the grade of a martial skill: physical strength, speed, strength of Dipper Chi, and speed at which Dipper Chi is released. Skills, on the other hand, include combat experience, combat awareness, on-the-spot reactions, and a spirit of fearlessness. In terms of strength, all the martial techniques used by the Bai clan's sacrificial priests are mid-grade, profound grade. The medicinal pills they have eaten, their physical fitness, and all the combat techniques they have learned are all higher than those taught by Xiang Nan. Old Man Mo Ling rubbed his chin and said, But in terms of skill, Xiang Nan has completely defeated all the Bai clan's priests. He has completely used his skill advantage to exchange for his current results. Xiang Nan's most formidable martial skill was only a beginner profound grade martial skill, Heaven-Shaking Saber. However, the sacrifices of the Bai clan were all intermediate profound grade martial skills. Not only did he possess martial skills, He also possessed battle techniques. You should know how powerful the heavenly word generation's experts are. Old man Mo Ling said to the foreign elder, the most basic quality an ordinary heavenly martial cultivator should possess is to fight 100 enemies of the same realm alone. To kill all 100 enemies within a minute. As for the elite of the heaven realm, they have to kill 100 enemies of the same realm within 30 seconds. I know. The foreign elder nodded his head. But now, Xianxia is fighting alone against 20 elites of the heavenly word generation, and he even killed one person. In comparison, this Xianxia is worthy of his reputation. However, Xianxia was not an immortal after all, and he had his limits. No matter how tough a man was, it was impossible for him to do so. He had been punched and stabbed so many times, but he was still as fierce as before. At this moment, Xianxia was at the end of his rope. After killing one of the priests, Xianxia's combat state had also dropped to a freezing point. His entire body was congested with blood, like a fierce ghost that had crawled out of a pool of blood. Almost no part of his entire body was intact. He held the huge saber, bent his body, panting non-stop, coughing out blood non-stop. The 19 priests were also extremely tired. They all rested for a short period of time, preparing to launch the next round of siege. However, Xianxia would not give them any chance to catch their breath, even if he needed a second's rest more than the priests. At this moment, a second sun appeared in the sky. The sun shone in the sky. Tens of thousands of golden rays shone out, illuminating the entire Bai clan territory. Sun-quenching. Following Xianxia's explosive roar, the sun in the sky actually fell. The terrifying sun phantom directly smashed down and smashed into Xianxia's body. It was not a ray of sunlight, but the entire sun. Sun divine technique. Heavenly yang. First layer. Boom! In that instant, Xianxia transformed into the son of the sun. Finally, I can't hold on any longer. Old man Mo Ling let out a long sigh, his face filled with bitterness. He wasn't afraid of Xianxia's death. Even if there was only Xianxia's corpse, he could still take it away and continue to search for ways to extract dragon blood from it. But he didn't know what he was worried about. Could it be that he wasn't willing to give up? Mo Ling had seen the sun god technique. He knew very well that it was a super high explosive technique, but the explosive time was also very short. Once it exploded, it would be followed by a long period of weakness. Bai Lingquan took 2 steps back and saw Xianxia's super explosion. The faces of the 19 priests were pale, and they simply couldn't believe what they were seeing in front of them. A moment ago, Xianxia was clearly on the verge of death, but at this moment, he displayed such an astonishing momentum. Xianxia moved. His long hair fluttered about, and every strand of it was woven like sunlight. His eyes shone like 2 small suns. His entire body had turned into a person of light, as if the sun had been shaped into a human form. Boom! With a loud explosion, Xianxia moved like a rabbit, running like thunder, as fierce as lightning. He's fast. The knife in his hand was even faster. With the sun god technique, the speed of the secondary light slash was still half the speed of light, but the power of the blade light had increased several times. A large beam of light flashed out, and the 2 priests were caught off guard and cut into 2 halves on the spot. Xianxia rushed forward and grabbed the neck of a priest. Then he kowtowed heavily and smashed his head down. It actually smashed the head of the priest into pieces. At the same time that he smashed the head of the sacrificial priest with his head, he turned around and slashed again with a second light slash. The 5 priests behind him fled in a panic, but 3 of them were unable to escape. The 2 of them were sliced at the waist, and one of them had his legs cut off. Bai Wudao was shocked and shouted, "Supreme Overlord Body, 2nd level." Bai Wudao had completely turned into a silver metal man. Xianxia's saber light struck Bai Wudao's stomach, and the saber light was actually embedded in it. Moreover, it was still constantly cutting into it. Take his saber. The other 2 priests rushed forward at the same time and grabbed Xianxia's arms from the left and right. A 3rd person chased after him and snatched away Xianxia's huge saber. As for Xianxia, His arms collided, blasting the two priests together, followed by his legs as bright as light. A whip leg at the speed of sublight. At the same time, the skulls and brains of the two priests were blasted apart, causing the skulls and brains of the two priests to fly into the sky. As for Xiangnan's left leg, it was also crippled. His leg bone was completely broken, and his entire calf bent down from the middle. However, he didn't stop. His entire body leapt up and flew horizontally in the air. A beam of light pierced through his heart and kicked a saber-seizing priest's chest. This kick erupted with a dazzling beam of light. The leg light that pierced through the heart pierced through the chest of the first priest, pierced through the back of the first priest, pierced through the chest of the second priest, pierced through the back of the second priest, pierced through the stomach of the third priest, and pierced through the arm of the fourth priest. Kill 8 people in a row. In the blink of an eye, Xiangnan forcefully killed 8 top Heaven Realm experts. From the beginning of the battle until now, a total of 9 of the 20 priests had been killed by Xiangnan. Of the other 11, a few were seriously injured and crippled. Bai Wudao had barely escaped when he saw Xiangnan rushing towards him. Bai Wudao's eyes turned ashen as he thought to himself, "My life is over." The entire arena was silent. It was deathly silent. Everyone stopped breathing. They all stared at each other, not knowing what expression and words to use to describe their shock at this moment. However, halfway through the charge, Xiangnan suddenly fell to the ground and rolled a dozen times in a row until he reached Bai Wudao's feet. He was exhausted, but he was still exhausted in the end. When Xiangnan quenched the sun, he was already almost exhausted. This kind of explosion before he died was much shorter than the explosion in his peak state. After everyone was stunned for a moment, the remaining 11 priests all rushed forward with red eyes and punched and kicked Xiangnan, fiercely beating him. They directly smashed Xiangnan, kicked him, smashed him, bounced up from the ground, smashed him down again, spun him and landed on the ground. One heavy punch after another landed on Xiangnan's waist in a venting manner, causing Xiangnan's entire body to almost fold in half. They could kill Xiangnan with a single sword strike, but they didn't. Instead, they used their fists and feet to vent their anger, striving to pour out all the resentment in their hearts without leaving a trace of leeway. Seeing Xiangnan's miserable state, Xian Qingzhu, whose heart was as cold as ice, lowered her head silently. Old man Mo Ling's heart trembled, as if that fist and foot had landed on Xiangnan's body, touching his heart every time. However, an astonishing scene occurred. Under this indiscriminate bombardment, Xiangnan still stubbornly raised his head and used the last trace of astral qi to shout at old man Mo Ling in a voice that was neither humble nor arrogant nor yielding. "I can't repay you for your kindness in preaching. After I die, I'll take my corpse with me. But I hope that one day, you can fulfill your dream of refining the dragon blood in my body." By Mo Ling. Xiangnan's last farewell was like a sharp sword that ruthlessly pierced through old man Mo Ling's heart. It pierced through his ice-cold as iron, pierced through his obsession that never frowned for the passing of life. He had pierced through the loneliness of his one person and one person who had traveled the world alone. What is friendship? Mo Ling didn't understand. What is master-apprentice relationship? Mo Ling didn't care. What is love? Mo Ling did not try. What is kindness? Mo Ling never took it to heart. But today, the emotions in his heart had nothing to do with any emotions. It was only for the sake of resonating with each other. At that moment, the sky lit up. Everyone was still staring at the scene on the altar in shock. But in the next moment, they all raised their heads to look at the sky. However, at the top of the sky, an array diagram that covered the sky and the sun appeared. The diagram was black. It was like countless ghosts circling together, forming a rectangular skull. Dead soul formation. Even the white river of the heavenly tribulation realm's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Profound Tao forbidden technique, death soul of the paradox technique." By he raised his hand, and his palm turned into an infinite hand of light that slammed into the sky. However, that palm was unable to stop the profound Tao forbidden technique in the slightest. It directly passed through the black skull formation. "I can't stop him." At this moment, Mo Ling's expression was calm and relaxed. He exhaled and said, "Even if I die, the forbidden technique will not stop." With that, the enormous black skeleton in the sky suddenly rushed down and directly mapped onto Mo Ling. On the other hand, the ink spirit rose from the ground and turned into a streak of black light that exploded towards the altar. In that instant, Mo Ling shot towards Xianxia and blew up a circular black wave. The entire wave engulfed the entire Bai clan territory. Everyone except Mo Ling and Xianxia was stuck in a stalemate, unable to move at all, including Bai He. The death soul formation directly locked onto the soul. Mo Ling reached out and fed Xianxia a pill, then helped him up. Xianxia still breathed a sigh of relief. He only felt that the medicinal pill was giving birth to infinite vitality in his body. He slowly opened his eyes. He saw that the life force in Mo Ling's body was flowing away like a river that had broken through a dam. "Is it worth it?" Xianxia sighed. "In order to save me, you actually burned all your life force." Mo Ling smiled casually. "There's nothing worth it, only willingness." Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. "But you still can't save me. After you die, I still can't escape from the Bai clan. Nor can I escape from the palms of so many elders of the Bai clan." "Yes." Mo Ling nodded. "My forbidden technique can only trap the White River for 20 seconds at most. But now, 8 seconds have passed. This is not worth it." Xianxia said, "With your entire lifespan, you can exchange for me to live for another 20 seconds? Haha, senior. You've really suffered a loss this time. You know, I've injured countless people, killed countless people, and harmed countless people. They all cursed at me in the most vicious language, even though I don't care." Mo Ling looked at Xianxia. He continued, "But from beginning to end, you've been willing to call me senior. I've never seen someone like you before. Are you stupid? Or do you not know what's good for you?" "I don't know, but I can't stop myself from helping you. Even if it's only the last 20 seconds, right? There are only 7 seconds left." Mo Ling's body began to wither, like a dried-up river. He took out 3 pills and put them into Xianxia's embrace. "I know that you no longer have the chance to refine pills, but I'm reluctant to destroy them myself. I'll leave it to you. I can't eat it, and you can't eat it, so don't let anyone else eat it." "Xianxia, on Huangquan Road, I want to be your master once." Xianxia's face was already full of tears, but he only nodded slightly. Mo Ling smiled. He nodded and said, "Forget it. Everything is over. Goodbye, my disciple." Mo Ling laughed and disappeared into thin air. Xianxia smiled with tears in his eyes as he hugged old man Mo Ling with both of his hands. But what he hugged was a cloud of soot. How long will it be until morning and evening? When will the soul return to the profound Tao house and leave sorrow? Where will it be easy to go and forget about the horizon? Half of his life, he asked as he passed away. A night of cold wind scattered the Bai clan. His life was blown to pieces by the dried smoke, but he was worried about it. Xianxia did not escape, and he knew that he could not escape. He just stood up as usual and stood up with his waist straight. He tidied up his clothes, flattened his sleeves, and tidied the corners of his clothes. He tied up his messy long hair and burned away the stains and blood on his face. He raised his saber again and faced the ancestral hall. "I'll go to your grandmother's Bai clan. I'll go to your ancestor's ancestor. If you want my life, I will take the lives of your ancestors." After saying that, Xianxia burst out with all the vitality and aura that the pill had just given him. He turned into a beam of strong light and rushed towards the Bai clan's ancestral hall. All the Bai clan members were frightened, but only the Bai clan elders, including Bai Lingquan and Bai He, remained indifferent. They knew very well that the Bai clan's ancestral hall contained the remnants of Bai Wuya's power. That was a forbidden area. Unless there were 10 sacrifices chosen at the ancestor worship ceremony, no one could rush in, including Bai He himself. Bai He, Bai Lingquan, and the others were already waiting to see the scene of Xianxia crashing into the ancestral hall's barrier. However, what happened in the next moment not only made Bai He and the others feel that it was unimaginable, but even Xiangnan himself did not expect it at all. Suddenly, a white light flashed out from the ancestral hall, surrounding Xiangnan and sucking him into the ancestral hall. At that moment, the hundreds of thousands of people present saw the most unbelievable scene. Inside the Bai clan's ancestral hall, there was a life-reflecting stone. This stone could reflect the soul and identity of a priest. Anyone who did not fit the identity of a priest would be excluded. But at this moment, the reflecting life stone shone on Xiangnan's body, and two shadows appeared. Two souls. A shadow stood proudly between heaven and earth. He was filled with high spirits and arrogance. He was the number one genius in the starry sky by Mukin. The other shadow's eyes were as sharp as lightning, and the edges on his face were as sharp as knives and axes. He carried a blood-mottled saber, and his body possessed an unyielding battle intent that was completely opposite to Bai Mukin's. He was Xiangnan. The reflecting life stone illuminated two people from one person. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand what was happening. When Xian Qingzhu saw Bai Mukin's shadow, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. At this moment, an illusory voice suddenly came from the ancestral hall. "Mu Chen, you're back." Xiangnan himself did not know what had happened. He looked inexplicably at the inside of the ancestral hall. Inside the ancestral hall there was a statue of Bai Wuya. Behind the statue was a table with the ranking of the Bai clan's ancestors. Bai Mukin's sculpture was actually speaking. "After leaving home for a long time, you still came back. Mu Chen." Xian Qingzhu was shocked and took a few steps back. As for Bai He, Bai Lingquan, and the others, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Bai Lingquan cried out, "Is he Bai Mukin? Is he the abandoned baby we gave to the profound sky sect? Bai Mukin? No, that's impossible. That doesn't make sense. How could he be Bai Mukin? He definitely isn't. Mu Chun is already dead." Xian Qingzhu's eyes widened as the veins on his forehead bulged out. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bai Mukin is dead. I watched his corpse for many years, and I watched his corpse destroy with Xiangnan. This is impossible. One person, how can there be two people at the same time?" But Xiangnan himself knew. In the Battle of Beast Spirit Island, he and the corpses of his previous life self-destructed together. However, the rebirth pill was unable to distinguish between Xiangnan and Bai Mukin. The only difference was that it merged the two of them into a new Xiangnan. At this moment, the reflecting life stone had revealed Xiangnan's identity in his previous life, and it was only natural that it had accepted him. Xiangnan held the saber in his hand and without saying a word, chopped towards the sculpture. Bai Wuya chuckled, "I want to pass on my merits to you, but you want to destroy me?" Clang. Normally, when they heard such a good thing, they wept with joy. However, Xiangnan did not stop at all. The giant saber smashed into the sculpture firmly. However, the sculpture was still intact. Bai Wuya sighed, "My Bai clan owes you, and you deserve it. Mu Chun, I will give you all the power that a sacrificial priest deserves. Even if you are here, no one will be able to enter. This is all I can do. Once you step out of the ancestral hall, your life and death will be at the mercy of heaven." Xiangnan put down his saber. He looked at the sculpture firmly and said, "Since it's mine, then give it to me. I took my things, and from now on, I will break off my righteousness with the Bai clan. Also, if a man doesn't change his name, he won't change his surname. My fucking surname is Xiangnan." What was happening at this moment was too unimaginable, so much so that many people were unable to react. They did not know what kind of attitude to use to deal with it, especially those outsiders. They felt that they had watched a brilliant family civil war drama, but they didn't know what stance to take or what words to say. They were afraid that they would offend the Bai clan accidentally. Bai Lingquan heaved a sigh of relief at this outcome. That Xiangnan was actually Bai Mukin. This could be considered a blessing in disappointment. It was because even though Xiangnan had killed 9 heaven-ranked experts in a row, he was still a member of the Bai clan in the end. This was equivalent to the Bai clan defeating the Bai clan's experts. No matter what, the Bai clan's face was finally preserved. Those outsiders did indeed have such an idea. They couldn't help but think in their hearts, is he really abnormal? He feels like the heavenly blessing Bai clan. The top geniuses in this world are all from the Bai clan. Even an abandoned child that the Bai clan didn't want was so terrifying after so many years. Bai Lingquan and Bai He flew to the entrance of the ancestral hall first after escaping from their trap. The two of them looked at Xianxia inside the hall with complicated expressions. Xian Qingzhu also followed closely. She also saw Xianxia in the ancestral hall. Her expression was even more complicated than the first two. It turned out that Bai Mukin had always been alive. It turned out that Xianxia, whom he had fought many times, was Bai Mukin. Bai Lingquan sighed and said, Mu Chun, I know that you resent the Bai clan in your heart, but you must understand that we did not abandon you. Instead, we gave you an even more important mission. Oh? What mission? Tell me. Xianxia hugged his shoulders with interest. At this moment, his strength had yet to recover, so it was not suitable for him to accept Bai Wuya's blessing for the time being. He might as well use the extra time to pass. When Bai Lingquan saw that Xiangxia's breath was relaxed, the expression on his face eased up a little and he said, Every member of the Bai clan should contribute to the future of the Bai clan. This is an honor. Because you are a disciple of the younger generation of our Bai clan, who has 5 rare heavenly spiritual meridians. You know, in order to control this plane, you must use a cauldron with 5 heavenly spirits. This was the Bai clan's original plan. Giving Bai Mukin to the profound sky sect and allowing Bai Mukin's talent to be absorbed by the profound green bamboo was equivalent to giving it to the profound sky sect. He left Bai Mukin's corpse behind, allowing his powerful willpower to control all the sects in this plane. Although the Battle of Beast Spirit Island was aimed at the 6 great sects of the southern domain, once the heavenly profound sect succeeded, Bai Mukin's corpse would immediately be used against the eastern domain, the western domain, the northern domain, and even the central plains. This was a grand plan, a plan that could completely devour such planes in a short period of time. Unfortunately, Xianxia had self-destructed with Bai Mukin's corpse in his arms, destroying the Bai clan's plan. After Bai Lingquan finished explaining the entire incident, including many young people from the Bai clan, they finally understood the cause and effect. Bai Lingquan said, So you should know that we didn't abandon you, but because of this plan, only you can complete it. Rather than abandoning you, it's better to say that we value you more and entrust you with a heavy responsibility. Xianxia lowered his head and remained silent. Seeing this, Bai Lingquan hurriedly said, But since you're back, this is indeed a good thing for our Bai clan. We haven't lost you yet, and we can still have you again. Mu Chun, come back. The Bai clan still needs you. All of us also need you. Mu Chun, go home. By the time Xianxia raised his head, tears had already flowed down his face. He choked with sobs and said, How can I not want to return to the Bai clan? It's just that I've been searching so hard for so many years that I don't even know my true identity. If the Bai clan is really willing to accept me again, I will do my best for the Bai clan and die. Bai Lingquan nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you should leave the ancestral hall first. Our Bai clan's rules must be observed. You are not this year's sacrifice. Come out first. Everything will be according to the rules. In the next term, I will definitely make you a sacrifice and let you absorb the blessings you deserve. Before that, my Bai clan will pay you back for all of your cultivation techniques and martial skills. Yes, Mu Chen, come back. Xian Qingzhu also helped. She said softly, Back then, I only acted according to the plan. I said that I truly loved you, but because of some things, I had no choice but to kill you. But in fact, I feel heartache. For so many years, I have dreamed of you every night. With tears in his eyes, Xianxia finally walked out of the ancestral hall and said, Since that's the case, then A dark light flashed in Bai Lingxuan's eyes. He instantly arrived at the entrance of the ancestral hall and smashed Xianxia, who had just stepped out of the ancestral hall, into powder with a single palm. Xianxia, who had previously shone brightly on the altar, was actually killed by Lingquan with a single palm. The younger generation of the Bai clan and the outsiders were all stunned. Seeing this scene, Bai He and Xian Qingzhu heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Lingquan also let out a sigh and sneered. How can an abandoned child who was abandoned by the Bai clan return to his clan? Such a person must have a grudge in his heart. He will say that one day, he will suddenly turn against our Bai clan and become enemies. In this world, there is one kind of person that you cannot trust the most. That person is someone who has been betrayed before. Pa 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 pa. Suddenly, a burst of applause came from the ancestral hall. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked towards the ancestral hall. However, beneath the statue of Bai Wuya, there was actually a smiling Xiang Nan. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Xiang Nan clapped his hands and stood up with a smile. Elder Bai said it himself. Those who have been betrayed are the most untrustworthy. Why did you fall for it? What are you doing? Bai Lingquan and the others stared at Xiang Nan with their mouths wide open. They were actually choking on it all of a sudden. Xiang Nan laughed loudly. Do you really think that I have no backbone? If you say something nice, you will say something stupid that will work for the Bai clan. Even if I die in the wild and get bitten by a wild wolf, I will never bow to your Bai clan. I said it earlier. My fucking name is Xiang Nan. Did you forget it so quickly? What you just killed was just an avatar of mine. Are you kidding me? Bai Lingquan was furious from embarrassment. Just now, he was still showing off leisurely. He slashed Xiang Nan with his palm, but he suddenly discovered that he had fallen for Xiang Nan's scheme. He felt as if he had been slapped by Xiang Nan in front of hundreds of thousands of people, and his face was burning with pain. Xiang Nan laughed loudly. You're right. I'm just playing with you. Why do you think that I have struggled so hard for so many years to survive until now? You really treat me like a 3-year-old child. I saw your true intentions early on. It's just to play with you. I like to see your Bai clan in a difficult situation. There was a barrier in the ancestral hall, and outsiders were unable to enter. Naturally, they were unable to sense any fluctuations in the barrier. Xiang Nan released his avatar. No matter how powerful Bai Lingquan was, he couldn't sense that the avatar was fake. What a good performance. Xian Qingzhu's expression was cold as he said, I didn't expect that you, Bai Mukin, would still be such a sinister person. Xiang Nan looked at Xian Qingzhu calmly and said seriously, Qingzhu, do you know that I really want to slap you? Your martial skill may not be the strongest, but your ability to reverse right and wrong, you really have cultivated to the great perfection. I'm sinister? I don't know what kind of shameless people they are. Let's act together and deceive me. You scolded me? Xian Qingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiang Nan said indifferently, Watch. You. Xian Qingzhu was even more shocked. No one had ever insulted her with such dirty words. Watch. Xiang Nan added. Xian Qingzhu was furious. She pointed at Xiang Nan's nose and said, You're not Bai Mukin. It's impossible for Mu Chun to say such vulgar words. Xiang Nan shrugged his shoulders. I've already said it. More than once. I'm Xiang Nan, not Bai Mukin. After saying that, Xiang Nan turned around and threw down another watch, ignoring everyone else. No matter how much Bai Lingquan and Xian Qingzhu ridiculed them, Xiang Nan was too lazy to bother with them. With the Bai clan, Xiang Nan had long since renounced righteousness, leaving behind only hatred. Perhaps Xiang Nan lacked a lot of things, but there was only one thing that he couldn't lose even if he died. Backbone. After such a farce, the Bai clan really lost face, especially in front of so many outsiders. Xiang Nan also took advantage of this period of time to recover his body. One was the 9 Purities Cosmos art, and the other was a pill that old man Mo Ling had given Xiang Nan before he died. However, Xiang Nan knew that his current situation was still dangerous. The Bai clan couldn't enter the ancestral hall, but they couldn't leave either. They had to think of a way to break out of the encirclement. Let me ask you. Ignoring the mockery outside, Xiang Nan said to the statue of Bai Wuya, Is the blessing you want to give me fixed, or will it increase in proportion to my strength? It's fixed, Bai Wuya said. That's enough. Xiang Nan nodded his head. He had to figure out this matter clearly, because this matter would directly affect his promotion order. Xiang Nan listed all the things that could improve him. The void divine lightning, the white tiger divine pill, the black tortoise divine pill, the vermilion bird divine pill, and by Wuya's blessings that old man Mo Ling had never been able to absorb. Since Bai Wuya's blessing was not based on Xiangnan's own strength, then this blessing could be placed first. Otherwise, it would have to be placed last. Come on. Xiangnan nodded at the sculpture. I'm ready. Outside the door, Bai Lingquan angrily said, Shameless little bastard. You are not a member of the Bai clan, and you are not qualified to enjoy the blessings of the Bai clan's ancestor. Since Xiangnan had already seen through the acting, Bai Lingquan had simply torn apart his face and had nothing to worry about. Xiangnan turned around and looked at Bai Lingquan indifferently. Old man, shut up. I will deal with you one day. Bai Lingquan was so dizzy from being scolded that he could only feel the world spinning. With his status, he had never been scolded like this. Not to mention insulting him, even others wouldn't dare to say a single heavy word to him. Everyone's heart was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing they could do about it. At this moment, the sculpture was already suffused with white light, enveloping Xiangnan. Xiangnan suddenly felt that his realm was beginning to reach perfection. He already knew that this was the first step of blessing. He had perfected his martial Dao foundation and filled all the realms he had experienced to the pinnacle. The sculpture began with Xiangnan's first stage of body tempering, repairing the flaws in his cultivation realm. The first 6 levels of body tempering were cultivated by Xiangnan himself, not by Mukin. The real Xiangnan was using the Xiang clan's shallow cultivation technique. Naturally, the cultivation technique's martial Dao realm couldn't be that strong. Bai Wuya's blessings had completely repaired it and filled in all of its flaws. The reason why many martial artists from large clans were often more powerful than the poor martial artists from remote places was because the martial techniques they had cultivated since childhood were better than others. As a result, both sides were at the same realm, and usually wealthy martial artists were even more powerful. But now, Xiangnan's weakness was completely gone. The sculpture had restored Xiangnan's cultivation from the first level of body tempering to the 5th level of fortune. Xiangnan thought for a moment before suddenly reciting an incantation and slowly falling into a dream. In his dream, he was still in a dream ancestral hall. The most miraculous thing was that Bai Wuya's sculpture was also there. Xiangnan was delighted and said, It's really okay. Bai Wuya looked at his surroundings and nodded. That's right, Dream said. I didn't expect that your little good fortune realm martial artist would actually comprehend such a mysterious Dao. Xiangnan said, Can you repair my dream body? Bai Wuya nodded. Dream Dao, your own strength can of course be repaired. After saying that, a white light sprinkled on the Bai Wuya sculpture and began restoring Xiangnan's dream body. As a result, Xiangnan's half-step fortune realm dream body had also been restored to perfection. Xiangnan still had a doubt in his heart. He asked, If I am repaired now, what will happen if I continue to improve my martial arts realm in the future? Is it still not perfect or? Bai Wuya said, I am giving you a blessing. This blessing is good and bad. The good thing is, after you receive the blessing, every time your cultivation level rises, it will be at the great perfection stage. The downside is that you can no longer advance hastily. Even if you are anxious to enter the next realm, your current realm will not advance until it reaches perfection. That doesn't matter. Xiangnan nodded. I have plenty of ways to improve my cultivation. As he spoke, he subconsciously touched his sleeve and took out 3 pills from his sleeve. White tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise divine pill. Since Dream Body could also swallow pills, it was better for Dream Body to eat them first. Although his dream body was no longer enough, he could not say anything about the future. Thinking of this, Xiangnan took the lead in swallowing the black tortoise divine pill. This was the safest method. The black tortoise divine pill was like water, allowing Xiangnan to possess almost the defensive power of a black tortoise divine beast. After laying the foundation with this pill, eating the white tiger and vermilion bird divine pills would be much more at ease. After the white tiger divine pill entered his stomach, Xiangnan felt a burst of coolness as he walked along his 8 meridians, filling his entire body. Immediately afterwards, He felt that his entire body was beginning to be transformed. This kind of transformation was not to transform a human into a black tortoise race. Instead, he had transformed a human into something more perfect, allowing him to possess an ability similar to that of a black tortoise. This was completely different from Xianxia consuming the dragon blood pill. The dragon blood pill was a relatively shallow spirit pill that mainly absorbed dragon blood. This allowed Xianxia's body structure to possess 1/3 of the dragon race's composition. However, Old Man Emoling's Four Spirits God pill was more than 1 grade higher than the dragon blood pill. This Four Spirits divine pill would not change Xianxia's body composition. It would only improve his structure. After the white tiger divine pill was absorbed, Xianxia felt it for himself. He suddenly discovered a result that caught him by surprise. Although he had heard from Old Man Emoling that the black tortoise was like water and had no weaknesses, it was still unclear what kind of benefits this pill would bring him. But now, Xianxia discovered that he was really like water. The greatest characteristic of water is equilibrium. It has no weaknesses. And now, Xianxia did not have any weaknesses. In other words, he no longer had a lifeline. The heart and head could no longer kill Xianxia. Xianxia gritted his teeth, wanting to give it a try. He picked up the huge saber and ruthlessly stabbed it into his heart. This saber pierced through his body, piercing through his heart. But he was still alive. The heart had stopped beating. But Xianxia was not dead. It was as if the importance of the heart no longer existed. It was as if one's limbs had been cut off and one could still survive. Xianxia was both shocked and confused. So, theoretically speaking, even if my head was cut off, I wouldn't die for a while? But after I don't have a head, what do I use to think? I won't be able to control my body. So, theoretically, cutting off your head won't kill you. But in reality, not dying is completely crippled. He pulled out his giant saber and circulated his cultivation technique. His heart, which had been cut in half, began to slowly heal again. In other words, as long as Xianxia wasn't shredded into 8 pieces by others, he wouldn't die. Even if 100 sharp swords were inserted into his body, as long as he still had the ability to pull out the sharp swords, he would be able to recover from his injuries. Amazing! Xianxia condensed the dipper chi into a cone and directly stabbed the cone between his eyebrows. However, he was still alive. He only felt pain and dizziness, but he was still alive. There was no fate. This kind of ability could be said to be almost immortal. Of course, compared to the heaven-defying eternal immortality of the 8-eyed serpent, it was still too far off, but it was already very good. Afterwards, Xianxia swallowed the vermilion bird divine pill. The vermilion bird divine pill entered his stomach, giving him a burning sensation, as if his entire body was burning with flames. After refining this pill, Xianxia discovered another potential in his body: rebirth. However, this kind of rebirth was not perfect. It was not to live immediately after death. The focus was on the word, bathing in fire. But what is bathing in fire? Was it true that after he died, he would be able to revive after burning the corpse with a single flame? Xianxia did not dare to test the effects of this vermilion bird divine pill. If he died, it would take him 100 years to burn himself alive. Then it would be a huge mess. Forget it, Xianxia didn't have to worry about it anymore. After all, the black tortoise and vermilion bird divine pills were both passive auxiliary pills that didn't directly increase his strength. The most important thing was the white tiger divine pill. This thing was a treasure that Bai Wudao had coveted for a long time. The white tiger itself was equivalent to strength. Xianxia swallowed the white tiger divine pill and felt an explosive power burst out from his body. Xianxia discovered that his basic qualities had increased 5-fold. Basic qualities were strength, speed, and so on. A person was born with inferior physical fitness to a demonic beast. These shortcomings could be remedied through cultivation. However, if 2 humans were to compare, then the importance of basic qualities would be too obvious. If there were 2 people who had cultivated a cultivation technique that could increase their strength 10-fold, then the 2 of them should be on par. But if one of them is based on 1 and the other on 2, if a person with a basic strength of 1 cultivated a basic cultivation technique that increased his strength by 15 times, his strength would be 15. As for the person with the foundation of 2, even if he only cultivated a cultivation technique that was 10 times stronger, his strength was still 20. Even more formidable than a person who cultivated 15 times stronger. What Xianxia had improved at this moment was not his own strength, but his basic physical fitness, which had increased by 5 times. 5 times. What was this concept? Xianxia himself was extremely shocked. Oh my God! Xianxia's expression changed drastically. His current strength had been increased through various factors in the past. If he were to quantify his current comprehensive strength, it would be compared to 100. After he swallowed the white tiger divine pill, it was definitely not 500, but more than 1,000. Xianxia was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Wasn't this white tiger divine pill too scary? If he had consumed this pill before the Battle of the Altar, he would have been able to annihilate all of the 20 priests in less than 30 seconds. The only pity was that the Azure Dragon Divine Pill had not been obtained in the end. The Azure Dragon Divine Pill can make people immortal. What Mo Ling valued the most was the effects of eating all 4 divine pills together. If he ate all 4 divine pills, he would be able to avoid the lightning tribulation of the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. Obviously, Xianxia would not be able to obtain the benefits of avoiding the lightning tribulation. So now, do you want to continue to receive blessings? Wuxia asked. Also, just now, Xianxia had been immersed in the terrifying effects of the medicinal pill, but Wuxia's words immediately pulled him back to reality. Wuxia said, blessing has 2 stages. The first stage is perfection, and the second stage is cultivation transfer. If you have already adapted to your new realm, can you begin cultivation transfer? Xianxia patted his forehead and almost forgot about it. He said, come on. A white light surged down from Wuxia's sculpture and wrapped around Xianxia. Immediately after, Xianxia's realm began to rise crazily. Fortune level 1. Good fortune level 2. Good fortune 3rd layer. 4th level. 5th level. Straddling 5 levels in a row. Xianxia's dream body had directly risen to the 5th level of good fortune, the same level as his true body. Xianxia was already very satisfied. From the 9th to the 8th level of Heaven Scryer, the span was astonishing. Then now, it's time for my true body to devour the divine pill. Xianxia muttered to himself as he circulated his incantation and woke up from his dream. In reality, he was still sitting at the foot of the sculpture, still holding 3 divine pills in his hand. Ha! Xianxia frowned. What if I continue to eat these 3 divine pills in my dreams? What will happen? Will it be like swallowing other pills, able to be consumed indefinitely? Thinking of this, his heart skipped a beat and he fell asleep again. After entering the dream, as expected, Dream Body still held 3 pills in his hand. Right at this moment, the statue of Wuxia suddenly said, oh? Dream Dao not bad. I didn't expect you to comprehend such a rare Dao at the 5th level of good fortune. Xianxia looked at Wuxia in shock and thought to himself, did he lose his memory? Didn't he already say such a thing when he first came in just now? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he asked tentatively, then, can you help my dream body bless me? Wuxia smiled faintly. Of course, the Tao is also a part of your own strength. Xianxia was dumbfounded. It was actually possible. After Wuxia entered the dream world for the 2nd time, he did not realize that this was the 2nd time he had entered. Then come, Xianxia said excitedly. Just as Wuxia was about to bless Xianxia, he frowned and said, no, your dream body is already at the peak of the realm, unable to be repaired. Xianxia was shocked. Afraid that Wuxia would realize something, he hurriedly said, that's because of the Tao of dreams. My dream body itself is at perfection. Wuxia didn't know much about dream Tao, and he wasn't a living person, so he didn't have the ability to analyze things in depth. Wuxia said, then the 2nd stage is direct transmission. Do you want to start? Xianxia took a deep breath and said, let's begin. Sure enough, a white light shone from Wuxia's sculpture. As a result, Xianxia's dream body had risen from the 5th level of good fortune to the 8th level of good fortune. The same technique could be used in the 9th Heaven Scryer stage, which could be raised to the 5th Fortune stage, and in the 5th Fortune stage, which could be raised to the 8th Fortune stage. Xianxia was filled with excitement as he dreamed, and then dreamed again. As a result, Bai Wuxian looked at the dream world and said, "Oh? Dream Dao? Haha, I didn't expect you." Xianxia looked at Bai Wuya in shock and said, "Then, can we start the cultivation transfer now?" "Of course." Bai Wuya nodded. "Your Dao is yours." "I know. Let's begin." Xianxia interrupted Bai Wuya. Bai Wuya nodded and sprinkled a white light. Xiangnian's dream physique had risen from the 8th level of fortune to the late 9 great fortune realms. Xiangnian was already so excited that he didn't know what to say. He went out of his dreams and entered his dreams again, and then continued to receive his cultivation. Then, he jumped from the late stage of the 9 great fortune realm to the first level of the divine martial arts. Again, Xiangnian was so excited that he fell asleep again. Afterwards, his dream body realm would be blessed once every time he entered a dream, from the first level of the divine martial arts to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels of the divine martial arts. By the time Xiangnian's dream body had reached the 5th level of the divine realm, it was already the 9th time he had fallen into a dream, and the 9th time he had received a cultivation transmission. On the 10th time, Xiangnian suddenly stopped. He suddenly realized that Bai Wuya's sculpture could only transmit cultivation 10 times in 3 years. To 10 priests, he had already used Bai Wuya's 9 times. If he used it again, wouldn't his true body be unable to enjoy it? So close. Xiangnian patted his chest, almost delaying the big event. He then attempted to swallow the 3 divine pills, only to discover that the gains he obtained were exactly the same as the first time he ate them. Moreover, the same effects would not be superimposed, and it was equivalent to eating for nothing. So that's how it is. That's more or less enough. Xiangnian nodded. The harvest was too great. I didn't expect that my dream body would jump from the 9th level of Heaven Scryer to the 5th level of Divine Martial Arts. What kind of span was this? It was simply incomprehensible. After Xiangnian came out of his dream again, he swallowed 3 divine pills with his true body, and then accepted the Bai Wuya sculpture's cultivation. Thus, Xiangnian's true body had reached the 8th level of fortune. But it's not over. On the Bai Wuya sculpture, the power that he had condensed in 3 years had all been taken away by Xiangnian alone, but Xiangnian still had the void divine lightning. Outside the door, everyone was looking at Xiangnian. Xiangnian's heart skipped a beat. Forget it. Just absorbing divine lightning in front of them wasn't that impressive. If his identity as Bai Mukin was exposed, would he be worried about exposing another secret? Thinking of this, Xiangnian directly removed the bandage from his right arm and unsealed the void divine lightning. The people outside were all shocked. World-devastating divine lightning, Bai Lingquan said in surprise. Xiangnian thought to himself. What the 8-eyed snake said was true. This world also had world-exterminating divine lightning. Otherwise, Bai Lingquan would not have recognized this thing as world-exterminating divine lightning at a glance. Are you surprised? Xiangnian chuckled. The one who is even more surprised is still at the back. Offer me to the profound sky sect? Let Xian Qingzhu absorb my 5 heavenly spiritual meridians? I really don't know what you guys think. But that's not important anymore. What's important is that I will make you regret your actions. I want you to know what a wrong decision it was to abandon me. I want you to know how much you've lost. After saying that, Xiangnian threw the void divine lightning into the air and shouted, 9 transformations of thunder. Boom! The void divine lightning suddenly exploded. Balls of black lightning shot out in all directions. Xiangnian jumped up and directly jumped into the swollen black thunderball. As he circulated his cultivation technique, countless black lightning bolts began to shrink back into Xiangnian's body. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Absorb the divine lightning. What kind of technique is this? The onlookers felt their brains explode. There was actually such a strange thing in the world. A human could actually absorb world-exterminating divine lightning? So it's you? Xian Qingzhu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She stepped back and said angrily, The 9 transformations of the heavenly thunder martial king. It turns out that you've always occupied it. The heavenly profound sect had found the other treasure caves of the heavenly thunder martial king, but they had never found the legendary heaven-defying 9 transformations of thunder. In fact, the profound sky sect once believed that this heaven-defying cultivation technique was just a legend, and it did not really exist. Now, Xianxia suddenly realized that from the beginning to the end, this kind of cultivation technique had been on Xiangnan's body. When Xianxia told everyone about the legend of the 9 transformations of thunder, even the Bai clan, which had a great career, was shocked. He was so regretful that his intestines were broken. He glared at Bai Lingquan angrily. He, who had always been calm, couldn't help but shout, "Look at what you've done! If it weren't for your schemes, how could our Bai clan lose a descendant of the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians? How could we lose such an expert with limitless prospects?" Bai Lingquan was speechless and didn't know how to defend himself. Was it worth it? Giving Bai Mukin to the profound sky sect? In the end, Bai Mukin became the person with the greatest chance of breaking through to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. If he hadn't abandoned Bai Mukin back then, he might have grown into a progenitor-level figure that was even more terrifying than White River and even taller than Bai Wuxia. Regret? His heart was broken with regret. After absorbing the void divine lightning, Xiangnan's realm jumped from the 8th level of good fortune to the 1st level of divine martial arts. Xiangnan slowly stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd outside the door. He licked his lips and said, "Bai clan, Sky Profound Sect, I want everything you took from me back." He turned to Xianxia and said, "Whether you believe that I was Bai Mukin or not, Xianxia, that needle of kindness has always been firmly remembered in my heart. Didn't you give up everything and sacrifice everything for your future? I hope that you will be prepared to sacrifice everything in the future." A black ghost bolt of lightning flashed through Xiangnan's pupils as he sneered, "Is it the 8th level of the divine realm? You can rest assured and wait. I will soon surpass you." Xianxingshu's face was ashen as he said coldly, "Haha, is it just the 1st level of the divine martial arts? Or are you so arrogant because you received the blessing of the Bai clan?" Xiangnan laughed loudly. "Although I'm no longer Bai Mukin, I'm telling you, Xianxia, I'm still the number 1 genius in the starry sky. You want to take away my title as the number 1 genius? Haha, are the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians really amazing? So what if I give them to you? You're still a long way off." Sure enough, this divine talent was not something to boast about. Xiangnan looked at his fist. In his previous life, he had stepped into the fortune realm at the age of 18, while in his current life, he had stepped into the divine martial realm at the age of 20. The most important thing in this life was that he only started to officially cultivate at the age of 16. In less than 5 years, he had risen from the 6th level of body tempering to the 1st level of divine martial arts. What kind of concept was that? Even the experts of the Bai clan's heavenly brand couldn't compare to this speed. Bai Wudao was 4 to 5 years older than Xiangnan, and he cultivated 4 to 5 years earlier than Xiangnan. The difference was about 8 years. The people of the Bai clan looked at Xiangnan in the ancestral hall and didn't know what to say to describe their bad mood. Who had seen a 20-year-old divine martial realm expert before? Xiangnan felt his unique strength. The dipper chi in his body was much thicker than the good fortune realm. Could simply be described as a qualitative change. However, the most troublesome problem still existed. He had fought with the Bai clan's sacrificial priests, but how to escape from the Bai clan was still a problem. We can't rush out and fight against the White River at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, right? With his own strength, he probably wouldn't even be able to last 1/100th of a second in by his hands. Xiangnan looked at his right arm consciously. Because he had absorbed the void divine lightning, there were no more tattoos on his arm. Divine martial realm. Can you absorb the 8-eyed great snake? Xiangnan rubbed his chin and looked at his left arm. The 8-eyed serpent seemed to have sensed Xiangnan's intentions as well, and shouted in shock, "Brat, you must not act recklessly. If you absorb me, who can help you find the world-exterminating divine lightning?" Xianxia shook his head and whispered, "Don't worry. If I really want to absorb you, I won't hesitate at all, much less give you the chance to say those words." Actually, he had been with the eight-eyed snake for a long time, and Xianxia had some companionship towards it. Moreover, this big snake was very good to the little bird. If he absorbed it, the little bird would probably be very unhappy. In that case, if he wanted to escape, he could only focus on the void divine lightning. Xianxia carefully sensed that he had indeed inherited the spatial jumping ability of the void divine lightning, but it was much more rough than the void divine lightning's original body's spatial jumping ability. How rough was it? Xianxia carefully sensed it and recalled the spatial jump of the void divine lightning. He discovered that there was a kind of spatial power in his body. This spatial power could directly allow him to sense space and make spatial jumps. But after all, he was only a human, not the void divine lightning, so if he wanted to jump through space, he had to condense the power of the void divine lightning for a long time. Moreover, after every spatial jump, a spatial crack would be left on the spot for a few seconds. As long as the enemy also jumped into the spatial crack, they would be able to catch up to him. Fortunately, no one was able to enter this ancestral hall. The more troublesome part was that it was very difficult for Xianxia to accurately locate the location of space over a long distance. He could only feel the space within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. In other words, within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, he could designate any location and directly jump over. If the distance between them exceeded 100,000 li, it would become a random jump. Even he did not know where he would go. Obviously, a distance of 100,000 kilometers was not enough to escape the pursuit of the Bai clan's experts. First, create the Tai divine art. If you jump randomly and enter a dangerous zone, it would be a good way to defend yourself. Thinking of this, Xianxia sat cross-legged and thought quietly. The prototype and framework of the Tai divine art had been completed ahead of schedule, and the incantation was more than half complete. When he heard Old Man Mo Ling's question, his doubts had also been resolved by White River's preaching. Now, he only needed to perfect the last part of the incantation. Xianxia took a deep breath and quickly formed words in his mind, arranging them according to what he thought. The Tai divine art was divided into 3 styles. Heavenly Dao Righteous Qi Diagram, Demon Subduing, Attribute Reference Heavenly Yang Righteous Qi Diagram, Demon Suppression, Attribute Reference Vermilion Howren Righteous Qi Diagram, Kuren Attributes refer to White Tiger. Everyone didn't know what Xianxia was doing and just looked at him quietly. By Lingquan and Bai he whispered, "Grand Ancestor, I'm afraid this little beast is plotting against us again." However, Bai He's expression was solemn as he said, "He's not planning a scheme. He's creating a new cultivation method." "How can I see it?" Bai Lingquan asked in surprise. Bai He said, "You don't understand. This is just a feeling. I can roughly feel a mysterious atmosphere when I look at his state. This kind of atmosphere is hard to describe in words, but I often create martial arts techniques, so I'm quite familiar with this kind of state. Even if it's true, how strong can it be?" Bai Lingquan didn't mind and said, "How strong can a small divine martial first stage martial artist create a martial technique? Could it be that he still wants to use such a technique to deal with us?" Xian Qingzhu remained silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, Xianxia opened his eyes. He quickly formed a seal with both of his hands, and a huge white tiger phantom appeared above his head. Seeing this, everyone cried out in alarm. Immediately after, the giant white tiger phantom suddenly fell to the ground, landing on the ground and transforming into an array diagram. This formation diagram seemed to be made up of countless stars printed on the ground. The overall outline perfectly matched the white tiger phantom. Amongst these stars, there were 18 of the brightest and most resplendent stars. The white tiger formation was the mighty righteous Qi diagram of the Tai divine art. The 18 most shining stars represented the profound Tao formation I, while Xianxia's body was filled with powerful Dipper Qi, and he himself was a martial Tao formation I. Xianxia circulated his incantation and stepped on 18 stars, starting from the first star at the tiger's tail. This was the formation diagram circulating, and the formation I opened. As for the Howren righteous Qi diagram, it was only a part of the profound Tao of the Tai divine art. Xianxia had to use a martial art method to cooperate with the Howren righteous Qi diagram in order to release its power. After thinking for a moment, Xianxia immediately found the simplest and most effective martial skill. Shocking Dragon Sunshine. Sure enough, the nature energy diagram circulated and the dragon shocking sunshine opened. Above Xianxia's head, a floating shadow of a broken saber suddenly appeared. The broken blade was condensed from astral qi and was about a meter long. Furthermore, it looked extremely damaged and incomplete. This made Xianxia feel incredulous. That broken saber had already condensed his normal Dipper Qi power. Normally speaking, with his current Dipper Qi strength, any saber light he casually condensed should be at least 100 meters away. But then, Xianxia gradually understood and gained a new understanding of the martial skills he had created. When he stepped onto the first star of the tiger tail, the strength of the broken saber's aura suddenly doubled. The blade was also slightly improved. Xianxia thought for a moment and continued to step onto the second star of the white tiger formation. The broken saber above his head was slightly improved, and his Dipper Qi had tripled in strength. Xianxia continued to swim, following the arrangement of the 18 stars and walking down step by step. He also discovered that every time he stepped onto a star, the broken saber on his head would double in strength and become more perfect. After Xianxia stepped on 18 stars, the broken saber was completely perfect. It had turned into a saber without any flaws, but it was still only a meter long. What was even more shocking was that this 18 times more powerful saber light was actually able to reach the second round. Second Reincarnation. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he stepped on the stars from the direction of the tiger's head towards the direction of the tiger's tail. As expected, the 1 meter long, 18 times more powerful saber light immediately turned into a 2 meter long broken saber, and its power reached 19 times. When Xianxia finished the 18-star formation, the blade light above his head turned into a 2 meter long blade light that was 36 times more powerful. However, this was not the end. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Although he had created this martial skill himself, it was also the first time he had used it. The results of each use made him feel shocked. It has already been 2 reincarnations, yet you can actually walk a 3rd reincarnation? The most shocking thing was that the profound Tao focused on borrowing the power of heaven and earth, while the martial Tao focused on borrowing the power of a martial artist. Xianxia's Tai divine technique continuously strengthened the saber light. In fact, Xianxia's consumption of Dipper Qi was very small. Nearly 99% of the power of the saber light came from the heavens and earth. The nature energy diagram was absorbing the power of heaven and earth and giving it to Xianxia. At the same time, while Xianxia was walking upstream of the nature energy diagram, he could also launch attacks and defenses. He stepped on the 3rd reincarnation. After that, the blade light turned into a 3 meter long blade light, and its power had already reached 54 times. However, it was still not over. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he continued his 4th cycle of reincarnation. The expressions of the martial artists outside the ancestral hall changed drastically. What is that? Everyone could not feel the power of the blade light. They could only feel an invisible danger signal appearing. Moreover, the more reincarnations Xianxia traveled, the more obvious the danger signal became. When Xianxia had completed 10 reincarnations, the saber light above his head had also reached 10 meters. Its power was 180 times that of an ordinary astral qi saber light from Xianxia. We can do it again. Xianxia felt the blood in his body boil, and even his heart burned. He simply couldn't believe what kind of terrifying martial skill he had created. He continued to swim. When he reached the 100th reincarnation, his saber light had just reached 100 meters. However, this 100-meter-long saber light had just touched the dome of the ancestral hall, and its power had reached 1,000 to 8 times that of the dome of the ancestral hall. Xianxia's expression changed. He had a premonition that he was still far from the limits of the White Tiger Formation. He didn't even know what kind of terrifying existence he had created. Theoretically speaking, as long as there was enough time, the White Tiger Formation would be endless. Oh my God! Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself, if I continue to swim like this, if I swim 10,000 reincarnations, wouldn't I have 18,000 times the power of the saber light? If this kind of saber light was released in a dream form, wouldn't it be able to kill a martial saint in an instant? What is the use of martial arts? If two martial artists learn the exact same martial technique, then theoretically speaking, a martial artist at the second level of the divine realm should have 5 times the strength of the divine realm's divine chi compared to a martial artist at the first level of the divine realm. The strength of the divine martial third layer martial artist's aura should be 5 times that of the divine martial second layer martial artist. Based on this calculation, a martial saint first stage martial artist's dipper chi should be 1.95 million times stronger than a divine martial first stage martial artist. Of course, this was only an ideal state, because every martial artist cultivated a martial technique that was different from their martial Dao foundation. Xiangnan had countless other people since childhood, and his physical fitness had improved by leaps and bounds, causing him to be able to do astonishing cross-border killings. Realm was always one of the key factors that could not be ignored. However, Xiangnan possessed a divine martial fifth-layer dream body. If he used the White Tiger formation with his dream body, he could really kill a martial saint first-layer expert with 180,000 times the saber light. What if you wander through 100,000 reincarnations? Wouldn't that mean that he could possess 1.8 million times the strength of the saber light? That martial saint fifth-layer expert was also killed instantly with a single saber strike. Of course, the eight-eyed snake sneered. Your enemies are all very stupid. They will foolishly watch you walk over 100,000 rounds on the formation instead of hitting you. Xiangnan frowned and said, I know that all of this only exists at the theoretical level, but the Tai divine art that I created does indeed have the conditions to trigger such an outcome. If I wander around a place 100,000 times in advance and wait for the enemy to come looking for me, then I can still win. The eight-eyed serpent said, I didn't do it. The martial skill you created is truly unprecedented. It's amazing. Your current 1800-fold saber light is enough to slay the 5th level of the divine martial arts with one saber strike from the road wheel. However, your divine astral chi is much stronger and stronger than ordinary martial artists. Therefore, killing the 7th level of the divine martial technique in a single strike should be easy. Outside the door, the people from the Bai clan were already dumbfounded. Bai he narrowed his eyes and said, What a formidable martial skill! I have never seen such an endless attack. As he spoke, a trace of true killing intent flashed through Bai's eyes. At this moment, Xiangnan no longer continued to swim. Instead, he grabbed the 100-meter-long saber in his hand. When he grasped the giant saber, he felt the unparalleled power coming from the saber light. This blade light could only be waved once. After a single attack, the saber light would automatically dissipate. However, just how many people could be killed by this saber depended on how many enemies Xiangnan had. At the same time, it depended on how many enemies he could hit by this saber. Xiangnan tried to step out of the edge of the White Tiger formation with the saber light. As expected, once the saber light left the formation diagram, its power would begin to decrease by multiple times. He hurriedly returned to the formation diagram. The power of the saber light had already been reduced to more than 1,700 times. In just 3 seconds, it had lost more than 30 times of its power. This diagram was called the Howran Righteous Chi diagram, and the formation hidden in the diagram was called the White Tiger formation. It's time to leave. Xiangnan let the saber light float in the air, and then silently condensed the power of space in his heart. His perceptual range covered an area of 100,000 kilometers, but he wanted to jump even further and escape the pursuit of the Bai clan. If he jumped further, he would need more time to condense his strength. The void divine lightning in the spiritual sea continued to provide Xiangnan with an endless stream of spatial energy. Once the spatial energy spanned more than 100,000 kilometers, Xiangnan was unable to accurately locate it. He discovered that 100,000 kilometers away was pitch black, and he did not know where he would jump to. He continued to condense and expand at a distance of 10,000 kilometers per second. A minute later, His jump distance had already reached 600,000 li, but this was far from enough. He continued to gather, reaching 6 million kilometers in 10 minutes. 100 minutes later, it reached an astonishing 60 million kilometers. This 60 million mile span was very far away. In Xiangnan's own world, he could almost jump from the northernmost part of the southern domain to the southernmost part of the northern domain. 60 million li should be enough. Xiangnan nodded slightly. No matter how powerful a 9th-level heavenly tribulation martial artist was, it was impossible for them to sense themselves 60 million kilometers away. Do you know what's most interesting? Xiangnan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the Bai clan. The most interesting thing is that although you are very regretful and surprised by my current strength, you are not afraid. Because you are completely certain that you can kill me. As long as I step out of the ancestral hall, I will die. However, in fact, after killing so many outstanding disciples of your Bai clan and absorbing all of your Bai clan's ancestors' strength over the past 3 years, I can still easily escape. Are you angry? Are you angry? After saying that, Xiangnan waved his hand at the crowd and made a goodbye gesture. Then, he leapt forward. A spatial crack appeared in the air, and Xiangnan directly drilled into it and disappeared. It's not possible. Bai Lingquan was furious. As Xiangnan had said, they were not in a hurry, because they knew that they would definitely be able to kill Xiangnan. However, Xiangnan retreated completely. This made Bai Lingquan furious, so angry that he almost dropped his realm. The moment Xiangnan left the ancestral hall, the barrier around the ancestral hall also disappeared. He must still be inside. He must have used some kind of cover-up technique to offer sacrifices. Any sacrifice. Rush in and take a look. Bai Lingquan roared unwillingly. Even though he knew that his theory was untenable, if Xiangnan was still in the ancestral hall, then the ancestral hall barrier would not disappear. Bai Wudao was the first to charge into the ancestral hall and quickly walked out. Everyone looked at Bai Wudao expectantly. However, Bai Wudao's expression caused everyone to be greatly disappointed. Bai Wudao's face was gloomy. After a brief moment of calm, he raised his head to the sky and roared, "Xiangnan!" After everyone understood the result, they were all dumbfounded. It was exactly what Xiangnan had said. Xiangnan escaped, and he also took away all the skills on by Wuya's sculpture. It took 3 years for the sculpture to condense these skills and prepare to impart them to the descendants of the Bai clan. But it was completely emptied by a single Xiangnan. These 3 years were in vain. After 9 sacrifices had died and Xiangnan had caused another uproar, the Bai clan had completely failed to reap the rewards. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. Bai Lingquan roared angrily and instantly turned into a beam of intense light that shot into the sky. However, the moment Bai Lingquan flew away, it was viciously ejected back by an invisible screen of light. Bai Lingquan suddenly turned around and angrily said, "Grand Ancestor, why didn't you let me chase after him?" Bai he shook his head and said, "As the current supreme elder of the Bai clan, you are in such a state of chaos. If you continue to act so recklessly, perhaps I should consider taking back your rights." Bai Lingquan was stunned and said anxiously, "But, could it be that we let that little bastard off just like that?" Bai he smiled faintly. "Even I can't sense his location. Can you find him? Furthermore, with your status, you should be worried about the heavenly tribulation realm's problems, and not waste your cultivation on a divine martial realm junior." As he spoke, Bai he looked at Bai Wudao and said, "Wudao, do you want revenge?" When Bai Wudao heard this, he was overjoyed and nodded forcefully. "Even in my dreams, I want to defeat Xiangnan. I have no shame." Bai he nodded and said indifferently, "All right, from today onwards, I want to temporarily add a plan to slaughter white. The specific core of this white slaying plan is you and Shen Qingzhu. From now on, our Bai clan will mobilize enormous resources to allow the two of you to increase your strength and chase after Xiangnan." Bai Wudao and Shen Qingzhu exchanged glances. They couldn't believe that luck had come so suddenly. If it wasn't for Xiangnan causing trouble in the Bai clan, the two of them wouldn't have received such treatment for the rest of their lives. Bai he put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance, saying, "In the end, he, Xianxia, is only on his own, and the two of you have the Bai clan as your backing. He can level up to the first level of the divine martial arts, and I can let you level up to the fifth level of the divine martial arts." Green bamboo. Bai Wudao looked at Xian Qingzhu and said, "You have the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians of our Bai clan. I need you to advance to the martial sage realm in the shortest time possible." Xian Qingzhu was overjoyed and nodded forcefully. "Qingzhu will definitely live up to great ancestors' kindness. As for me, it's time to teach a lesson to the lesser planes." After saying that, Bai he put his hands behind his back and stepped into the air, disappearing without a trace. Everyone was shocked. Bai Lingquan said in shock, "The great ancestor is going to personally take action? But he has never approved of this method before, because he feels a strong threat." Xian Qingzhu said in a deep voice, "It's impossible for him to allow the second Xianxia to appear." Secondary plane, southern domain. Bai he put his hands behind his back and stood under the night sky that had no tomorrow. He muttered to himself, "This is the place where the wondrous man Xianxia grew up. It seems to be ordinary, but I wonder what is so wonderful about this land that it can give birth to a genius like Xianxia." Then he smiled faintly and took a step forward. It was 10,000 kilometers away. He strolled around, but the ground beneath his feet was rapidly retreating. A few minutes later, he was already standing at the center of the Haotian Empire. The people from the Star Guild were all looking up. They saw a man in a white robe standing in the sky. That man looked to be in his 20s. "Who is it?" A group of patrolling disciples of the guild rushed over and surrounded the White River, saying, "Young man, you've stepped into the guild's forbidden area. Quickly leave." At this moment, all the heavenly tribulation realm experts in the southern domain and Blue Tide continent opened their eyes. Bai he smiled with his hands behind his back and said, "I'd like to trouble you to inform me that I want to see Empyrean Galaxy." The few guild disciples immediately laughed. A 40-year-old Heaven Scryer level 1 martial artist said, "There are always so many people who don't know what to do. They always come running over with their eyes wide open, wanting to see our guild leader. Let's go back. Empyrean Galaxy isn't something everyone can see." Bai he smiled and said, "Since everyone is unwilling to help, I will go find them myself." After saying that, Bai he stepped inside the guild. The group of disciples hurriedly rushed forward to intercept him, but they were shocked to discover that they were simply unable to get within 5 meters of White River. Once they were close to 5 meters away from the White River, they would be bounced back by an invisible force. "Quick, get back up!" The Heaven Scryer level 1 disciple shouted loudly. In the sky, a firework rose. Countless core experts of the guild rushed out, including a large number of elders. However, Bai he didn't even look at these people. He just walked towards the depths of the guild without hurrying. The Heaven Scryer realm couldn't stop him. The Good Fortune realm couldn't stop him. The Divine Martial realm couldn't, and even the Martial Saint Elder couldn't do anything. At this moment, the guild finally realized that something was wrong. They immediately sought support from all sides and sent messages to the Nature Sect, the Starsea Sect, and the Azure Underworld Sect. There was even a message that flew towards the Haotian Imperial Palace. Standing in the air of the Star Guild, Bai he smiled and said, "Star Guild, are you unwilling to come out to see me?" After saying that, Bai he lightly snapped his fingers. All he heard was a loud rumble. The 100-star guild disciples around him had exploded into powder for no reason at all. "I only used less than 1,000th of my strength." Bai he put his hands back again. "You should know that as long as I am willing, I can instantly flatten the entire Star Guild." Finally, a sigh came from the sky. "I heard that the Bai clan has a 9th-level heavenly tribulation expert. I didn't expect that I would be honored to see him today." Immediately after, a white-bearded, white-haired old man appeared in the air. This person was the number 1 expert of the Star Guild Empyrean Galaxy. "Late 8 heavenly tribulations?" Bai he smiled faintly. "It's much higher than I imagined." The Galaxy Empyrean said, "Are you here to wage a final battle with us?" Bai He shook his head and smiled. Although my martial Dao strength has already reached the transformation realm, I'm not arrogant enough to deal with 40 or so heavenly tribulation realm experts by myself. Then why are you here? Empyrean Galaxy said. Bai He smiled and said, I don't know what's so mysterious about your world that it can actually nurture such a big problem in Xiang Nan's heart. I will not allow the second Xiang Nan to appear. I'll give you 10 days to hand over all the young people in the southern domain whose talent surpasses that of the 4 heavenly spirits. Even if there's only one, you still have to hand it over. Empyrean Galaxy laughed and said, I'm afraid I can't agree to your request. Who? A long beam of light lit up in the sky. Then, another old man appeared beside Empyrean Galaxy. The old man shouted, Brother Galaxy, I'm late. Empyrean Galaxy looked at the old man and said, Galaxy Sect Master, I'm sorry to trouble you for a trip. The Starsea Sect Master laughed loudly and said, What are you talking about? Our Starsea Sect also has a share in dealing with the bandits of the Bai clan. Immediately after, streaks of intense light rushed over. The Azure Underworld Sect, Profound Underworld Sect, Divine Feather Sect, and other first-rate sects sect masters all descended. Even the sect masters of the Eastern region, Western region, and Northern region had come. These people did not arrive completely. Only the heavenly tribulation experts who had temporarily stayed behind to guard the southern domain quickly arrived, but they had gathered a total of 30 people. 30 heavenly tribulation realm experts were gathered here at the same time. This was a scene that would last for 10,000 years. Since they're all here, Bai He nodded. My request, say it again. After Bai He finished speaking, all the heavenly tribulation realm experts frowned. The Galaxy Sect Master shouted, How dare you directly ask us for someone? Bai He smiled and his right hand trembled. Suddenly, an invisible wave appeared in the air. The 30 heavenly tribulation realm experts were all pushed back a step. Apart from Empyrean Galaxy River and Sect Master Galaxy, the other 28 heavenly tribulation realm experts were all bleeding from the corners of their mouths. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Bai He put his hands back again and smiled faintly. Do you know why I never took the initiative to invite you guys to battle? Actually, I'm not afraid to tell you, because my target is not a small inferior plane like you. I only need to expel you to this small corner of the Blue Tide continent. Then, the other humans in this plane will be inexhaustible and endless for me to enjoy. Everyone remained silent. Bai He continued, You should already understand that if I were to fight against you with all my injuries, I would be able to annihilate all of you. But this way, in my world, my enemies will find an opportunity to attack my Bai clan. Empyrean Galaxy said thoughtfully, So your true goal is your own world. Since you know that it will be like this, why come here? Bai He sighed and said, I will try my best not to fight against you directly, but there is one thing that has strengthened my determination, and that is Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan. Many heavenly tribulation realm experts exchanged glances with each other. Who would have thought that it was actually a Xiang Nan who attracted this white river? There are 2 paths in front of you. The first is to hand over all the talented young warriors of the 4 heavenly spiritual veins or above within 10 days. Bai He said. Second, 10 days from now, there will be a great battle between us. All of you here will die, and I am seriously injured. My cultivation has fallen backwards, causing the Bai clan to face an unprecedented period of danger. However, please believe me, after seeing Xiang Nan, I would rather pay such a price. Just decide what to do. See you in 10 days. Bai He smiled and disappeared into thin air. Only a group of heavenly tribulation realm experts remained, their faces filled with embarrassment. What exactly should we do? Do you want to compromise? Or do you want to fight Bai He head-on? He was a late-stage heavenly tribulation 9 great tribulations expert. Fighting against more than 40 heavenly tribulation experts of this level alone and annihilating them was definitely not empty rhetoric. For a moment, the southern domain fell into a great panic. 10 days later, the White River descended once again. In the sky above the Star Guild, there was a huge cage with 12 warriors inside. These 12 people each possessed the talent of the 4 heavenly spiritual meridians, and they could be said to be 1 in 100 million. Especially among these 12 martial artists, there were actually as many as 8 children aged 4 or 5 years old. The remaining 4 were all youths from the dark forces. All of the heavenly tribulation realm experts had also arrived. They were very silent because they had done something disdainful. He nodded in satisfaction. That's right. You've made your choice. Empyrean Galaxy let out a long sigh. His face filled with shame as he said, "What are you planning to do with these 12 children? If you want to kill them, then even if I risk my life, I will fight you." He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I won't kill these 12 people. I can tell you clearly that I will bring these 12 talented children back to my world and imprison them. Until my clan's plan is completed, I will send them back untouched. During this period, these 12 people are not allowed to cultivate. Then, it's settled." He smiled and said, "It seems that we have already reached an agreement. We have enjoyed our cooperation." With that, he waved his hand and flew into the distance with the cage. Behind him came the angry roar of the Star Sea Sect Master. He was unwilling, but he had no way to deal with this dilemma. He wasn't afraid of these heavenly tribulation realm experts. They were already like this, and there wouldn't be much progress in the future. What he was afraid of was the endless emergence of characters like Xianxia. New World, Forest, 10 days ago. Xianxia suddenly landed on the ground and found himself in an ancient black jungle. A dizzy smell immediately filled his nose, making him feel dizzy. Above him, the 1,800 times more powerful saber light was rapidly decreasing. "Where am I?" Xianxia frowned. He only knew that he had made a 60 million mile spatial jump, but he had no clue where he was exactly. However, the smell in the air made him feel that the situation was not good. This kind of smell was something he had never encountered before. If it weren't for the fact that he had been tortured by Old Man Mo Ling to the point that he was invulnerable to all poisons, he would probably have fallen to the ground and died from the poison. Before Xianxia could react, a huge black shadow suddenly rushed towards him. The shadow covered the entire sky and covered half of the sky. It had 2 horns on its head and a pair of giant abyss devil feather wings on its back. "Demon!" Xianxia's expression changed drastically as he cried out in shock. "Damn it! It's actually a monster even stronger than a heaven-swallowing demon." The thing that rushed towards Xianxia was a demon that was even higher than the heaven-swallowing realm. At the same time, pairs of glowing black eyes appeared in the dark jungle of Xianxia's surroundings. There were probably no less than 100,000 of those eyes. Not good, Xianxia thought to himself. Could it be that he accidentally teleported to the demon's lair? However, that demon that was even higher than the heaven-swallowing realm had already rushed over. Without any hesitation, Xianxia grabbed the saber light and chopped down on the terrifying demon. Swoosh! 1,800 times the radiance of a saber, it was actually a saber that cut that terrifying demon in half. As a result, the saber light disappeared. However, demons did not understand fear. As long as they still wanted to attack, they would never give up. Large amounts of demons surged over like tides, instantly drowning Xianxia. 16 million miles away, at the border of the dark forest. Guanxiao licked her lips. "This is the endless forest that Elder Qingyu mentioned, right? I heard that there are countless high-level demons inside. This time, I have to absorb them properly. It took me nearly 3 months to arrive here. I must not waste this rare opportunity." As he said that, a trace of hatred flashed through Guanzhao's eyes. "Xianxia, sooner or later, I will make you kneel at my feet. I beg you to let me accept you. Do you think you're very strong? I, Guanxiao, want to be stronger than you. Only I am worthy of you. For other women, if you dare to touch one, I will kill one. If you dare to touch 10,000, I will kill 10,000. If you can only accept me if you kill all the women in the world, I will do the same." With that, Guanxiao suddenly turned into a large black mist and rushed towards the dark forest. The corpses of the demons were almost piled up into a mountain. Xianxia was so panting that he couldn't even lift his arm. He had already killed for 3 days and 3 nights, but the demons here seemed endless. When is this going to end? Xianxia gasped intensely as he stabbed the giant saber into the ground. While panting, he looked towards the black forest in all directions. Another large number of dense eyes flashed in the black jungle. Xianxia no longer knew how many demons he had killed. He was afraid that there would be 8,000 if there weren't 10,000. He didn't dare to use a martial skill that consumed a lot of energy when fighting in this kind of damned place. Only by simply killing would he be able to preserve his strength best, because he wasn't sure when he would be able to finish killing the demons. Worse still, he didn't have time to condense his spatial energy, jump through space, or escape from this place. From 3 days ago until now, the longest time Xianxia had had a chance to catch his breath was now. It only lasted for about 7 seconds before another wave of demons pounced on him. 7 seconds. In the past 3 days and nights, the longest time to rest was only 7 seconds. Shit. I'm afraid I'm going to be trapped here this time. Xianxia felt that his right arm was starting to numb. Killing these demons was very different from killing them. The demons' spiritual energy resistance was extremely high. With Xianxia's strength, the backlash from a single slash was much greater than slashing a human martial artist at the waist. The only way you can escape is by jumping through space. If you don't try it once, you'll never be able to leave. The eight-eyed snake said, "Go all out. If you can buy a few seconds, then it should be a few seconds." Xianxia quickly formed seals with his hands, and the dipper chi in his body quickly dissipated. Immediately after, he released a huge array of lightning bolts. This move was based on Xianxia's lightning power. It was released in proportion. No matter how strong the dipper chi in Xianxia's body was, the consumption of the thunder array was close to 1/10 of his strength. But this 1/10 was too precious. Silver divine lightning suddenly descended from the sky and streaks of silver lightning fell like a rainstorm. In this move, Xianxia used the power of the lightning speed lightning. The attribute of the lightning speed lightning was very suitable for group lightning formations. On the one hand, the lightning speed was extremely fast, and on the other hand, the number of lightning dropped was much greater than otherworld exterminating divine lightning. The demons of all levels were quickly swallowed up by the silver lightning, and they were all shattered into scum. In this precious time, Xianxia immediately sensed space and absorbed the spatial power of the void divine lightning. Every second, Xianxia's spatial perception could reach 10,000 li. The group of lightning arrays lasted for more than 10 seconds. Xianxia found the right opportunity and immediately made a spatial jump at the exact moment the group of lightning arrays disappeared. He did not know where he was, nor did he know which part of the dark forest he was in, so he could only randomly choose a direction to jump in. This 100,000-mile jump caused Xianxia to appear in another area of the dark forest. Fuck! Xianxia roared angrily. In front of him, black mountains stabbed into the sky like knives, causing Xianxia to feel an atmosphere of despair. The enormous blade black mountain was one after another. The black mountains were filled with giant demons with wings on their backs and horns on their heads. If a heaven-swallowing demon was compared to a heaven-scrying realm human martial artist, then a world-exterminating demon would be equivalent to a good fortune realm martial artist. Moreover, it was not an ordinary good fortune realm, because demons were much more powerful than humans, and their spiritual energy resistance was much higher. Therefore, every world extermination level demon was roughly equivalent to a good fortune 5th layer Xianxia. That's right. Their resistance was already on par with Xianxia's 3-part dragon body. Xianxia only felt his mind buzzing. Those world extermination level demons had already discovered him, flapped their wings, and flew over with overwhelming speed. Xianxia raised his hand and slashed. The fierce saber light chopped down, hitting the first world extinction level demon first. However, Xianxia only managed to chop the demon backwards with the saber light of the first level of the divine martial technique, and only a shallow saber wound appeared on the demon's stomach. This feeling was like Xianxia, who was at the first level of the divine martial arts, attacking Xianxia, who was at the 5th level of the good fortune stage. If he didn't use a powerful killing move, it would be very difficult for him to die. The most important thing was that the world extermination level demons were endlessly pouncing towards Xianxia. Looking around, there were at least 400 to 500 people within the visible range of the naked eye. Moreover, there were even more world-exterminating demons rushing over from the distant Black Mountain. "Use your Tai divine art," the eight-eyed serpent roared. "Hurry up, or it will really be too late. Do you think I don't want to use it? The key is that my heavenly yang righteous chi diagram hasn't been perfected yet." Xianxia hurriedly slashed at the world-exterminating demon. When he was in the Bai clan's ancestral hall, the first step was to perfect the Haoran righteous chi diagram. But neither the heavenly Tao righteous chi diagram nor the heavenly yang righteous chi diagram had the time to perfect the incantation. At this time, Xianxia's 9 purities cosmos technique had long since reached its peak. 9 chi dragons were helping him absorb spiritual energy and recover faster. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to last for 3 days and nights because there was very little spiritual energy in the dark forest. But now, he really couldn't find a better way to deal with these demons. "Release me! Quick!" the eight-eyed serpent roared. "I'll help you hold on for a while. Hurry up and perfect the heavenly yang righteous chi diagram." Seeing that Xianxia was hesitating, the eight-eyed serpent angrily said, "Am I still able to escape? Where can I escape to in this damned place?" Xianxia thought for a moment, and what the eight-eyed snake said made sense. Even if he unlocked the seal on his left arm, he was able to release the eight-eyed serpent. The eight-eyed snake had been harmed to a very low level by Xianxia back in the eastern region. After obtaining a large amount of spirit stones, it recovered as soon as it had the chance. However, it had only recovered to the 3rd stage of fortune. The eight-eyed serpent that was about 100 meters long danced wildly in the sky, sprinkling a world-destroying light. The power of those strong lights to the human world was enormous, and it could easily destroy a city. However, at this moment its power was not enough. The good fortune 3rd stage eight-eyed snake was powerless to fight hundreds of world-exterminating demons at the good fortune 5th stage alone. Fortunately, the serpent was immortal, completely unafraid of the attacks of the demons. No matter what kind of attacks the world-devastating demons attacked it, it ignored them and accepted them all. Those world-devastating demons were also formidable. They were already the warriors of the demon race. This group of world-devastating demons used strange black magma to condense into incomparably sharp black lava blades that flew back and forth against the serpent. Those lava sabers were heresy and terrifying. The entire blade was formed from black lava that had dried up. However, its blade did not wither. Instead, it was flowing black magma. Its temperature was unimaginably high, and it could produce an unimaginable cutting force on any object. These world-exterminating demons were especially fast. They moved like thunder, and each flash of their enormous black wings could bring them a Jedi charge. Boom! More than a dozen world-exterminating demons' wings shone in unison as they charged towards the serpent and smashed it to the ground. Soon after, more than a dozen black lava blades cut the eight-eyed snake into dozens of pieces. Once the hot lava blade hit the eight-eyed snake's powerful skin, it was like a hot knife cutting tofu, easily penetrating through it. The eight-eyed serpent's body twisted and instantly regained its integrity. It let out an explosive roar, and countless strong lights scattered out from the world-exterminating demons, sending dozens of world-exterminating demons and hundreds of world-exterminating demons flying. After stabilizing their bodies, the demons rushed back and continued to chop down the snake. "Hurry up," the eight-eyed snake urged. "Although I'm not dead, I know it hurts. Don't bother me." Xianxia sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, and he was constantly sketching out the incantation of the heavenly yang righteous chi diagram in his heart. The first thing Xianxia thought of was the sun divine technique, the heavenly yang righteous chi diagram, and what kind of martial arts technique he should use to activate it. He had already practiced the sun god technique to the first level of the blazing sun. The attributes of the sun divine art itself had great restraint against demons. However, this kind of technique was an extremely powerful explosion in itself, but it had a very short duration. Once it was used, it would quickly enter a period of decline. Xianxia pondered for a moment. He thought to himself, if he used a formation to strengthen the sun god technique to strengthen the strength of the sun quenching, it would only bring him a few minutes of explosive power. Once this explosive power was over, he would also fall into a weak state. However, he didn't lack any explosive martial skills. The terrifying saber radiance of the nature energy diagram wasn't any weaker than that of the sun tempering realm. Especially after the nature energy diagram was used up, he wouldn't fall into a weakened state. If the heavenly yang righteous chi diagram was also made into an explosive martial skill, not only would it overlap with the Howren righteous chi diagram, the weakening effect it would bring would also not be as powerful as the Howren righteous chi diagram. Then, formations were endless, and they could absorb the power of heaven and earth to enhance the explosive effect of the sun quenching. But why did this effect have to be applied to him? Since quenching the sun was absorbing the power of the sun into his body, why couldn't he do it in the opposite direction? Wouldn't he be able to avoid the weakening stage if he were to return the endless power of the heavens and earth condensed from the formation to the sun and let the sun attack him? Thinking of this, Xianxia was immediately overjoyed. He immediately constructed the incantation. According to his own thoughts, a complete set of incantations was formed very quickly. "Why aren't we leaving?" Little Sparrow licked the candied gourd and sat on Xianxia's shoulder, shaking his little feet. Xianxia said, "No way. Although the big snake has bought us time, if we use this time to jump through space, what about the big snake? Aren't we going to leave it here?" Not to mention Xianxia looked around and shook his head and sighed. Without killing all the demons in front of them, it would be impossible for them to escape through the spatial jump. These world extinction-level demons would follow their spatial rifts and chase after them. Almost there. Let's try the effects first. Xianxia took a deep breath and circulated his incantation in his heart. In an instant, 100-meter-tall vermilion bird phantom suddenly appeared above his head. Xianxia raised his right hand and clenched his fist, shouting, "Heavenly Yang Righteous Chi Diagram, Vermilion Bird Formation." Then he slapped his palm on the ground. The enormous flaming vermilion bird in the sky was a dive, fiercely smashing into the ground, forming a strange flame array. The overall style of this diagram was very similar to the Howren Righteous Chi diagram, but the veins of the diagram were burning flames. On the vermilion bird's outline, there were also 18 starlight array eyes. Xianxia already had the experience of the nature energy diagram. Without saying a word, he immediately started walking on the vermilion bird diagram and stepped on the stars. As soon as Xianxia stepped onto the first of the 18 starlight array eyes, the vermilion bird array immediately activated. Xianxia used the sun god technique logically. In the sky, an inexplicably large sun with a diameter of 100 meters appeared. "Reverse yang tempering," Xianxia shouted in his heart. He kept praying to himself that he must succeed. That he must succeed. Suddenly, a strong light filled the vermilion bird formation. The strong light fiercely shot towards the phantom sun in the sky, causing the sun to slightly enlarge. At the same time, the sun began to shine with 10,000 rays of golden light. This golden light was like a sharp golden sword, shooting randomly in all directions, enveloping all world extinction-level demons. However, the effects of these sunshine on the world-exterminating demons were negligible and negligible. He actually succeeded. Xianxia was overjoyed. Furthermore, it's a continuous attack. Shortly after, he stepped onto the second star, and a second beam of intense light shot into the sky, hitting the sun. The sun increased by another point. Xianxia kept swimming, and very quickly he walked through the 18 starlight array eyes. 18 rays of intense light shot straight into the sky, all of them hitting the sun, causing the size of the sun to soar from 100 meters to 200 meters. The intensity of the sunlight scattered by the sun had also increased to 18 times. Second Reincarnation. Xianxia was overjoyed and immediately started the second round of star trampling. After 2 rounds, the sun increased to 300 meters in diameter. After 3 rounds, the sun increased to a diameter of 400 meters. After 9 rounds, the sun had already reached a diameter of 1,000 meters. Its sunlight had also begun to cause substantial damage to world extermination-level demons. The power of the sun was 162 times stronger than normal. Sounds scary, but it's not that powerful. The reason for that was because when Xianxia quenched his yang, he had obtained a high explosion. The foundation of this explosion came from Xianxia's own realm. When he was at the 5th level of good fortune, it was equivalent to quenching his yang on his strength at the 5th level of good fortune. But now, he didn't temper the sun himself, instead replenishing the power of the formation to the illusory image of the sun. Therefore, the power of 162 times the power of the sun had to eliminate Xianxia's 1st level of divine martial arts. Therefore, when the sunlight struck the world exterminating demons, it only made their bodies start to smoke. However, the most important thing was that the heavenly yang righteous chi diagram was infinite. Xianxia continued to swiftly swim the star-trampling stage. He swam for a full 100 rounds. The sun in the sky had already reached a terrifying diameter of 11,000 meters. 10,000 meters of the sun floated in the sky. Its volume was definitely countless times smaller than the real sun, but the key point was that this phantom sun was floating lower than the real sun. It was only a few kilometers away from the ground. A 10,000-meter sun floating in the air was undoubtedly shocking. What was even more frightening was that the world-devastating demon was no longer able to withstand this kind of sunlight. Tens of thousands of golden rays descended from the sky, easily piercing through those world-extermination-level demons into a beehive. 1,800 times the power of the sun. Scram! Scram! The eight-eyed snake cursed loudly and hurriedly rushed towards Xianxia in a sorry state. Quick! Quickly seal me up again. I can't stand it anymore. Not only did the sunlight explode and annihilate the world's demons, it was also attacking the eight-eyed snake. The undying eight-eyed snake was pierced into a sieve by the endless sunlight every second. It kept on recovering and being pierced through. It felt like it was raining in the sky. But it wasn't rain, it was fire rain. A rain of fire as sharp as a sword. Xianxia stretched out his left hand, and the eight-eyed snake immediately turned into a ball of light and burrowed into Xianxia's arm. Xianxia was dumbfounded as he looked at the scene. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers, thousands of world-exterminating demons had been annihilated from all the Black Mountain peaks. No world-extinction-level demon could survive in this terrifying sunlight. Xianxia also felt his scalp numb. He no longer continued to walk on the stars, but the sun in the sky did not disappear. The vermilion bird formation on the ground continued to provide power to the sun. After Xianxia stopped swimming, the power of the sun stopped here, but it did not disappear. This damn thing is too powerful. I didn't expect that even I would be pierced through by the sunlight, the eight-eyed snake said in fear. Xianxia stretched out his hand to feel the sunshine. He took it. It was only hot, but it wouldn't harm him. He said, "This is the sunshine specifically used to restrain the demons. It has little impact on humans, but it is very dangerous to the demons. You have already become a demon, so you will also be affected." The main power of the sun god technique was used to deal with demons, but besides demons, demons would also be attacked, although it was not as powerful as demons. Baby! Little Sparrow stood in front of Xianxia, with a small thing in her chubby little hand. That thing looked black and bright, only as small as a grain of rice, as if it was a small particle that emitted light. Why did you pick up everything? Xianxia helplessly reached out to pick it up and said, "Where did you get it?" When Xianxia touched the small particle, he immediately felt that his hand was burning hot. That boiling hot feeling was something even an expert at the 1st level of the divine martial arts couldn't withstand. He subconsciously let out a muffled snort and let go of his right hand. The moment the shining particles landed on the ground, they would instantly penetrate the ground and continuously sink, and then sink again. Xianxia hurriedly lowered his head and saw that there was a hole in the ground that was as small as a grain of rice. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see anything. "That thing is too hot," the eight-eyed snake said. "Even the ground has melted. I'm afraid it has sunk within a few kilometers." Xianxia was silent. He looked at his right hand. The 2 fingers that had squeezed the small particle had already burned his skin. At this moment, his skin was rapidly recovering. "Why are you all right?" Xianxia looked at the little bird curiously. The little bird's fleshy palm was completely unharmed. Little Sparrow glared at Xiangnan's watery eyes, raised her short legs, and kicked him in the leg. "Gem, you lost mine. Where did you get it?" Xiangnan asked. The little bird squatted on the ground and used its fingers to dig through the small hole. After digging for a long time, it somehow managed to dig out the small particle again. Xiangnan was dumbfounded. Just as the big snake said, the small particle should have sunk a few kilometers. How could it be stingy? Little Sparrow held the glowing black particles and chuckled again. "Where did you get it? Little bastard, answer me." Xiangnan was helpless. The little bird grabbed the small particles and said, "The monsters fell out when they died. Pull it out of my little hole in the ground and take it in my hand." Even Xiangnan was dumbfounded by Little Sparrow's astonishing expression. The snake said, "I saw him fiddling with something on the ground just now. It turned out that he was picking at the shining particles. Magic crystals." Xiangnan patted his forehead, and after hearing the words of the big snake, he came to a sudden realization. Demons had magic crystals in their bodies. After death, they would fall out of their bodies. However, the world-devastating demons' magic crystals were too small, and the temperature was too high. Once they left their bodies, they would quickly melt through the ground and sink into the ground. Thus, he had never noticed them before. Little Sparrow, who was also interested in all luminaries, saw this detail. Xiangnan held the black particle with his giant saber and placed it in front of his eyes to observe. This particle had an incredible temperature. The eight-eyed serpent said, "Those world-devastating demons attacked me with their black lava blades. They can easily pierce through my skin. Although I'm only at the third stage of fortune, I can't deny the power of the lava saber. But what's the use of this thing? It's so small." Xiangnan thought for a moment and said, "Demonic crystals seem to be able to be refined into medicinal pills. However, those medicinal pills are only harmful to humans, not beneficial. At most, they can be refined into poison pills. But I'm not a poisonous expert, and I'm even more disdainful of poisoning the enemy. Poisoning was done by despicable and vulgar people. A martial arts disciple like Xiangnan, who came from a famous sect, hated it deeply. Are you out of your mind? The serpent said, If you don't refine pills, you can refine weapons. This magic crystal should be the power essence of the world-devastating demon. As long as you gather enough, you can smelt your saber. I'm afraid that saber is much more powerful than the lava saber in the hands of the world-devastating demon. That's right. Xiangnan patted his forehead and said, Why didn't I think of that? Little Sparrow, hurry up and get them all over here for me to see how many are there. At this moment, there were still more demons rushing over, and their numbers were already innumerable. In the sky, the surrounding forest was endless. Hundreds of thousands, millions, even tens of millions, hundreds of millions were possible. In this endless dark forest, there were countless demons. However, none of the demons dared to approach the sun's envelope. They all stopped outside the boundaries of the sun's rays and hesitated to move forward. Occasionally, a purgatory-level demon would walk tentatively through the halo and be pierced through by the sunlight to the point that not even scum was left. Although they couldn't enter, Xiangnan's heart was still jumping. He didn't know how many more demons would be lured over by the commotion he had created. What if there were tens of billions, hundreds of billions? What if he attracted a demon that was even more terrifying than world extermination? At that time, he didn't even have time to continue strengthening the vermilion bird formation and was instantly killed. Hurry up, Xiangnan urged. Take advantage of the fact that an even more powerful demon hasn't arrived yet. Finish it early and leave early. The little bird continued to dig around on the ground, one small particle at a time and another at a time. Xiangnan felt uneasy and continued to walk upstream of the vermilion bird formation, further strengthening the sun in the sky. He swam through another 100 reincarnations, increasing the power of the sun's rays to 3,600 times. Only then did he feel a little relieved. Stop strengthening, the eight-eyed snake warned Xiangnan. If I were a demon, I would not let you off easily if a human slaughtered my descendants in my territory. Although your vermilion bird formation is formidable, the process of increasing its power will ultimately take a certain amount of time. If a heavenly tribulation realm demon were to be lured over, then it would be really bad. Heavenly tribulation realm? Doesn't that mean you have to go through reincarnation 1,000,000 times and live to the end of the world? Xianxia also knew this and stopped. The sun in the sky had already reached a diameter of 20,000 meters, which was extremely frightening. At this time, the little bird also gathered all the particles. Xianxia counted, and there were about 2,000 of them. It seemed that there were a little too many of them. Although each particle was only the size of a grain of millet, if he wanted to forge his own blade, he should have used more than 1,000 of them. In the end, there were still 700 to 800 magic crystal particles left. No matter what, let's leave this place first. Xianxia took a deep breath, put all the particles into his storage ring, and then began to perceive space. Xianxia did not know how big the dark forest was. However, he didn't dare to jump too far. He had to control himself within 30 million kilometers, 10 million kilometers away. If he exceeded this distance, it was very likely that he would jump into the Bai clan's territory. At that time, Bai could instantly sense his existence. But could they leave the dark forest within 30 million kilometers? Xianxia didn't know. His spatial perception was expanding at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per second. When he expanded to about 10 million kilometers, the eight-eyed snake suddenly cried out in shock. "Here comes the big fellow!" Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and saw an abnormal demon standing in the distant sky. The demon was shaped like a human. It had legs, torso, and head, but it had 8 arms. 2 arms grew around the shoulders, similar to a human's arms. The other 6 arms extended from the back, slightly longer and thinner than the main arm. Behind the demon was a long tail. The tip of the tail was a barbed poisonous thorn. The entire demon was only about 10 meters tall, not huge, but it was 15 meters long. What shocked Xianxia the most was that the strange demon was standing in the sunlight. The powerful heavenly yang energy shone on its body, causing faint green smoke to emanate from its black skin, unable to cause any substantial damage. At this moment, the demon was deep in thought, using both of its hands to sense the mysteries of the power of the sun. When Xianxia raised his head, he looked at Xianxia as if he had sensed something. The two's eyes immediately joined together. In the end, the demon actually spoke. "Human." The faint words made Xianxia's hair stand on end. The demon's voice was not transmitted through the vocal cords. Instead, it was more like some kind of solid scales that were mimicked by friction. The voice was cold and metallic, very hoarse, but very deterrent. "You know human language?" Xianxia was shocked. The demon stretched out its 2 forked tongues and licked its lips. "Not a single human has dared to go so deep into the endless forest and massacre my clansmen here." It looked at the sun in the sky and said, "Looks like humans have created another martial skill against our demons. But do you think that they can do whatever they want in our demons' territory?" Xianxia hurriedly said, "This junior accidentally barged in. He definitely did not mean to destroy it. Damn it, that demon is still unharmed under the 3,600 times sunlight. What level is this?" Xianxia's heart was in his throat. "Jump? Do you want to do a spatial jump now?" However, if that thing insisted on chasing after him, it would be able to chase after him through the spatial rift left behind by him, just as it had chased after the void divine lightning back then. If he could explain it clearly, he might still have a chance to leave. Otherwise, his chances were slim. "Who sent you?" The demon slowly descended and walked towards Xianxia step by step. "Xianxia brat, run. If you don't run now, when will you wait?" The 8-eyed serpent roared in Xianxia's heart. Xianxia's right arm had already begun to tremble. He tightly grabbed the hilt of the saber, but he forcefully said calmly, "Senior, I've already said that I just accidentally entered this place. I definitely did not do it on purpose." The demon sniffed, as if it was sniffing at Xianxia's scent. Immediately after, the demon's expression changed slightly, and he angrily said, "The Bai clan." Xianxia's heart trembled as he thought to himself, "This is bad." Judging from the demon's reaction, It seemed to be very hostile to the Bai clan. But how could he explain it? Saying that he wasn't a member of the Bai clan? He had to believe it. Good, really good. The demon laughed sinisterly. Old White River is getting more and more presumptuous. He has actually come to our demon race's head to make a move. Do you really think that our demons are afraid of him? Run. The moment the demon extended its sharp claws towards Xianxia, this thought flashed through Xianxia's mind. He jumped, and a spatial crack appeared in front of him, and his entire body drilled into it. 15 million miles. Spatial jump. The demon hollowed out its claws and stared fixedly at the cracks left behind in the air. Then it also took a step forward. It must be the human world. It must definitely be the human world. Xianxia's heart was burning with anxiety as he prayed nonstop. As long as they reached the human world, this demon would attract the attention of human experts. However, reality made Xianxia feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was still the endless forest. Fuck! The veins on Xianxia's forehead bulged out and he cursed. How big is this damn forest? Almost at the same time, an enormous deterrent force suddenly came from behind him. Xianxia suddenly turned around and saw a leg covered in a black shell walk out of the crack behind him. Half speed of light. Xianxia instantly used the power of the lightning speed lightning to shoot in one direction at half the speed of light. His speed had already reached 300,000 li per second. The moment the demon appeared, it quickly reached out to grab Xianxia, but in the end, it grabbed him empty-handed. The demon's eyes narrowed. What a fast speed! But, can you escape from my palm like this? The 6 arms behind the demon condensed into a pair of strange wings. Like strange wings formed from arms standing together. Immediately after, the strange wings suddenly flew around. With a loud boom, the demon turned into a black line and chased after Xianxia. The speed was also extremely fast. In less than an instant, it had already disappeared from the world. At this moment, Xianxia had used 2 seconds of half-light speed to move. However, he did not set up an acceleration array beforehand, and his body still had to withstand the friction of half-light speed. Even Xianxia couldn't withstand the friction. His body quickly burned and disintegrated. Stop! Your body can't take it anymore. The 8-eyed serpent roared. Xianxia didn't know it. He hurriedly stopped. The skin on his body, like burnt ashes, continuously spilled down. In a few seconds, his entire body would disappear from the world. It doesn't matter. I still have one move. Xianxia stabilized his mind and immediately slapped his forehead. The moment he fainted, the moment he activated the Immortal Ascension technique, the demon also chased after him. The demon stretched out its hand and grabbed Xianxia's neck. At the same time, Xianxia's body suddenly disappeared. Who? So close. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. He had already successfully switched his dream body and true body, hiding his true body in the dream world. The surroundings were still the dark forest, and the demon could not see its expression as it stood there quietly. Almost, if it was another third of a second later in the night, his head would be pinched off. Xianxia rubbed his neck with lingering fear. There were 5 bruised finger marks on his neck. What realm? Xianxia frowned and said, My realm is too low. I can't sense its exact realm. I'm afraid I'm already a martial saint, right? The 8-eyed serpent said, I didn't notice that the demon race's strength system is different from humans. If we compare it with human strength, I'm afraid that they really have a martial saint realm. It's very likely that they are at the late martial saint realm. After all, my realm is too low right now. I can't feel it clearly either. Right, what's the name of this move? The 8-eyed snake looked around curiously. Why is everything around us in a trance? Why didn't it notice that we were standing right next to it? Xianxia explained the situation of the dream Dao and the immortal traveling technique to the 8-eyed snake. The 8-eyed snake was dumbfounded. He had seen Xianxia enter a dream, but he had never seen his dream body come true. That's easy. The big snake heaved a sigh of relief. As long as we wait for it to leave, we will be safe. That's simple. Xianxia shook his head. My immortal traveling technique can only last for an hour. After that, it will be crippled. This hour was limited by the Immortal Ascension technique itself. It was only a mystic-grade beginner rank martial skill and had nothing to do with Xiangnan's realm. The snake said, "It shouldn't be waiting here for an hour, right?" "I'm not sure." Xiangnan was also very nervous. How could humans speculate on the demon race's mentality? Eh? Xiangnan. A burst of exclamations of joy interrupted Xiangnan's train of thought. "It's you." Xiangnan suddenly turned around. It was the woman in his dream. "I haven't seen you for a long time." Xiangnan was pleasantly surprised as he grabbed the woman's hands and said, "Where have you been during this period of time?" When the woman saw Xiangnan, she was overjoyed, but she could not answer Xiangnan's question. She could not remember her state when she was awake, nor did she know whether she had missed the opportunity to dream with Xiangnan, or whether she had never dreamed before. "Where is this? Who is it?" The woman looked at the demon in astonishment, but a confused and complicated expression flashed in her eyes. "You know it?" Xiangnanguan couldn't help but ask curiously. The woman shook her head and said, "I don't know. I just feel that there is a very strange feeling. I can't say." Xiangnan said happily, "If you have really seen a demon, then it means that you are likely to be a human in this world. Then maybe we can really meet one day." "That may not be the case." The eight-eyed snake poured cold water on Xiangnan and said, "Demons are a very mysterious race. They will wander around in the void world. It is very likely that there are traces of them in multiple worlds." Hearing this, Xiangnan nodded helplessly. Yeah, in his own world, there were traces of demons in the Central Plains. That meant that demons might not appear in a fixed world. The eight-eyed snake said, "Besides, her existence in your dream world means that she is just an ideology. You have no idea what she looks like. Even if you brush past her on the street, you can't recognize her." "How?" "I can see her face," Xiangnanchi said. "Really? Take a closer look. In your heart, her face is just a rough impression of your own consciousness." The snake smiled. "You constructed her appearance based on her behavior, words, and behavior, but in fact, you recall, do you really know what she looks like?" Hearing this, Xiangnan hurriedly went to look at the woman in his dream. However, when he saw her, he couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. Indeed, ideology does not have a specific appearance. He had never thought about this. He had always thought that he knew what she looked like. But if he really looked at her face carefully, he would discover that her face was actually a mixture of multiple women. Among them, there were Dream Butterfly, Su Kaiyue, Huangpu Ruyan, and even Xiao. The serpent sighed. "You only saw her consciousness. But think about it, she doesn't even know who she is. How could she condense into her original appearance in your dreams?" The woman also lowered her head. She clenched her teeth and kept thinking about her identity. However, the more she thought about it, the more clueless she became. Gradually, her body began to fade away, and it actually disappeared. "She's awake," Xiangnan sighed. The serpent said, "In a dream world, if one's emotions are too intense, they may suddenly wake up. However, this scene is indeed very strange. An outsider is actually able to enter your dreams. This is truly a miracle that I have never heard of before. No wonder I don't know. But we're really going to be finished next." Xiangnan pointed at the demon and said, "It hasn't left yet. But there are only a few minutes left." That damned demon actually stood there without moving. The eight-eyed snake sighed. "It seems like it's really over. However, it's you. I won't die anyway." Saying this is too unloyal. Xiangnan smiled bitterly. There was nothing he could do now. He could only tease and tease. Gradually, it was time. Xiangnan also accepted his fate. His body was directly exchanged with the dream body. The moment Xiangnan appeared, the demon narrowed its eyes and grabbed Xiangnan's neck. "My life is over." Xiangnan sighed, and his eyes darkened before he fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Xiangnan felt a severe headache. He subconsciously rubbed his temples and woke up. When he opened his eyes, he immediately touched the giant saber behind him. But all of a sudden, he discovered that he was actually lying on a soft bed. What about the dark forest? What about the demons? Xianxia was dumbfounded. He discovered that he seemed to be in an inn, and there was another person in the room. Oh, brother, are you awake? The man stood in front of the window. He turned around and smiled. Xianxia was stunned. That was a handsome and unrestrained man. But he was too handsome. In his lifetime, Xianxia didn't really care that much about the appearance of humans. Whether it was the peerless Shen Qingzhu, Su Kaiwe, or the desert queen who suppressed the group of demons, the top one was an extremely beautiful person. However, Xianxia did not have too many distracting thoughts about their appearances. He only treated their appearances as an external feature that could identify their identities. However, this man was so handsome that he could destroy the heavens and the earth. There was no way to describe it. No matter how a human's facial features were arranged, it didn't seem to be able to match the handsomeness of this man. The man was dressed in black and smiled. Brother, why are you staring at me like this? Xianxia knew that he was being rude and hurriedly said, I'm sorry. Thank you for saving my life, friend. Did you save me from that demon? Demon? The man was stunned. He shook his head and smiled. I found you at the border of the endless forest. Oh, Xianxia nodded. It turned out that his last spatial jump had already reached the boundary of the dark forest. However, the strange thing was, why would the demon let him go? This did not make sense, nor did it make sense. Kid Xianxia, be careful. He is not a human. At this moment, the voice of the eight-eyed snake suddenly sounded in Xianxia's heart. Xianxia frowned and subconsciously touched the hilt of the giant saber beside the bed. When the man saw Xianxia's behavior, he laughed and said, Friend, did you react like this when I brought you back from the edge of the endless forest? Xianxia said in a deep voice, Who exactly are you? You are not a human. The man nodded. I never said I was human, but don't humans have puppies? What do you mean? Xianxia was puzzled. What did this have to do with the puppy? The man said, Dogs don't belong to humans either, but humans can coexist peacefully with them and have a good relationship with them. Because both of you trust each other and have no hostility towards each other. Xianxia understood what the man wanted to say. He said shamefully, Friend, I'm sorry. I'm too sensitive. The man smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. Although I'm not a human, I don't have any ill intentions towards humans or you. Otherwise, if I wanted to harm you, how could you wake up? Xianxia got out of bed and cupped his fists at the man. Thank you for saving my life. I apologize for my rudeness just now. May I know your name? Xianxia cupped his fists and said. The handsome man smiled faintly. We meet by chance. If there is fate, we gather. If there is no fate, we disperse. Names are not important. Fate is important. Just in time, I'm going to eat something. Friend, do you want to join me? Xianxia originally wanted to leave alone after thanking the handsome man. But he also thought that he did not understand the world. If there was such a person who could help him popularize it, it would be convenient. He nodded and agreed. The two walked out of the room and went down the stairs to the small building on the third floor of the inn. This inn was a hexagonal courtyard. Each courtyard had a wooden building with a 5-story patio structure. Could be said to be exquisite, elegant, and unique. Below each patio was a rockery, surrounded by fine flowing water, flowing towards the courtyard on the second floor. Such a beautiful inn was supposed to be very lucrative, but in reality, there were only 5 rooms per courtyard and only 1 large room per floor. Xianxia found it strange at first glance, but when he thought about it, perhaps this inn only accepted people of higher status and would not open to the outside world, so he did not take it to heart. However, after he left the inn, he discovered that the scene on the street was becoming even more strange. This was a city. According to the handsome man's introduction, it was called Mu Lian City. It was located 1,000 miles away from the border of the endless forest. It was a very prosperous city with an important geographical location. What made Xianxia feel strange was that this city was really prosperous. It seemed that everyone here lived a prosperous life and every building had a different style. Obviously, it had been carefully designed. In Xianxia's world, only those people from the wealthy areas had the mood to do such a thing. However, it wasn't lively at all. There weren't many pedestrians coming and going along the clean and clear white stone slates. It was early in the morning. The handsome man brought Xianxia to a random breakfast stall and ordered 2 bowls of bean flowers, 2 plates of pickled vegetables, and 2 small bowls of pumpkin porridge with ginseng fibrous roots floating in the air. These snacks looked ordinary, but after Xianxia took a mouthful of porridge, his eyes immediately widened and he exclaimed, "They're actually so delicious." Xianxia had eaten everything, and traveling all over the place these past few years could be considered quite enjoyable. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a delicious porridge. He picked up a little pickled vegetable with his chopsticks and ate it. Combined with the taste of the porridge, he instantly felt a slightly salty and refreshing smell that filled his mouth. The fragrance of the pumpkin porridge was so strong that it gave him a different taste. Xianxia finished eating and drinking in 3 mouthfuls, then raised his bowl and said, "Another bowl." The handsome man occasionally raised his head to look at Xianxia's appetite and smiled softly. He ate elegantly and didn't feel like he was eating. Instead, he looked like a dedicated calligrapher who was writing. Xianxia held the second bowl of porridge and said, "Oh right. Is there any activity here recently? Why are there so few pedestrians on the streets?" The handsome man finally raised his head and asked in surprise, "Rare? Why did you say that?" Xianxia pointed at the sporadic pedestrians on the street and said, "I'm afraid that all the pedestrians on such a wide street add up to less than 300. Isn't that much?" The handsome man asked curiously. Xianxia was even more curious as he said, "Is my friend teasing me?" The handsome man frowned. "Friend, I'm really confused by you." Xianxia seemed to realize that something was wrong and said, "Excuse me, how many people are there in Mulien City?" The handsome man thought for a moment and said, "There should be more than 3,000 people." Xianxia was dumbfounded. 3,000? In his own world, there were probably more people in a small village than in Mulien City, right? In a town, there were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. As for the so-called city, even if it was a small city like Bluestone City, there were at least 1 million people. However, there were only 3,000 people in this new world, but also known as the crowd. "It's very lively, isn't it?" the handsome man tentatively asked Xianxia. A small city of 3,000 people with so many people is indeed rare in a small city of this size. Perhaps. Xianxia rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Kid Xianxia, I know why the Bai clan must invade our world." The voice of the 8-eyed snake suddenly sounded in Xianxia's heart. Xianxia nodded his head and thought to himself, "I probably know a little bit about it. Less people." This new world was much larger than Xianxia's, but the number of humans here was extremely rare. That would probably be 1,000 times less than the population of Xianxia's world, or even more than 10,000 times. When he checked out the bill, the amount he had spent earlier left Xianxia dumbfounded. The two of them didn't eat much in total, but they spent a total of 10 gold coins. In Xianxia's world, this was an ordinary person's income for an entire year. Xianxia asked the handsome man and learned that the purchasing power of money in this world was actually similar to his own world, but the people here were richer. What was truly expensive was not the few ginseng beards in the pumpkin porridge, but human resources. Labor is the most expensive in a place where humans are scarce and rich. This confirmed Xianxia's thoughts. The origin pills produced by the Bai clan needed to be refined in large quantities on the basis of a huge human base. However, there were very few humans in the new world where the Bai clan lived, but in the world of Xianxia, humans were worth billions of dollars. The difference in population between the two worlds was no longer just an order of magnitude. "All right." Xianxia nodded to the handsome man. "Thank you again for saving my life, my friend. We Qingshan will not change, and we will meet again." Xianxia was accustomed to parting, so he clasped his fists with the handsome man and turned around to leave. The handsome man didn't stop him. He just smiled and went in a different direction from Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia thought for a moment. There were roughly 2 directions. The first direction was to hurry back to their own world and tell the Howran sect about the situation with half of the gourd, so that they could react immediately. However, this direction was obviously impossible. The spatial passageways leading to their own world were all controlled by the Bai clan. They hated themselves to the bone and wished to kill themselves. How could they be willing to lend them the spatial passageways? The second direction was to find the world exterminating divine lightning here and continue to increase its strength. It would directly disintegrate the Bai clan's base camp from the new world. In this way, his own world would be saved. Big Snake, can you feel the existence of the world-devastating divine lightning here? Xianxia asked in a low voice. The eight-eyed snake said, I can feel that there is something in this world, but it's hard to say exactly where it is. However, I did feel the power of a divine lightning when we were in the dark, endless forest. In the endless forest, Xianxia was in a dilemma. That kind of damn place was really not a place for humans to live in. With Xianxia's first level of divine martial arts, as well as his heaven-defying Tai divine technique and his ability to jump through space, he almost fell into a trap. From this, it could be seen that the endless forest was definitely a fierce place, much more dangerous than any other fierce place that Xianxia had encountered in the past. The endless forest was the home of demons.